This is Audible.
Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Counterattack, Book 3 in the Core series by W.E.B. Griffin, performed by Dick Hill. The Core is respectfully dedicated to the memories of Second Lieutenant Drew James Barrett III, USMC, Company K, 3rd Battalion, 26th Marines. Born Denver, Colorado, 3 January 1945. Died Quang Nam Province, Republic of Vietnam, 27 February 1969. And Major Alfred Lee Butler III, USMC, Headquarters 22nd Marine Amphibious Unit, born Washington, D.C., 4 September 1950. Died Beirut, Lebanon, 8 February 1984. Semper Fi. And to the memory of Donald L. Schomp, a Marine fighter pilot who became a legendary U.S. Army Master Aviator. Rest in peace. 9 April 1989. Chapter 1. 1. Pearl Harbor, Oahu Island, Territory of Hawaii, 7 December 1941. The Japanese Carrier Task Force charged with the destruction of the United States Pacific Fleet began launching aircraft approximately 305 nautical miles north of Pearl Harbor. These aircraft proceeded in a single stream until they were about 125 miles from Pearl Harbor, where the stream split in two. 50 miles from Oahu, the left column of the attacking force divided again into 3 more streams. The first 2 streams of the left column turned right and headed for Pearl Harbor across the island. The third stream continued on course until it had flown beyond the tip of Oahu, then turned toward the center of the island and made its approach to Pearl Harbor from the sea. It began its attack at 07:55 hours. Meanwhile, the right stream of Japanese aircraft had divided in two as it approached Oahu. One stream crossed the coastline and made for Pearl Harbor on the other side of the island. The second continued on course past the island and then turned back to attack Pearl Harbor from the open sea. Its attack began at 0900. All of these attacks went off smoothly and as planned, and at 10:30, the task force radioed a coded message to Imperial Japanese Naval Headquarters. The code was Tora, Tora, Tora. It signified success. Fortunately for the Americans, the Japanese success was not unqualified. The surprise attack had found all of the battleships of the United States Pacific Fleet at anchor and had sunk or severely damaged most of them. But 2 U.S. aircraft carriers, 7 cruisers, and their screening vessels were at sea in 3 task forces and were not harmed. When the first Japanese bombs fell at Pearl Harbor, Staff Sergeant Joseph L. Howard, USMC, of Headquarters Company, 1st Marine Defense Battalion, was asleep. He shared a room with a mess sergeant who was on duty and who could be counted on to bring a thermos of coffee and some donuts back to their room when the mess had finished serving breakfast. Staff Sergeant Howard was 24, young for his rank. He was 6 feet 1 inches tall, weighed 185 pounds, and was broad-shouldered and slim-waisted. He had sharp features, intelligent eyes, and wore his light brown hair just long enough to part. At one time, it had been seriously proposed that Staff Sergeant Howard be used as a model for the photographs in a new edition of the Handbook for Marines. The Handbook for Marines was issued to every enlisted Marine. Many officers, including most company-grade officers, also had copies. Among its many illustrations were photographs of a Marine modeling the various service uniforms. A good Marine was supposed to look like that. Similarly, there were photographs showing the correct way to execute the manual of arms and the various movements in close order drill. Staff Sergeant Joe Howard, in one of his perfectly fitting uniforms, with his erect carriage and broad shoulders, looked exactly like the perfect Marine. Joe Howard had been a Marine for 7 years and 6 months. He had enlisted right out of high school on what was called a baby cruise, a term of enlistment which extended to his 21st birthday. The regular term of enlistment was 4 years. At that point, he turned 21 on August 14, 1937, he was given the choice of being transferred to the Fleet Reserve, in effect discharged, or shipping over for a regular 4-year enlistment. For most of his baby cruise, Howard served with the Marine Detachment on board the battleship Arizona, and he won promotion to private first class at the recommendation of her captain, who had been impressed with his bearing and appearance when Howard had served as his orderly. After leaving Arizona, he was assigned to the Philadelphia Navy Yard. At the Navy Yard, a salty old gunnery sergeant took a liking to him, had him assigned to the arms locker as an armorer, and taught him how to shoot. Really shoot. Not only well enough to qualify for the extra pay that went with the expert rifleman qualification badge, but well enough to shoot competitively. He almost made it onto the East Coast Rifle Team, one step down from the U.S. Marine Corps Rifle Team, and he was fairly confident that he could make it the next time around. Gunny McFarland also got him a job as an off-duty bartender in the Officers Club, working Friday and Saturday nights and for the luncheon buffet on Sunday. That 30 cents an hour added enough to his PFC's $30 a month, supplemented by his $5 a month expert rifleman's pay, to permit him to buy a Ford Model A. In August of 1937, he had to choose between getting out of the Corps and taking his chances on Civvy Street, where jobs were hard to come by, particularly if you didn't have a trade, or shipping over, which meant $1 and a dime a day, plus uniforms, 3 square meals a day, and a place to sleep out of the rain. That's what Joe had told his mother. But there was more to it than that. Not only were there other material advantages, like being paid to do something you liked to do, shooting, and the opportunities for travel that went with being a competitive rifle shooter and things like that, but there was also the chance to make something of himself, and just being a Marine. Gunny McFarland told him that with his record, and providing he kept his nose clean, it was almost a sure thing that he would make corporal before his second hitch was up, maybe even sooner than that, say in 2 years. Joe Howard knew that Gunny McFarland was bullshitting him to get him to ship over. In 2 years, he would be 23. There were very few 23-year-old corporals in the Marines. In 1937, the Corps had an authorized strength of only 25,000 officers and men, which meant that nobody moved up in rank very fast. His chances of making corporal on his second hitch were almost non-existent. But it was more than a little flattering to have McFarland bullshit him in order to get him to ship over and stay in the Corps. McFarland was one hell of a Marine, and to know that McFarland wanted him to stay in the Corps meant that McFarland thought he had at least the potential to be a good Marine. Besides, if Howard shipped over, there was nothing in it for McFarland either. He wasn't a recruiting sergeant, and nothing made McFarland ask Joe over to his quarters for Sunday night supper, sort of taking him into the family. Mrs. McFarland even made him a birthday cake with candles when Joe turned 20. There really had not been much of a choice between going back to Birmingham, Alabama, and maybe getting lucky and getting a job in a steel mill, or shipping over in the Corps, even if McFarland was bullshitting him about making corporal. The same month he shipped over, PFC Howard met the Major General Commandant of the Marine Corps, Thomas Holcomb. More or less for the hell of it, thinking that it was at least practice, Joe Howard got into his civilian clothes one Sunday, drove his Model A across New Jersey to a place called Seagirt, and entered a civilian rifle match run by the National Rifle Association on the New Jersey National Guard's rifle range. You had to pay $3.50 to enter, plus, he found out when he got there, another $5 to join the NRA if you were competing as a civilian, as he was. So he was out $8.50, plus the cost of gas and wear and tear on the Model A, plus the loss of the $1.50 he would have made working the Sunday brunch at the Officers Club. He had just about decided that coming to Seagirt was one of the dumber things he had done lately when he checked the scoreboard and saw that he was leading in the 100 and 300-yard matches. All that was left was the 20-round timed fire at 500 yards. If he took that, they'd give him a loving cup. He wasn't sure if it was silver or just silver-plated, but he could probably get at least $5 for it in a hawk shop. And if it really was silver, he might even make a couple of bucks over his expenses. When he fired the 500-yard timed fire, Joe Howard tried very hard. It was some of the best shooting he had ever done, and luck was with him. The wind was light and right down the range. He took the match by 15 points, and he put 11 of the 20 rounds in the X-ring. The only picture he had ever seen of Thomas Holcomb, Major General Commandant of the Marine Corps, was the photograph of the general in full uniform, medals and all, which hung at various places in every Marine Corps installation. He hadn't paid much attention to it. So Joe did not recognize the civilian big shot who handed him the loving cup. A more or less chubby guy, sweating in his vested cord suit and flat-brimmed straw hat. For that matter, he didn't even look closely at the man until he made an odd remark. "That was fine shooting, son. Congratulations. If you don't have any other plans, the Marine Corps always has a place for someone who can shoot like that." The comment brought laughter from the other big shots. The confusion on Joe Howard's face as Major General Commandant Holcomb shook his hand and simultaneously handed him the loving cup was evident. One of the big shots thought an explanation was in order. "General Holcomb is Commandant of the Marine Corps, son. He was kind enough to come down here from Spring Lake to make the presentation of the awards." For 3 years, Joe Howard, as a Pavlovian reflex, had come to attention when greeting any officer, from second lieutenant up. At that instant, he popped to attention. Because the handle of the 18-inch tall silver loving cup was in his left hand, however, this proved a little difficult. His movement caught Commandant Holcomb's eye, and he turned to look at the young man. "Sir!" PFC Howard boomed in the manner he had been taught. "PFC Howard, Joe Savelle, Marine Barracks, Philadelphia." "Carry on," General Holcomb said, and then added with a smile to the other big shots, "Why am I not surprised?" He then walked off with the other big shots, but Joe Howard saw him say something behind his hand to a young man with him who was also in civilian clothing. The young man nodded, took a notebook from his pocket, and wrote in it. There was no doubt whatever in Joe's mind that his name had been taken down. He had had his name taken down before, always in connection with something he had done wrong, or for something he had omitted. So he decided that it was probably against some regulation for him to enter a civilian NRA match. When he thought more about it, he decided his particular sin had been to go to the armory and take his rifle, a 1903 Springfield .30-06 with a star gauge barrel, and use it to compete in a civilian match. Star gauge Springfields were capable of extraordinary accuracy, far beyond that of standard-issue Springfields. They were so called because the Army's Frankfurt Arsenal, after checking their dimensions, gauging them, and determining that they met a set of very strict standards, had stamped their barrels near the muzzle with a star. With a sinking feeling in his stomach, Joe realized that if some other Marine came to his armory and asked to check out one of the star gauge Springfields so he could fire it in a civilian match, there was no way he would let him do it without written permission from some officer. and he hadn't been caught using a Star Gauge Springfield in a civilian match by just some officer, but by the Major General Commandant of the Marine Corps. On the way back to Philadelphia, Joe considered confessing his sins right off to Gunny McFarland, but chickened out. The Gunny would really be pissed. The one thing he could not stand was stupidity. And it was also likely that the Gunny, being the Gunny, would try to accept the responsibility for his stupidity himself. That wouldn't be right. Taking the Star Gauge Springfield had been his idea, Joe decided, and he would take whatever came his way because of it. Nothing happened on Monday, or on Tuesday, or Wednesday, and by Thursday, Joe began to think that just maybe nothing would happen. Maybe he would get away with it, even though the officer in civvies had taken down his name. On Friday, just before lunch, he was summoned by the sergeant major and told to report to the commanding officer. "Sir, PFC Howard, reporting as ordered to the commanding officer." "Stand at ease, Howard," said the commanding officer, a paunchy, middle-aged major, and then handed him a sheet of teletype machine paper. Headquarters, U.S. Marine Corps, Washington, D.C., 27 August, 1937. 2. Commanding Officer, U.S. Marine Barracks, U.S. Navy Yard, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Info. Commanding Officer, U.S. Marine Corps Recruit Depot, Parris Island, South Carolina. 1. The following is to be relayed to PFC Joseph L. Howard and suitable notation made in his service record. Reference your winning 1937 New Jersey State Rifle match. Well done. Thomas Holcomb, Major General, Commandant. 2. You are directed to issue necessary orders transferring PFC Howard to U.S. Marine Corps Recruit Depot, Parris Island, South Carolina, for duty as rifle instructor. PFC Howard is to be encouraged to try out for USMC rifle team. By direction of the Major General Commandant, S.T. Kralik, Lieutenant Colonel USMC. When he had graduated from boot camp at Parris Island, Joe Howard had devoutly hoped he would never again see the place. While he was willing to grant that he had come to Parris Island a candy-ass civilian and had left at least looking and thinking vaguely like a Marine, he had painful and bitter memories of the place and of his drill instructors. It was different, of course, when he went back, but he still didn't like the place. He ran into one of his drill sergeants at the gas station and was surprisingly disappointed when the sergeant told him that he didn't remember him at all. And he was equally surprised to realize that not only did the drill sergeant not look as mean and salty as he had in his memory, but that he was in fact not nearly as sharp-looking as some Marines Joe had come to know later. He was just an average Marine, doing his job. Howard didn't get along too well, at least at first, with the other guys teaching basic marksmanship or the ones on the rifle team. He came to understand that was because he hadn't followed the established route to the weapons committee. They were supposed to select you. He had been thrust upon them by the Major General Commandant. It got better after he qualified for the Marine Corps rifle team, and even better when he shot third overall at the national matches at Camp Perry, Ohio, in the summer of 1938. And in September of 1938, he came out number 3 on the list for promotion to corporal. He had made it less than a year after shipping over, and a year before Gunny McFarland had bullshitted him he might make it. Almost as soon as he had sewed his chevrons on, he started trying to think of some way to get out of Parris Island. He applied for transfer to the 4th Marines in China and was turned down. He could, they said, enlist for the 4th Marines the next time he shipped over, but right now the Corps wanted him at Parris Island teaching recruits how to shoot. Then, out of the blue, he found himself at the U.S. Army Infantry Center at Fort Benning, Georgia. The Army Ordnance Corps had come up with a new rifle, the M1, known as the Garand after the man who had invented it. It was self-loading, which meant that it was almost automatic. It used the forces of recoil to extract the fired cartridge from the chamber and then to load a fresh one from the magazine. The magazine held 8 rounds. The Marines were invited to participate in the service test of the weapon, and they sent a provisional platoon to Fort Benning in charge of a master gunnery sergeant named Jack NMI, no middle initial, Stecker, from the U.S. Marine Corps School's base at Quantico. A third of the platoon were taken from regular Marine units. A third came right out of boot camp, and the final third were people recognized to be outstanding marksmen. Corporal Joe Howard had been assigned to this last group. Master Gunnery Sergeant Jack NMI Stecker had won the Medal of Honor in France in 1918 and was something of a legend in the Corps. Joe figured that probably had something to do with his being put in charge of the Fort Benning detail. It looked like a good detail, the sort of detail a man would be given who was entitled to wear the blue ribbon with the silver stars sprinkled on it. When Corporal Joe Howard reported to Gunny Stecker, he was surprised to see that Stecker was not wearing his Medal of Honor ribbon. The only things pinned to his blouse were his marksmanship medals. Not surprisingly, he was expert in every small arms weapon used by the Corps. Joe later found out, not from Stecker, that Stecker had taken high overall at Camp Perry in 1933 and 1936. He was a world-class rifleman. But Master Gunnery Sergeant Stecker was more than just impressive. Best of all, he got Corporal Howard out of Paris Island. A couple of days before they left Fort Benning, Stecker called him in and asked him what he thought of the M1 Garand. It was almost holy writ in the Corps that the finest, most accurate rifle ever made was the .03 Springfield. Even among the expert riflemen who had fired the Garand at Benning, the weapon was known as a Mickey Mouse piece the Army had dreamed up. It would never come close to being as good a rifle as the .03. But Joe Howard had come to believe that the Garand was a fine weapon even off the shelf, and that with some fine-tuning by an armorer, it would be capable of greater accuracy than the .03. He told Gunny Stecker just that. "That makes it you and me against the Marine Corps, son," Gunny Stecker replied. "You happy at Paris Island?" Joe told him the truth about that, too. He didn't like what was generally considered to be a great berth for a brand new, very young corporal, as opposed, say, to being in a Marine detachment on a man of war, or in a line company in a regiment somewhere, and he had been trying to get out of it. "Would you be interested in coming to Quantico and working on the Garand? The basic detail would be teaching riflery to kids in the basic officer course, and college kids who come for training in the summer. But when you're not doing that, there would be time to work on the Garand." "I'd love it, Gunny," Joe replied, "but they won't let me go from Paris Island." "Why not?" Joe told him about his getting sent there by the Major General Commandant. "I'll see what I can do," Stecker said. 2 weeks after he reported back into Paris Island, Joe was put on orders to U.S. Marine Corps School's Quantico, Virginia. The next year was good duty. Aside from maybe once a month catching Corporal of the Guard, and maybe once every other month catching Junior Charge of Quarters at Headquarters Marine Corps Schools, Joe Howard was subject to no other details. He was either teaching brand new officers how to fire the .03, which he liked, or running people through the annual rifle firing. But that didn't take all that much time. There was plenty of time to see what could be done with the Garand. Putting several thousand rounds through M1s taught him what was basically wrong with the weapon and how to fix it. The primary problem was the barrel. When it was heated up by firing, it expanded and jammed into the stock. The result was that in rapid fire, the later rounds through it, the 20th, say, would strike a couple of inches, sometimes much more, from where the first round had struck. The fix for that was to make the barrel free-floating. You had to carefully whittle wood away from the inside of the stock so that the barrel didn't get bent by the stock when it heated up. The sights left a little to be desired, too. Joe learned to fix that by machining from scratch a new rear sight aperture or peep sight hole that was smaller than the original, and by taking a couple of thousandths of an inch off the front sight. He also did some work on the gears that moved the rear sight horizontally and vertically, smoothing them out, making them more precise. And he tinkered with the trigger group, smoothing the sear so the let-off could be better controlled, and with the action itself, smoothing it to improve functioning. In the process, he learned where and how much lubricant was required. Finally, he mated barrels which had demonstrated unusual accuracy to his specially worked-over actions and trigger groups. There were soon a half-dozen M1s in the arms room, just as accurate as any star-gauge Springfield. One of these was informally reserved for Corporal Howard, and one other for Master Gunnery Sergeant Jack N.M.I. Stecker. Joe Howard made a nice little piece of change that year, proving to visiting riflemen during informal sessions on the range that the M1 Garand wasn't really the Mickey Mouse Army piece of shit everybody said it was. And 3 times, Gunny Stecker had handed him money, once $90, which the Gunny said was his fair share of what he had taken away from visiting Master Gunnery Sergeants and Sergeants Major, who also had an unfounded faith in the all-around superiority of the Springfield, and who were foolish enough to put their money where their mouths were. A Garand fine-tuned by Corporal Joe Howard in the hands of a marksman like Gunny Stecker was hard to beat. In the late summer of 1940, after France had fallen to the Germans and Congress had authorized the first of what were to be many expansions of the Corps, there were a flock of promotions that came to many men long before they thought they had any chance of getting them. Joe Howard became a sergeant then. 6 months later, a veteran ordnance sergeant assigned to the just-formed 1st Defense Battalion at the Navy base at Pearl Harbor, Territory of Hawaii, became terminally ill. Soon afterward, someone in personnel remembered that Master Gunnery Sergeant Jack N.M.I. Stecker at Quantico had a really bright and competent ordnance buck sergeant working for him. That the kid had worked for Gunny Stecker for 2 years and been promoted during that time was all-around recommendation enough. People who didn't measure up to Gunny Stecker's high standards didn't get promoted. They got themselves shipped someplace else. On the same order that Headquarters, U.S. Marine Corps, ordered Sergeant Joseph L. Howard to the 1st Defense Battalion at Pearl, it promoted him to Staff Sergeant. When the Japanese attack began, even as he listened to the sound of exploding bombs and the roar of low-flying aircraft, it was very difficult for Joe Howard to accept that what was happening actually was happening. He had been conditioned to regard Pearl Harbor as America's mighty and impregnable fortress in the Pacific. In his view, if war came, the Japanese would probably attack Wake Island and Guam and some of the other islands, and maybe even, Joe thought this highly unlikely, the Philippines. But Hawaii? Never. Not with Pearl Harbor and its row of dreadnought battleships and its cruisers and aircraft carriers, and with the Army Air Corps fighters and bombers, not to mention the Navy and Marine Corps fighters and torpedo bombers afloat and ashore. No goddamn way. If the Japs were really stupid enough to try, say, invading Guam, Pearl would be the fortress from which the mightiest naval force the world had ever known would sail, carrying a Marine landing force aboard, of course, to bloody the Japs' noses and send the little bastards back to their rice paddies and raw fish with a lesson they wouldn't soon forget. But, incredibly, when he looked out his barracks window, there was smoke rising from Battleship Row, and the sound of heavy explosions, and the same thing over at the seaplane base. And finally, when he saw a dozen Japanese aircraft in perfect formation, 4 3-plane Vs, making low-level torpedo and strafing runs against Battleship Row, he realized that the impossible was indeed happening. He couldn't do a goddamned thing to help the battleships, but he damned sure could do something at the seaplane hangars where there were Marine-manned 50-caliber water-cooled Browning machine guns on anti-aircraft mounts. Because access to ammunition and the fully automatic weapons was limited to commissioned officers, he wasn't supposed to have a key to the arms locker. But he did. He was a good Marine sergeant and knew which regulations should be violated. He went to the ammo locker and opened it up. By the time the first Marines came for ammo for the 50s and to draw Browning automatic rifles and air-cooled 30-caliber Browning machine guns and ammo for them, he was ready for them, long before the first officer showed up. When an officer finally came and saw that most of the weapons and ammo had already been issued, he didn't ask any questions about how come the locker was open. Joe Howard didn't think that he would. With nothing to do at the ammo locker, the officer went off to make himself useful somewhere else. That left Joe there alone, with nothing to do either. After thinking about it a moment, he decided he couldn't just sit this goddamned attack out in an ammo bunker, so he took the last BAR and 8 20-round magazines for it and ran outside. A Ford 1.5-ton truck came racing up with a buck sergeant driving and a PFC in the cab beside him. "Have you got any belted 50? The buck sergeant demanded. "I can't get in our goddamn locker." "Come on," Joe said, turning back toward the locker to show him where it was. And then he looked over his shoulder to see if the sergeant was following him. The sergeant was still sitting behind the wheel, but the top of his head was gone, and the windshield and the inside of the truck were smeared with a mass of blood and brain tissue. Staff Sergeant Howard threw up. Then he ran to the truck, grabbed the handle, pulled the door open, and dragged the buck sergeant's body out onto the ground. Blood spurted from somewhere and soaked Joe Howard's T-shirt and trousers. After that, he looked into the truck cab. The PFC was slumped in the seat, his head wedged back against the cushion, his eyes wide open but unseeing, his chest ripped open, blood streaming from the wound. Joe Howard leaned against the truck fender and threw up, again and again, until there was nothing in his stomach, and all that came was a foul green bile. And then he went back into the arms locker and huddled behind the counter, shaking, curled up, with his arms around his knees. He stayed there for he didn't know how long, except that when he finally came out, the attack was over, and the Ford 1.5-ton had somehow caught on fire and burned, and the PFC inside was nothing but a charred lump of dead meat. 2. Oahu Island, Territory of Hawaii, 08:45 hours, 7 December 1941. Technical Sergeant Charles M. Galloway, USMC, a good-looking, slim, deeply tanned and brown-haired young man of 25, lay naked on his back, his head propped up with pillows, in a somewhat battered but sturdy and comfortable bed in one of the 2 bedrooms of a hunting lodge in the mountains. He had a Chesterfield cigarette in one hand. The other hand was wrapped around a large glass of pineapple juice, liberally laced with Gordon's London Dry Gin. Ensign Mary Agnes O'Malley, Nurse Corps, USN, a slim, 5'4" red-haired, pert-breasted woman, similarly undressed, knelt on the bed, about to begin another game of what she called ice cream cone. This involved the dribbling of creme de cacao on certain portions of the body and then removing it with the tongue. Until the previous day, Charlie Galloway had never heard of, or even in his sometimes wild fantasies thought about, the kind of thing she was doing, but he was learning to like it. The other bedroom of the hunting lodge, which was actually a simple tin-roofed frame cabin, was occupied by Technical Sergeant Stefan Big Steve Oblensky, USMC, and Lieutenant Florence Kokarski, Nurse Corps, USN. Big Steve, who was Polish and in his 40s, was a great bull of a man. But Lieutenant Kokarski was big enough to be a match for him, which is to say that she was Valkyrie-like, in her late 30s, and also Polish. Several months before, she'd been attracted to Big Steve when she had met him at the Naval Hospital at Pearl Harbor. He had come in for his annual physical examination, and the examination had kind of expanded and become more physical, and vice versa, so strongly that the two of them had chosen to ignore the cultural and, more important, the legal prohibition against socialization between commissioned and enlisted members of the naval service. Florence Kokarski was a full lieutenant, about to make lieutenant commander. Big Steve expected to make master sergeant any day. Both of them had been around the service long enough to know about keeping indiscretions 100 miles from the flagpole. 100 miles was an impossibility on Oahu, but a hunting cabin in the hills was a reasonable approximation. It was owned by an old pal of Big Steve's who had retired and gone to work for Dole. But to get to the cabin required an automobile. Lieutenant Florence Kokarski didn't have one, and Big Steve Oblensky was 6 months away from getting his driver's license back after having been caught driving drunk. But not to worry. Technical Sergeant Charlie Galloway had a lovingly maintained yellow 1933 Ford V8 convertible. Big Steve had been able to borrow Charlie's car without any trouble the first time. He and Charlie both knew that Big Steve would return the favor somewhere down the pike. But the second weekend Big Steve asked to borrow the Ford, he had to tell Charlie why he wanted it. And Charlie Galloway asked if Big Steve's nurse had a friend. "Jesus Christ, Charlie! I can't ask her nothing like that. Be a pal." "You ask her. She says no, then I'll be a pal. But you ask her." To Big Steve's surprise, Flo Kokarski was neither outraged nor astonished when, with remarkable delicacy, Big Steve brought the subject up. Ensign Mary Agnes O'Malley, Lieutenant Kokarski's roommate, had already noticed Tech Sergeant Charles Galloway at the wheel of his yellow Ford convertible and asked her about him. She had asked specifically about how he came to have pilot's wings. Ensign O'Malley had just recently entered the Navy and had not known that enlisted men could be pilots. There was a small corps of enlisted pilots, Lieutenant Kokarski explained to her. These were officially called naval aviation pilots, but more commonly, flying sergeants. Tech Sergeant Charles Galloway was one of them. He was a fighter pilot of VMF 211, where her Stefan was the NCO in charge of aircraft maintenance. "He's darling," Ensign O'Malley replied. Lieutenant Kokarski didn't think darling was the right word, but Charlie Galloway was a good-looking kid, and she was not surprised that Mary Agnes O'Malley found him attractive. Lieutenant Kokarski ended the conversation on that particular note, to protect young Sergeant Galloway from Ensign O'Malley. Ensign O'Malley was not a bright-eyed innocent. She had entered the Navy late, at 33 rather than right out of nursing school, which was usually the case. Florence, naturally curious, had in time wormed her history out of her. Before she joined the Navy, Ensign Mary Agnes O'Malley had been a nun, a nursing sister of the Sisters of Mercy. She had become a postulant in the order at 16, and she had served faithfully and well for many years after that. First, she became a registered nurse, and later, she qualified as both an operating room nurse and a nurse anesthesiologist. Later still, she was seduced by a married anesthesiologist, an MD, while taking an advanced course at Massachusetts General Hospital. She didn't blame the doctor, Mary Agnes told Florence. She had not been wearing her Sisters of Mercy habit at Mass General, and she had not told the doctor, ever, that she was a nun. But once she had tasted the forbidden fruit, she realized that she could no longer adhere to a vow of chastity and petitioned the Vatican for release from her vows. The Navy was then actively recruiting nurses, and she was highly qualified, so she signed on. In the 4 months she had known her, Flo had come to understand that beneath Mary Agnes O'Malley's demure and modest facade, there lurked a predator with the morals of an alley cat. Mary Agnes frankly admitted, in confidence, that she was making up for lost time. So when Big Steve came to her about Charlie Galloway, Flo Kokarski felt a certain uneasiness about turning Mary Agnes loose on him. Charlie was a really nice kid. On the other hand, if he hadn't leaned on Stefan to get himself fixed up as the price of borrowing his car, she wouldn't have had to. What neither Flo nor Big Steve knew, or even remotely suspected, was that Charlie Galloway was far less experienced in relations between the sexes than anyone who knew him would have suspected. During their first night together in the cabin, Mary Alice quickly and delightfully learned that Charlie was the antithesis of jaded. Yet not even she suspected that the first time in his 25 years Charlie had spent the whole night with a woman was that very same night. Charlie's sexual drives, and sometimes he thought he was cursed with an over-generous issue of them, were flagrantly heterosexual. Neither was he troubled with any religious or moral restraints. His fantasies were about equally divided between the normal, meeting a well-stacked nymphomaniac whose father owned a liquor store, and meeting a nice, respectable girl and getting married. He had encountered neither in his 8 years in the Corps. And there was something else. He didn't want to fuck up. The price would be too high. The most important thing in the world during his first few years in the Corps had been to work his way up to the point where the Corps would send him to Pensacola and teach him how to fly. Catching a dose of the clap, or maybe just getting hauled in by the military police in one of their random raids on a whorehouse, would have kept him from getting promoted and getting sent to flight school. And once he had made staff sergeant and won a berth at Pensacola and then his wings, just about the same restrictions had applied. Naval aviation pilots were non-commissioned officers, in other words, enlisted men. Since aviation was set up with a general understanding that pilots would be commissioned officers and gentlemen, the Marine Corps had never really figured out how to deal with non-com flyers. Enlisted pilots had crept into the system back in the 1920s. The 3 originals had been aircraft mechanics who had learned how to fly on the job during the Marine intervention in Santo Domingo. The criterion for selection of pilots then, as Charlie had heard it, and as he believed, was anyone who was demonstrably unlikely to crash a non-replaceable airplane. The Marine commander in Santo Domingo had looked at his brand-new, fresh-from-flight school commissioned pilots, and then at his experienced sergeants, and had decided that the very, very non-replaceable airplanes at his disposal were better off being flown by the sergeants, whether they were officially rated or not. The second reason for the existence of flying sergeants was money. In the years between the wars, Congress had been parsimonious toward the armed services, and especially toward the Corps. Officer manning levels were cast in concrete. This meant that every enlisted naval aviation pilot freed up an officer billet for use elsewhere. And of course, flying sergeants were paid less than officers. Charlie Galloway had started out as an aviation mechanic right out of Parris Island when he was 17. 3 years later, a space for an NAP had unexpectedly opened at Pensacola, and he was the only qualified body around to fill it. On the other hand, he was an enlisted man. most naval aviators, Marine pilots were all naval aviators, were commissioned officers and gentlemen, and many of them were graduates of the United States Naval Academy at Annapolis. There was an enormous social chasm between commissioned officers and gentlemen and non-commissioned officers, who were, under law, men and not gentlemen. There was also resentment from the other direction toward flying sergeants, from sergeants who didn't fly, and who thus didn't get extra pay for what looked to them like a cushy berth. Charlie Galloway soon learned that about the only people who didn't think naval aviation pilots were an all-around pain in the ass were fellow pilots, who judged NAPs by their flying ability. As a rule of thumb, NAPs were, if anything, slightly more proficient than their commissioned counterparts. In the first place, most of them were older and more experienced than Charlie, and most of them had large blocks of bootleg time before they went to Pensacola to learn how to fly officially. Charlie had developed a good relationship with the pilots of VMF 211, Marine Fighter Squadron 211, based on his reputation both as a pilot and a responsible non-com. That would go down the toilet in an instant if he came down with a dose of the clap, or got caught visiting a whorehouse or screwing somebody's willing wife. They would take his wings away and he wouldn't fly anymore. It looked to him like a choice between flying and fucking, and flying won, hands down. But since Friday night, when they had picked up Big Steve's nurse and her roommate in Honolulu, there seemed to be convincing evidence that he could accomplish both. "Ouch!" Technical Sergeant Charles M. Galloway yelped. "Jesus Christ!" "Sorry," Ensign Mary Agnes O'Malley said contritely. "The last thing in the world I want to do is hurt it." She looked up at him and smiled. She kissed it. "All better," she said. She straddled him. The door burst open. Big Steve stood there in his skivvy shorts, a strange look on his face. "Get the hell out of here," Charlie flared. "Well, really, don't people knock where you come from, for Christ's sake?" Mary Agnes O'Malley snapped. "The Japs are bombing Pearl Harbor," Big Steve said. "It just come over the radio." "I heard the engines," Charlie said. "I thought it was those Air Corps B-17s. Charlie Galloway sat up and dislodged Mary Agnes. "How the hell am I going to fly?" he thought. "I've been drinking all night." And then he had another thought. "I'll be a son of a bitch. I should have known that the first time I ever got to have a steady piece of ass, something would come along to fuck it up." 3. Marine Airfield, Ewa, Oahu Island, Territory of Hawaii, 7 December 1941. While everybody else on December 7th was running around Ewa, and for that matter, the Hawaiian Islands, like chickens with their heads cut off, Technical Sergeants Charlie Galloway and Stefan Big Steve Oblensky had gone to Captain Leonard J. Martin, the ranking officer on the scene, and asked for permission to take a half-dozen men and try to salvage what they could from the carnage of the flight line and the mess in the hangars. The reason they had to ask permission, rather than just doing what Captain Martin thought was the logical thing to do in the circumstances, was that some moron in SINCPAC, Commander-in-Chief Pacific Fleet, at Pearl Harbor, had issued an order that aviation units that had lost their aircraft would immediately reform and prepare to fight as infantry. Captain Martin had no doubt that the order applied to VMF 211. After the Japanese had bombed and strafed Ewa, VMF 211 had 0 flyable aircraft, and it was possible, if not very likely, that the Japanese would invade Oahu, in which case every man who could carry a rifle would indeed be needed as an infantryman. But it was unlikely, in Captain Martin's judgment, that infantrymen would be needed that afternoon. In the meantime, it just made good sense to salvage anything that could be salvaged. Captain Martin had been a Marine long enough to believe that replacement aircraft and spare parts, or for that matter, replacement mess kit spoons, would be issued to VMF 211 only after the Navy was sure that aircraft, spare parts, and mess kit spoons were not needed anywhere else in the Navy. It made much more sense to have Galloway and Big Steve try to salvage what they could than to have them forming as infantry. Even if he was absolutely wrong, and Japanese infantry were suddenly to appear, there was nothing Galloway and Oblensky could be taught about infantry in the next couple of days that they already didn't know. They were technical sergeants, the second highest enlisted grade in the Corps, and you didn't get to be a tech sergeant in the Corps unless you knew all about small arms and small unit infantry tactics. And there was a question of morale, too. Big Steve, and especially Charlie Galloway, felt guilty, more than guilty, ashamed, about what had happened to VMF 211. Their guilt was unreasonable, but Martin understood their feelings. For one thing, they hadn't been at Eva when it happened, and by the time they got to Eva, it was all over. Really all over. Even the fires were out, and the wounded evacuated. Captain Martin knew, unofficially, where Big Steve and Galloway were when the Japanese struck, so he didn't have much trouble reading what was behind their eyes when they finally got back to Eva, still accompanied by their nurse friends, and saw the destroyed aircraft and the blanket-wrapped bodies of their buddies on the stretchers. If we had been here, we could have done something. Captain Martin agreed with them, and, he further reasoned, they had to do something that had meaning. Practicing to repel boarders as infantrymen would be pure bullshit to good, experienced Marine tech sergeants. So Captain Martin told them to go ahead and to take as many men as they could reasonably use. If they ran into any static, they were to shoot the problem up to him. What Technical Sergeants Galloway and Oblensky had not told Captain Martin was that they had already examined the carnage and decided that they could make at least one flyable F-4F-4 by salvaging the necessary parts from partially destroyed aircraft and mating them with other not completely destroyed machines. It was a practical, professional judgment. Tech Sergeant Big Steve Oblensky had been an aircraft mechanic as far back as Santo Domingo and Nicaragua, and Tech Sergeant Charlie Galloway had been a mechanic before he had gone to flight school. By sunset, Captain Martin saw that they had found tenting somewhere, erected a makeshift, reasonably light-proof work bay, and moved one of the least damaged F-4F-4s into it. Over the next week, they cannibalized parts from other wrecks. Then there was the sound of air compressors and the bright flame of welding torches, and finally, the sound of the 1,200 horses of a Pratt & Whitney R-1830 Twin Wasp being run up. But Captain Martin was surprised to discover what Big Steve and Charlie had salvaged. By December 15th, the engine he had heard run up was attached to a patched-together but complete and flyable F-4F-4 Wildcat fuselage. "That doesn't exist, you know," Captain Martin said. "All the aircraft on the station have been surveyed and found to be destroyed." "I want to take it out to the Saratoga," Charlie Galloway said. "Sarah's in Dago, Galloway," Captain Martin said. "What are you talking about?" "Sarah's in Pearl. Sometime today she's going to put out to reinforce Wake. Sarah, and the Astoria and the Minneapolis and the San Francisco, and the 4th Defense Battalion on board the Tangier. They're calling it Task Force 14. Martin hadn't heard about that, at least in such detail, but there was no doubt that Galloway and Oblensky knew what they were talking about. Old-time sergeants had their own channels of information. "That airplane can't be flown until it's been surveyed again and taken through an inspection." "Skipper, if we did that, the Navy would take it away from us," Oblensky argued. The squadron is down to 2 planes on wake. They need that airplane. If Sarah is sailing today, there's just no time to get permission for something like that. So we do it without permission, Galloway said. What are they going to do if I show up over her? Order me home? And what if you can't find her? I'll find her, Galloway said flatly. If you can't? Martin repeated. If I have to sit her down in the ocean, the squadron's no worse off than it is now, Galloway said with a quiet passion. Captain, we've got to do something. I can't give you permission to do something like that, Martin said. Christ, I would wind up in Portsmouth. It's crazy, and you know it. Yes, sir, Oblensky said, and a moment later Galloway parroted him. But, just as a matter of general information, Captain Martin added, I've got business at Pearl in the morning, and I won't be able to get back here before 9:30 or so. He had seen in their eyes that both had realized further argument was useless, and more important, that they had just dismissed his objections as irrelevant. Charles Galloway was going to take that F4F4 Wildcat off from Eva in the morning, come hell or high water. Thank you, sir. Good luck, Galloway, Captain Martin said, and walked away. 4. Above USS Saratoga, CV-3. Task Force 14. 0620 hours, 16 December, 1941. A moment after Charlie Galloway spotted the Saratoga 5,000 feet below him, she began to turn into the wind. They had spotted the Wildcat, and her captain had issued the order, "Prepare to recover aircraft." By that time, Sarah knew he was coming. 10 minutes after Galloway took off from Eva, the Navy was informed he was on the way and was asked to relay that information to the Saratoga. A Navy captain, reflecting that a week before such idiocy, such blatant disregard for standing orders and flight safety would have seen those involved thrown out of the service, most likely via the Navy prison at Portsmouth, decided that this wasn't a week ago. It was now, after the Pacific Fleet had suffered a disaster, and he ordered a coded message sent to the Saratoga to be on the lookout for a Marine F4F4 believed attempting a rendezvous. As the Saratoga turned, so did her screening force, the other ships of Task Force 14. They were the cruisers Minneapolis, Astoria, and San Francisco, 9 destroyers, the Neches, a fleet oiler, and the USS Tangier, a seaplane tender pressed into service as a transport. They had put out from Pearl Harbor at 1600 the previous day. Charlie retarded his throttle, banked slightly, and pushed the nose of the Wildcat down. He thought, that's a bunch of ships and a lot of people making all that effort to recover just one man and one airplane. He dropped his eyes to the fuel quantity gauge mounted on the left of the control panel and did the mental arithmetic. He had 35 minutes of fuel remaining, give or take a couple of minutes. It was now academic, of course, because he had found Task Force 14 on time and where he believed it would be. But he could not completely dismiss the thought that if he hadn't found it, 30 minutes from now, give or take a few, he would have been floating around on a rubber raft, all alone on the wide Pacific. Presuming he could have set it down on the water without killing himself. By the time he was down to 1,500 feet over the smooth, dark blue Pacific and headed straight for the Saratoga's bow, she had completed her turn into the wind. Galloway looked down at her deck and saw that she was indeed ready to receive him. He could see faces looking up at him, and he could see that the cables had been raised. And when he glanced at her stern, he could see the landing control officer, his paddles already in hand, waiting to guide him aboard. He started to lower his landing gear. He did not do so in strict accordance with paragraph 19A1 of AN 01-190FB1, which was the U.S. Navy Bureau of Aeronautics Pilot's Handbook of Flight Operating Instructions for F-4F Series aircraft. Paragraph 19A1, which Charlie Galloway knew by heart, said, "Crank down the landing gear." Then came a caution. Be sure the landing gear is fully down. The landing gear in the Wildcat, the newest and hottest and most modern fighter aircraft in the Navy's, and thus the Marine Corps' arsenal, had to be cranked up and down by hand. There was a crank on the right side of the cockpit. It had to be turned no less than 29 times, either to release or retract the gear. The mechanical advantage was not great, and to turn it at all, the pilot had to take his right hand from the stick and fly with his left hand while he cranked hard 29 times with his right hand. Charlie Galloway had learned early on, he had become a naval aviator 3 days after he turned 21, that there wasn't room in the cockpit for anyone to come along and see how closely you followed regulations. The records of VMF 211 indicated that Charles M. Galloway was currently qualified in F2A3, F4F4, R4D, and PBY5 and PBY5A aircraft. The R4D was the Navy version of the Douglas DC-3, a twin-engined, 21-passenger transport, and the PBY-5 was the consolidated Catalina, a twin-engined seaplane that had started out as sort of a bomber and was now primarily used as a long-range observation and anti-submarine aircraft. The PBY-5A was the amphibian version of the PBY-5. Retractable gear had been fitted to it. The Marine Corps had no R4D and PBY-5 aircraft assigned to it. Charlie Galloway had learned to fly them when he and some other Marine pilots had been borrowed from the Corps to help the Navy test them, get them ready for service, and ferry them from the factories to their squadrons. He had picked up a lot of time in the R4D, even going through an Army Air Corps course on how to use it to drop parachutists. He was, therefore, in his judgment, a good and experienced aviator, with close to 2,000 hours total time, 10 times as much as some of the second lieutenants who had just joined VMF 211 as replacements. He was also, in his own somewhat immodest and so far untested opinion, one hell of a fighter pilot, who had figured out a way to get the goddamned gear down without cranking the goddamned handle until you were blue in the face. It involved the physical principle that an object in motion tends to remain in motion, absent restricting forces. Charlie had learned that if he unlocked the landing gear, then put the Wildcat in a sharp turn, the gear would attempt to continue in the direction it had been going. Phrased simply, when he put the Wildcat in a sharp turn, the landing gear crank would spin madly of its own volition, and when it was finished spinning, the gear would be down. All you had to do was lock it down, and of course, remember to keep your hand and arm out of the way of the spinning crank. He did so now. The crank spun, the gear went down, and he locked it in place. Then, from memory, he went through the landing checkoff list. He unlocked the tail wheel. He lowered and locked the arresting hook, which, if things went well, would catch one of several cables stretched across the deck of the Saratoga and bring him to a safe but abrupt halt. He pulled his goggles down from where they had been resting on the leather helmet, and then slid open and locked the over-the-cockpit canopy. He pushed the carburetor air control all the way into the direct position, retarded the throttle, and set the propeller governor for 2100 RPM. He set the mixture control into auto-rich, opened the cowl flaps, and lowered the wing flaps. All the time he was doing this, he was turning on his final approach. that is to say, lining himself up with the deck of the Saratoga. The landing control officer was ready for him. Using his paddles, he signaled to Charlie Galloway that he was just a hair to the right of a desirable landing path. Then, at the last moment, he made his decision and signaled Charlie to bring it in and set it down. Charlie's arresting hook caught the first cable, and the Wildcat was jerked to a sudden halt with a force that was always astonishing. Whenever he made a carrier landing, Charlie Galloway felt an enormous sense of relief, and then, despite a genuine effort to restrain it, a feeling of smug accomplishment. Ships and airplanes were different creatures. They were not intended to mate on the high seas, but he had just done exactly that. Again, this made carrier landing number 206. And there weren't very many people in the whole wide world who could do that even once. As the White Hats rushed up to disengage the cable, he quickly went through the stopping the engine checklist, again from memory. By the time the propeller stopped turning and he had shut off the ignition, battery, and fuel selector switches, a plane captain was there to help him get out of the cockpit, and he saw Major Vern J. McCall, USMC, commanding officer of VMF 221, standing on the deck, smiling at him. VMF 221, equipped with 14 F-2A-3 Brewster Buffaloes, was stationed aboard the Saratoga. Galloway had known him for some time, liked him, and was glad to see him. Charlie jumped off the wing root and walked to him. "I am delighted," said Major McCall, who was 35 and looked younger. "Nay, overjoyed to see you." Galloway looked at him suspiciously. "The odds were 4-1 you'd never make it out here," McCall said. "I took $100 worth at those odds, 25 of them for you." "You knew I was coming?" "There was a radio from Pearl about an hour ago," McCall said. "Apparently it didn't say arrest on sight, or there would be a Marine with irons waiting for me," Galloway thought. "Well, that certainly was very nice of you, sir," Galloway said, not absolutely sure that McCall wasn't pulling his leg. Proof that he was not came when McCall handed him 5 $20 bills. It then occurred to him that he had, literally, jumped from the frying pan into the fire. He had made it this far, but the next stop was Wake Island. The odds, bullshit aside, that Wake could be held against the Japanese seemed pretty remote. He had no good reason to presume that he would be any better a pilot or any luckier than the pilots of VFM 211 on Wake who had already been shot down. Then he remembered what Big Steve Oblensky had once told him. The function of Marines was to stop bullets for civilians. That's what they were really paying you for. "The captain wants to see you after you're cleaned up," Major McCall said. "In the meantime, I'm sorry to have to tell you you're to consider yourself under arrest." "Am I in trouble that deep, Major?" "I'm afraid so, Charlie. The Navy's really pissed," Major McCall said. "I'll do what I can for you, but they're really pissed." "Oh, hell," Charlie said, and then, not too convincingly, he smiled. "Well, what the hell, Major? What can they do to me? Send me to Wake Island?" Chapter 2 1. Washington, D.C., 19 December 1941. As his taxi drove past the White House, Fleming Pickering, a tall, handsome, superbly tailored man in his early 40s, noticed steel-helmeted soldiers, armed with rifles, bayonets fixed, guarding the gates. He wondered if they were really necessary. Was there a real threat to the security of either the president or the building itself? Or were these guards being used for a little domestic propaganda, a symbol that the nation had been at war for not quite 2 weeks, and that the White House was now the headquarters of the commander-in-chief? Certainly, he reasoned, even before what the president had so eloquently dubbed a day that will live in infamy, the Secret Service and the White House police must have had contingency plans to protect the president in case of war. These would have called for more sophisticated measures than the posting of a corporal's guard of riflemen at the White House gates. Fleming Pickering, chairman of the board of the Pacific and Far Eastern Shipping Corporation, was not an admirer of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, President of the United States. This was not to say that he did not respect him. Roosevelt was, he acknowledged, both a brilliant man and a consummate master of the art of molding public opinion. Roosevelt had managed to garner public support for policies, Lend-Lease in particular, that were, in Pickering's judgment, not only disastrous and probably illegal, but which had, in the end, on the day of infamy, brought the United States into a war it probably could have stayed out of, and which it was pathetically ill-prepared to fight. Fleming Pickering was considerably more aware than most Americans of what an absolute disaster Pearl Harbor had been. He and his wife had been in Honolulu when the Japanese struck. They had witnessed the burning and sinking battleships at the Navy base and the twisted, smoldering carnage at Hickam Field. Despite his personal misgivings about Roosevelt, less than an hour after the last Japanese aircraft had left, as he watched the rescue and salvage operations, he had understood that the time to protest and oppose the president had passed, that it was clearly his and everyone's duty to rally around the commander-in-chief and make what contribution he could to the war effort. Fleming Pickering had come to Washington to offer his services. He had two additional thoughts as the taxi drove down Pennsylvania Avenue past the White House. First, a feeling of sympathy for the soldiers standing there in the freezing cold in their steel helmets. A tin pot is a miserable son of a bitch to have to wear when it's cold and snowing and the wind is blowing. He knew that from experience. Corporal Fleming Pickering, USMC, had worn one in the trenches in France in 1918. And second, that with a little bit of luck, when the American people learned the hard way what that son of a bitch in the White House had gotten them into, he could be voted out of office in 1944. If there was still something called the United States of America in 1944. The taxi, a DeSoto sedan painted yellow, turned off Pennsylvania Avenue, made a sharp U-turn, and pulled to the curb before the marquee of the Foster Lafayette Hotel. A doorman, in a heavy overcoat liberally adorned with golden cords, trotted out from the protection of his glass-walled guard post and pulled open the door. "Well, hello, Mr. Pickering," he said with a genuine smile. "It's nice to see you, sir." "Hello, Ken," Pickering said, offering his hand. "What do you think of the weather?" Once out of the cab, he turned and handed the driver several dollar bills, indicating with his hand that he didn't want any change, and then walked quickly into the hotel and across the lobby to the reception desk. There was a line, and he took his place in it. 4 people were ahead of him. Finally, it was his turn. "May I help you, sir?" the desk clerk asked, making it immediately plain to Fleming Pickering that the clerk had no idea who he was. "My name is Fleming Pickering," he said. "I need a place to stay for a couple of days, maybe a week." "Have you a reservation, sir?" Pickering shook his head. The desk clerk raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Without a reservation, sir." "Is Mr. Telford in the house?" "Why, yes, sir, I believe he is." "I wonder if you could tell him I'm here, please?" Max Telford, resident manager of the Foster Lafayette Hotel, a short, pudgy, balding man wearing a frock coat, striped trousers, and a wing collar, appeared a moment later. "We didn't expect you, Mr. Pickering," he said, offering his hand. "But you're very welcome nonetheless." "How are you, Max?" Pickering said, smiling. I gather the house is full?" "Yes, indeed." "What am I to do?" Pickering said. "I need a place to stay. Is there some Democrat we can evict?" Telford chuckled. "I don't think we'll have to go that far. There's always room for you here, Mr. Pickering." "Is Mrs. Fowler in town?" "No, sir. I believe she's in Florida." "Then why don't I impose on the senator?" "I'm sure the senator would be delighted," Telford said. He turned and took a key from the rack of cubbyholes. "I'll take you up." "I know how to find it. Come up in a while and we'll have a little liquid cheer." "Why don't I send up a tray of hors d'oeuvres?" "That would be nice. Give me 15 minutes to take a shower." "Thank you, Max." Pickering took the key and walked to the bank of elevators. Max Telford turned to the desk clerk. "I know you haven't been with us long, Mr. Denny, but you do know, don't you, who owns this inn?" "Yes, sir. Mr. Foster. Mr. Andrew Foster." "And you know that there are 41 other Foster hotels?" "Yes, sir." "Well, for your general information, as you begin what we both hope will be a long and happy career with Foster Hotels, I think I should tell you that Mr. Andrew Foster has one child, a daughter, and that she is married to the chairman of the board of the Pacific and Far Eastern Shipping Corporation." "The gentleman to whom you just gave the key to Senator Fowler's suite?" Mr. Denny asked, but it was more of a pained realization than a question. "Correct. Mr. Fleming Pickering. Mr. Pickering and Senator Fowler are very close." "I'm sorry, Mr. Telford. I just didn't know." "That's why I'm telling you. There is one more thing. Until last week, we had a young Marine officer, a second lieutenant, in the house. His name is Malcolm Pickering. If he should ever appear at the desk here looking for a room, which is a good possibility, I suggest that it would behoove you to treat him with the same consideration with which you would treat Mr. Foster himself. He is Mr. Foster's grandson, his only grandchild, and the heir apparent to the throne." "I take your point, sir," Mr. Denny said. "Don't look so stricken," Telford said. "They're all very nice people. The boy, they call him Pick, worked 2 summers for me. Once as a sous chef at the Foster Park in New York, and the other time as the bell captain at the Andrew Foster in San Francisco." 2. Washington, D.C., 17:35 hours, 19 December, 1941. When Senator Richardson S. Fowler walked in, Fleming Pickering was sitting on the wide, leather-upholstered sill of a window in the senator's sitting room. A glass of whiskey was in Pickering's hand. Senator Fowler's suite was 6 rooms on the corner of the 8th floor of the Foster Lafayette, overlooking the White House, which was almost directly across Pennsylvania Avenue from the hotel. "I had them let me in," Fleming Pickering said. "I hope you don't mind. The house is full." "Oh, don't be silly," Senator Fowler said automatically, and then with real feeling. "Jesus, Flem, it's good to see you." Senator Fowler was more than a decade older than Fleming Pickering. He was getting portly, and his jowls were starting to grow rosy and to sag. "He looks more and more like a politician," Flem Pickering thought, aware that it was unkind. Years ago, as a very young man, Pickering had heard and immediately adopted as part of his personal philosophy an old and probably banal observation that to have friends, one must permit them to have one serious flaw. So far as Pickering was concerned, Richardson Fowler's flaw was that he was a politician, the junior senator from the great state of California. Flem Pickering had a habit of picking up trite and banal phrases and adopting them as his own, ofttimes verbatim, sometimes revising them. So far as he was concerned, Richardson Fowler was the exception to a phrase he had lifted from Will Rogers and altered. Will Rogers said he had never met a man he didn't like. Pickering's version was that, Richardson Fowler accepted, he had never met a politician he had liked. He had tried and failed to understand what drove Fowler to seek public office. It certainly wasn't that he needed the work. Richardson Fowler had inherited from his father the San Francisco Courier-Herald, 9 smaller newspapers, and 6 radio stations. His wife and her brother owned, it was said, more or less accurately, 2 square blocks of downtown San Francisco, plus several million acres of timberland in Washington and Oregon. If Fowler was consumed by some desire to do good, to lead people in this direction or that, it seemed to Pickering that the newspapers and the radio stations gave Fowler the means to accomplish it. He didn't have to run for office, with all that meant, for the privilege of coming east to the hot, muggy, provincial, small southern town that was the nation's capital, to consort with a depressing collection of failed lawyers and other scoundrels. But oh, Flem Pickering, he thought, what a hypocrite you are. Right now, you are delighted to have access to a man with the political clout you pretend to scorn. Senator Fowler dropped his heavy, battered, well-filled briefcase at his feet and crossed the room to Pickering. They shook hands, and then the senator put his arm around the younger man's shoulders and hugged him. "I was worried about you, you bastard," he said. "You and Patricia. She here with you?" "She's in San Francisco," Pickering said. "She's fine." "And Pick?" "He's at Pensacola, learning how to fly," Pickering said. "I thought you knew." "I knew he was going down there," the senator said. "I had dinner with him, 6 days, a week ago. But he never came to say goodbye to me." There was disappointment, perhaps even a little resentment in his voice. Senator Fowler had known Pickering from the day he was born. "If you were a second lieutenant and they gave you 2 days off, would you spend them seeing an aging uncle politician or trying to get laid?" Pickering asked with a smile. The senator snorted a laugh. "Well, he could have tried to squeeze in 15 minutes for me between jumps," he said. He turned and walked to an antique sideboard loaded with whiskey bottles. "I have been thinking about having one of these for the last 2 hours. You all right?" Flem Pickering raised his nearly full glass to show that he was. Senator Fowler half-filled a glass with Johnny Walker Black Label Scotch, added 1 ice cube, and then sprayed soda into it from a wire-wrapped soda bottle. "This stuff," the senator said, raising his glass, "is already getting in short supply. God damn German submarines." "I have 411 cases," Fleming Pickering said. "If you treat me right, I might put a case or 2 aside for you." Fowler, smiling, looked at him curiously. "Off the Princess, the Destiny, and the Enterprise," Pickering explained. The Pacific Princess, 51,000 tons, a sleek, fast passenger liner, was the flagship of the Pacific and Far Eastern Shipping Corporation. The Pacific Destiny and the Pacific Enterprise, 44,500 tons each, were sister ships, slightly smaller and slower, but, some said, more luxurious. "Is that why you're here?" Senator Fowler asked. "The Navy after them again?" "Flem?" Pickering held up his hand to shut him off. "I sold them," he said. "When rape is inevitable, etc., etc.?" Fowler asked. "No," Pickering said. "I think I could have won that one in the courts. The Navy could have commandeered them, but they couldn't have forced me to sell them." Senator Fowler did not agree, but he didn't say so. "And it wasn't patriotism either," Pickering said. "More like enlightened self-interest." "Oh?" "Or a vision of the future," Pickering said. Now you've lost me, Senator Fowler confessed. We came home from Hawaii via Seattle, Pickering said, pausing to sip at his drink. On the Destiny, we averaged 27 knots for the trip. It took us 120 hours. Fast crossing, Fowler interrupted, doing some quick, rough arithmetic. 5.5 days. Uh-huh, Pickering said, testing the notion that a fast passenger liner can run away from submarines. Not proving the theory? You made it. The theory presumes that submarines are not sitting ahead of you, waiting for you to come into range, Pickering said. And there may not have been any Japanese submarines around. Okay, Senator Fowler agreed. Theory. While we were in Seattle, I drove past the Boeing plant. Long lines of huge 4-engine airplanes, B-17s, capable of making it nonstop to Hawaii in 12 hours. Uh-huh, Fowler agreed. He had flown in the B-17 and was impressed with it. That airplane may just get our chestnuts out of the fire in this war. Pickering went off at a tangent. You heard, Dick, that some military moron had all the B-17s in Hawaii lined up in rows for the convenience of the Japanese? Fowler shook his head in disbelief or disgust, or both. There, and in the Philippines, he said. Christ, they really caught us with our pants down. I talked to an Army Air Corps pilot in the bar of the hotel, Pickering said. He said a flight of B-17s from the States arrived while the raid was going on, and with no ammunition for their machine guns. I heard that too. Anyway, Pickering said, looking at those B-17s in Seattle, it occurred to me that they could more or less easily be modified to carry passengers, and that, presuming we win this war, that's the way the public is going to want to cross oceans in the future. 12 hours to Hawaii beats 5 or 6 days, all to hell. Out of school, this is classified, Howard Hughes proposes to build an airplane, out of plywood, no less, that will carry 400 soldiers across the Atlantic. Then you understand what I'm saying. The day of the passenger liner, I'm afraid, is over. And since the Navy was making a decent offer for my ships, I decided to take it. A decent offer? They're spending the taxpayers' money, not their own. A very decent offer. All of them? Just the liners. I'm keeping the cargo ships, and I will not sell them to the Navy. If the Navy tries to make me sell them, I'll take them to the Supreme Court and win. Anyway, that's where I got all the scotch. I can also make you a very good deal on some monogrammed sterling silver flatware from the first-class dining rooms. Fowler chuckled. I'm surprised the Navy let you keep that. So am I, Pickering said. What are you going to do with all that money? Fowler asked. Get rid of it, quickly, before that son of a bitch across the street thinks of some way to tax me out of it, Pickering said. You are speaking, sir, Fowler said, mockingly sonorous, of your president and the commander-in-chief. You bet I am, Pickering said. I told my broker to buy into Boeing, Douglas, and whatever airlines he can find. I think I'd like to own an airline. And when Pick comes home from the war, he can run it? Pickering met his eyes. Sure. Why not? I don't intend to dwell on the other possibility. I don't know why I feel awkward saying this, Senator Fowler said. But I pray for him, Flem. Thank you, Pickering said. So do I. So, what are you doing in Washington? Fowler said to change the subject. You know a lawyer named Bill Donovan, Wall Street? Sure. You know what he's doing these days? Where did you think he's getting the money to do it? He examined his now empty glass. I'm going to build another one of these. You want one? Please, Dick. You think you'd make a good spy? Senator Fowler asked. No. Then why are you going to see Donovan? He called me. Once before December 7th and twice since. Once when Patricia and I were still in Honolulu, and the second the day before yesterday in Frisco. He got me the priority to fly in here. Do you know what he's doing? I figured you would. Fowler grunted as he refilled their glasses. He handed Pickering his drink and then went on. Right now, he's the coordinator of information for $1 a year. It was Franklin Roosevelt's idea. That sounds like a propaganda outfit. I think maybe it's supposed to. He's got Robert Sherwood, the playwright, and some other people like that who will do propaganda. They've moved into the National Institutes of Health building. But there's another angle to it, an intelligence angle. He's gathered together a group of experts. He's got 9 or 10, and he's shooting for a dozen, and this is probably what he has in mind for you, who are going to collect all the information generated by all the intelligence services. You know, the Army's G2, the Office of Naval Intelligence, the FBI, the State Department, everybody, and try to make some overall global sense out of it for presentation to the president. I don't think I understand, Pickering confessed. Donovan makes the point, and I think he's right, that the service intelligence operations are too parochial, that they have blinders on them like a carriage horse. They see the war only from the viewpoint of the Navy or the Army or whatever. The senator looked at Pickering to see if he was getting through. Pickering made a, "Come on, tell me more," gesture with his hand. Okay, let's say the Navy finds out, as they did, that the Germans had established a weather station and aerial navigation facilities in Greenland. The Navy's solution to the problem would be to send a battleship to blow it up. Where would they get one? The Navy's fresh out of battleships. The Japanese use them for target practice. You want to hear this or not? Sorry. You're going to have to learn to curb your lip phlegm if you're going to go to work for Bill Donovan or anywhere else in the government. What happened to free speech? It went out the same window with Franklin Roosevelt's pledge that our boys would never fight on foreign soil, the senator said. I'm not working for him yet, Pickering said. Smiling, Senator Fowler shook his head and then went on. As I was saying, if Navy intelligence finds something, they propose a Navy solution. If the Army Air Corps had found out about the Germans on Greenland, they would have proposed sending bombers to eliminate them. Am I getting through to you? Pickering nodded. The idea is that Donovan's people, his 12 disciples, as they're called, will get intelligence information from every source, evaluate it, and make a strategic recommendation. In other words, after the Navy found the Greenland Germans, Donovan's people might have recommended sending Army Air Corps bombers. That sounds like a good idea. It is, but I don't think it will work. Why not? Inter-service rivalry, primarily, and that now includes J. Edgar Hoover and the FBI. Until Bill Donovan showed up, Edgar thought that if war came, the FBI would be in charge of intelligence, period. Edgar is a very dangerous man, if crossed. The story I got was that Donovan got Hoover his job, running the FBI. That was yesterday. In Washington, the question is, what have you done for me today, and what can you do for me tomorrow? Anyway, the facts are that everybody has drawn their knives to cut Donovan's throat. I'm betting on Donovan, but I've been wrong before. Really? Pickering teased. That's what you'd be getting into if you went to work for him, Flem. When do you see him? He wanted me to have dinner with him tonight, but I wasn't in the mood. I told him I would come to his office in the morning. Boy, have you got a lot to learn, Fowler said. Meaning I should have shown up, grateful for the privilege of a free meal from the great man? Yeah, exactly. Fuck him, Fleming Pickering said. So far as I'm concerned, Bill Donovan is just one more overpaid ambulance chaser. You'd better hope he doesn't know you think that. He already does. I already told him. You did? Senator Fowler asked, deciding as he spoke that it was probably true. He represented us before the International Maritime Court when a Pacific and Orient tanker rammed our Hawaiian trader. You wouldn't believe the bill that son of a bitch sent me. I hope you paid it, Fowler said wryly. I did, Pickering said, but not before I called him up and told him what I thought of it, and him. Oh, Christ, Flem, you're something, Fowler said, laughing. I couldn't get near the club car, much less the dining car on the train from New York, Pickering said. All I've had to eat all day is a roll on the airplane and some hors d'oeuvres. I'm starving. You have any plans for dinner? Fowler shook his head no. Until you graced me with your presence, I was going to take my shoes off, collapse on the couch, and get something from room service. There was a knock at the door. It was Max Telford. Come on in, Max, Pickering called. The senator was just extolling the virtues of your room service. I've got someone with me, Telford said, and a very large, very black man in the traditional chef's uniform of starched white hat and jacket and striped gray trousers pushed a rolling cart loaded with silver food warmers into the room. Hello, Jefferson, Pickering said, as he crossed the room to him and offered his hand. How the hell are you? I thought you were in New York. No, sir. I've been here about 3 months, the chef said. I heard you were in the house and thought maybe you'd like something more than crackers and cheese to munch on. Great. I'm starving. You know the senator? I know who the senator is, Jefferson Dittler said. Dick Jefferson Dittler. Jefferson succeeded where Patricia failed. He got picked to wash dishes. Lots of dishes, Dittler laughed. Then I taught him a little about cooking. Oh, I've heard about you, Senator Fowler said, shaking hands. You're the fellow who taught Pick how to make hollandaise in a Waring blender. That was supposed to be a professional secret, Dittler said. Well, Pick betrayed your confidence, Fowler said. He taught that trick to my wife. He's a nice boy, Dittler said. Pickering turned from the array of bottles and handed Dittler a glass dark with whiskey. That's that awful fermented corn you like, distilled in a moldy old barrel in some Kentucky holler. That's why it's so good, Dittler said. The moldy old barrel, the secret. He raised his glass. To Pick. May God be with him. Here, here, Senator Fowler said. Fleming Pickering started lifting the silver food covers. Very nice, he said. One more proof that someone of my superior intelligence knows how to raise children for fun and profit. Jefferson never did this sort of thing for me before Pick worked for him. He's a nice boy, Jefferson Dittler repeated, and then, his tone suggesting it was something he desperately wanted to believe. Smart as a whip. You'll be all right in the Marines. 3. Building F, Anacostia Naval Air Station, Washington, D.C., 20 December, 1941. The interview between Mr. Fleming Pickering, chairman of the board of the Pacific and Far Eastern Shipping Corporation, and Colonel William J. Donovan, the coordinator of information to the President of the United States, did not go well. For one thing, when Mr. Pickering was not in Colonel Donovan's outer office at the agreed-upon time, 9:45 a.m., Colonel Donovan went to his next appointment. This required Mr. Pickering, who arrived at 9:51 a.m., to cool his heels for more than an hour with an old copy of Time magazine. Mr. Pickering was not used to cooling his heels in anyone's office, and he was more than a little annoyed. More importantly, Mr. Pickering quickly learned that Colonel Donovan did not intend for him to become one of the 12 disciples that Senator Fowler had mentioned, but rather that he would be an advisor to one of the disciples should he come aboard. That disciple was named. Mr. Pickering knew him, both personally and professionally. He was a banker, and Pickering was willing to acknowledge that Donovan's man had a certain degree of expertise in international finance, which was certainly closely connected with international maritime commerce. But the United States was not about to consider opening new and profitable shipping channels. Victory, in Fleming Pickering's judgment, was going to go to whichever of the warring powers could transport previously undreamed of tonnages of military equipment, damn the cost, to any number of obscure ports under the most difficult conditions. In that connection, there were two problems, as Pickering saw the situation. First, there was the actual safe passage of the vessels, getting them past enemy surface and submersible warships. That was obviously going to be the Navy's problem. The second problem, equally important to the execution of a war, was cargo handling and refueling facilities at the destination ports. A ship's cargo was useless unless it could be unloaded. A ship itself was useless if its fuel bunkers were dry. Carrying the war to the enemy, Pickering knew, meant the interdiction of the enemy's sea passages and denying to him ports through which his land and air forces had to be supplied. If the president was going to get evaluations of the maritime situation, it seemed perfectly clear to Fleming Pickering that it should come from someone expert in the nuts and bolts, someone who could make judgments based on his own experience with ships and ports, not someone whose experience was limited to the bottom line on a profit and loss statement, or whose sea experience was limited to crossing the Atlantic in a first-class cabin on the Queen Mary or some other luxury liner. Someone like him, for example. This was not overwhelmingly modest, he realized, but neither was it a manifestation of a runaway ego. When Fleming Pickering stepped aboard a P&FE ship, or for that matter, ships of a dozen other lines, he was addressed as captain and given the privilege of the bridge. It was not simply a courtesy given to a wealthy shipowner. When Fleming Pickering had come home from France in 1918, he had almost immediately married. Then, to the horror of his new in-laws, he had shipped out as an apprentice seaman aboard a P&FE freighter. As his father and grandfather had done before him, he had worked his way up in the deck department, ultimately sitting for his master's ticket, any tonnage, any ocean, a week before his 26th birthday. He had been relief master on board the Pacific Vagabond, 5 days out of Auckland for Manila, when the radio operator had brought to the bridge the message that his father had suffered a coronary thrombosis, and that, in a special session of the stockholders, that is to say, his mother, he had been elected chairman of the board of the Pacific and Far Eastern Shipping Corporation. Pickering tried to make this point to Colonel Donovan, and failed. He was not particularly surprised when Donovan politely told him, in effect, to take the offer of a job as advisor to the disciple, or go fuck himself. The disciple was one of Donovan's Wall Street cronies. Pickering would have been surprised if Donovan had accepted the wisdom of his arguments. And, he was honest enough to admit, he would have been disappointed if he had. He didn't want to fight the war from behind a goddamned desk in Sodom on Potomac. "General McInerney will see you now, Mr. Pickering," the impeccably shorn, shined, and erect Marine lieutenant said. Will you come with me, please, sir? Brigadier General D.G. McInerney, USMC, got to his feet and came around from behind his desk as Fleming Pickering was shown into his office. He was a stocky, barrel-chested man, wearing naval aviator's wings on the breast of his heavily beribboned uniform tunic. "Why, Corporal Pickering," he said. "My, how you've aged." "Hello, you bald-headed old bastard," Pickering replied. "How the hell are you?" General McInerney's intended handshake degenerated into an affectionate hug. The two men, who had become friends in their teens, beamed happily at each other. "It's a little early, but what the hell," General McInerney said. "Charlie, get a bottle of the good booze and a couple of glasses." "Aye, aye, sir," his aide-de-camp replied. Although he was a little taken aback by the unaccustomed display of affection, and it was the first time he had ever heard anyone refer to General McInerney as a bald-headed old bastard, he was not totally surprised. Until a week ago, General McInerney's temporary junior aide had been a second lieutenant fresh from Quantico, whom General McInerney had arranged to get in the flight training program at Pensacola. His name was Malcolm Pickering, and this was obviously his father. The general had told him that they had served together in France in the First World War. "Pick's a nice boy, Flem," General McInerney said, as he waved Pickering into one end of a rather battered couch and sat down on the other end. "I was tempted to keep him." "I'm grateful to you for all you did for him, Doc," Pickering said. "Hell," McInerney said depreciatingly. "The Corps needs pilots more than it needs club officers, and that's what those paper pushers and personnel were going to do with him." "Well, I'm grateful nonetheless," Pickering said. "I got one for you," McInerney said. "I called down there to make sure they weren't going to make him a club officer down there, and you know who his roommate is? Jack Stecker's boy. He just graduated from West Point." Fleming Pickering had no idea what McInerney was talking about, and it showed on his face. "Jack Stecker," McInerney went on. "Buck Sergeant got the medal at Belleau Wood?" The medal was the Medal of Honor, often erroneously called the Congressional Medal of Honor, the nation's highest award for valor in action. "Oh, yeah, the skinny guy. Pennsylvania Dutchman. No middle name," Pickering remembered. "Right," McInerney chuckled. "Jack NMI Stecker." "I always wondered what had happened to him," Pickering said. "He was one hard-nosed son of a bitch." The description was a compliment. The aide handed each of them a glass of whiskey. "Mud in your eye?" McInerney said, raising his glass and then draining it. "Belleau Wood," Pickering said dryly before he emptied his glass. "Jack stayed in the Corps," McInerney went on. "They wanted to send him to Annapolis. Christ, he wasn't any older than we were. He could have graduated with a regular commission when he was 23 or 24, but he wanted to get married, so he turned it down. Until last summer, he was a master gunnery sergeant at Quantico." "Was?" "They made him a captain. He's at Diego. And now our kids are second lieutenants. Christ, we're getting old, Doc." "Jack had two boys. The older one went to Annapolis. He was an ensign on the Arizona. He was KIA on December 7th. "Oh, Christ." The two men looked at each other a moment, eyes locked, and then McInerney shrugged and Pickering threw up his hands helplessly. "So, what brings you to Washington, Flem?" McInerney asked, changing the subject. "I thought you hated the place." "I do, and with rare exceptions, everyone in it. I'm looking for a job." "Oh?" "I just saw Colonel William J. Donovan," Pickering said. "He sent for me." "And I guess you know what he's up to." "I've got a pretty good idea." Out of school? He's giving the commandant a fit. Oh? How so? The scuttlebutt going around is that Roosevelt wants to commission Donovan a brigadier general in the Corps. But he was in the Army, Pickering protested. Yeah, I know. The president is very impressed, or so I hear, with the British commandos, hit-and-run raids. He wants American commandos, and he thinks they belong in the Corps. I hope the hell it's not true. It sounds idiotic to me, Pickering said. Tell your important friends, Senator Fowler, for example. I will. Just don't quote me. Don't be silly, Doc. You were about to tell me, I think, what you're going to do for Donovan. Nothing. I decided I didn't want to work for him. Or maybe vice versa. Anyway, I'm not going to work for him. Won't you have enough to do running your company? Hell, transportation is going to win or lose this war. I sold the passenger ships, at least the larger ones, to the Navy, Pickering replied. And the freighters and tankers will probably go on long-term charter to either the Navy or the Maritime Administration, the ones that aren't already, that is. There's not a hell of a lot for me to do. So, what are you going to do? Strange, General, that you should ask that question, Pickering said. What's on your mind, Flem? McInerney asked, a hint of suspicion in his voice. How about once a Marine, always a Marine? McInerney looked at him with disbelief and uneasiness in his eyes. Flem, you're not talking about you coming back in the Corps, are you? Are you serious? Yes, I am, and yes, I am, Pickering said. Why is that so? To judge from the look in your eyes and your tone of voice. Incredible? Come on, Flem, McInerney said. You've been out of the Corps since 1919. And then, forgive me, you were a corporal. There should be some job where I could be useful, Pickering said. Christ, I've been running 81 ships and their crews, and all the shore facilities. I'm sure the Navy would love to commission someone with your kind of experience. Or for that matter, the Transportation Corps or the Army. I don't want to be a goddamn sailor. Think it through, McInerney said. Flem, I'm telling you the way it is. So tell me, I'm apparently a little dense. Your experience, your shipping business experience, is in what I think of as base logistics, moving large amounts of heavy cargo by sea from one place to another. The Navy does that for the Marine Corps. It occurred to me that I could be one hell of a division supply officer, division quartermaster, whatever they call it. That calls for a lieutenant colonel, maybe a full colonel. If there was strong resistance among the palace guard to commissioning people, Marines like Jack Stecker, a master gunnery sergeant, as captains, what makes you think they'd commission a civilian, a former corporal, as a lieutenant colonel? I'm willing to start at the bottom. I don't have to be a lieutenant colonel. McInerney laughed. I think you really believe that. Yes, I do. As a major? A captain? That's your idea of starting at the bottom? Why not? Flem, when was the last time someone told you what to do? Gave you an order? Well, just for the sake of argument, I think I can still take orders, but I have the feeling that I'm just wasting my breath. You want the truth from me, old buddy, or bullshit from some paper pusher? That would depend on what the bullshit was. Why, we would love to have you, Mr. Pickering, followed by an assignment as, say, a major and deputy assistant maintenance officer for mess kit rehabilitation at Barstow or some other supply depot, where you would do A hell of a job rehabilitating mess kits and being all-around pain in the ass the rest of the time. You want to march off to war again, Flem, and that's just not going to happen. Unless, of course, you go to the Navy. They really would love to have you. Fuck the Navy, Fleming Pickering said. He stood up. General McInerney eyed him warily. I suppose I've made a real fool of myself, haven't I, Doc? Pickering said calmly. No, not at all. I'm just sorry things are the way things are. Well, I've kept my master's ticket up, and I still own some ships. Taking a ship to sea is better than being, what did you say? A deputy assistant mess kit repair officer? Yes, of course it is. But I keep saying, and you keep ignoring, that the Navy would love to have you. And I keep saying, and you keep ignoring, fuck the Navy. McInerney laughed. Have it your way, Flem. But they are on our side in this war. Well, then, God help us. I was at Pearl Harbor. Is it fair to blame Pearl Harbor on the Navy? On who, then? Fleming Pickering said, and put out his hand. Thank you for seeing me, Doc, and for doing what you did for Pick. If you were 21, I'd get you in flight school, too. No thanks required. Keep in touch, Flem. 4. The Foster Lafayette Hotel, Washington, D.C., 20 December 1941. Thank you very much, Fleming Pickering said politely, then took the receiver from his ear and placed it with elaborate care in its base. It was one of 2 telephones on the coffee table in the sitting room of Senator Richardson Fowler's suite. Then he said, quite clearly, Well, I'll be a son of a bitch. Transcontinental and Western Airlines had just told him that even though he already had his ticket for a flight between New York and San Francisco, with intermediate stops at Chicago and Denver, he could not be boarded without a priority. He had explained to them that he had come from San Francisco with a priority and was simply trying to get home, and that he had presumed that the priority which had brought him to Washington also applied to his return trip. TWA had told him that was not the case. He would need another priority to do so. Fleming Pickering considered his predicament and swore again. That goddamn son of a bitch. He was referring to Colonel William J. Donovan, Coordinator of Information to the President of the United States. This was his fault. Donovan should have arranged for him to get home, gotten him a priority to do so. While he didn't think it was likely the ambulance-chasing son of a bitch was vindictive enough to have canceled his return trip priority after their unpleasant encounter that morning, it was possible. And whether he had canceled the priority or simply neglected to arrange for one, what this meant for Fleming Pickering was that unless he wanted to spend 4 days crossing the country by train, and they probably passed out compartments on the train to people with priorities, which might well mean sitting up in a coach all the way across the country, he was going to have to call the bastard up and politely beg him to get him a priority to go home. There was no question in Pickering's mind that Donovan would get him a priority, and no question either that Donovan would take the opportunity to remind Pickering that priorities were intended for people who were making a contribution to the war effort, not for people who placed their own desires and ambitions above the common good by, for example, declining to serve with the Office of the Coordinator of Information. Then Fleming Pickering had another thought. Richardson Fowler could probably get him a priority. Dick was a politician. Whatever law the politicians wrote, or whatever they authorized, some agency of the government to implement, such as setting up an air travel priority system, those bastards would take care of themselves first. The thought passed through his mind, and was quickly dismissed, that perhaps he was being a horse's ass, that he was not working for the government and therefore had no right to a priority, and that getting one through Fowler's political influence would deprive of a seat some brave soldier en route to battle the treacherous Jap. He was not going to California to lie on the beach. He still had a shipping company to run. Coming here had taken him away from that. There came a knock at the door. Pickering looked at it and then at his watch. It was probably Dick Fowler. But why would Fowler knock? "Come?" It was Max Telford. "Hello, Max. What's up?" "I have a somewhat delicate matter I thought I should bring to your attention," Telford said. "Will it wait until I pour us a drink? I've had a bad day and desperately need one." "I could use a little taste myself," Telford said. "Thank you." "Scotch, please." When Pickering handed him his drink, Telford handed him a woman's red leather wallet. "What's this?" "It belongs to Miss Ernestine Sage," Telford said. Ernestine Ernie Sage was the daughter of Patricia Pickering's college roommate. "Where'd you get it?" Pickering asked. "Miss Sage left it behind when she left the inn. The wallet and some other things." "I don't quite follow you." "She was not registered, Mr. Pickering," Telford said carefully. "She was here with Pick?" Fleming Pickering's eyes lit up. He liked Ernie Sage, and there had been more than a tiny seed of hope in the jokes over the years, as Ernie and Pick had been growing up, that they could be paired off permanently. Still, it was a dumb thing for Pick to do. Ernest Sage, Ernie's father, was chairman of the board of American Personal Pharmaceuticals, and he routinely stayed in the Foster Lafayette. Pick should have known she would be recognized. "With Pick's friend," Telford said. "Lieutenant McCoy." "I know him," Pickering said without thinking. "He's a nice kid." Pick and McCoy had gone through the officer candidate school at the Marine base at Quantico together. They had nothing in common. McCoy had been a corporal in the peacetime Marine Corps, and what he had earned himself. But Pickering had not been surprised when he had met McCoy and seen the affection between him and his son. Doc McInerney and Flem Pickering had become lifelong friends in the Corps in France, despite a wide disparity in backgrounds. "Then you know he was wounded," Telford said. "No, I hadn't heard about that." "I don't have all the details," Telford said. "I didn't want to pry, but McCoy is apparently some sort of officer courier. He was in the Pacific when the war started, and Pick got one of those missing and presumed dead telegrams. He was pretty shook up about it. And then McCoy called from the West Coast and said he was back. Anyway, Pick came to me and said that McCoy was on his way to Washington, and if there was ever a time a Foster hotel should offer its very best, it was now to McCoy and his lady friend, and that all charges should be put on his account." "And the lady friend turned out to be Ernestine Sage?" "Yes, sir. I recognized her immediately, but I don't know if she knows I knew who she is." "And they were here for a while? Lots of room service?" "Yes, that's a nice way to put it." "Andrew Foster once told me that so far as he's concerned, he's prepared to offer accommodations to 2 female elephants in heat, plus a bull elephant, just as long as they pay the bill and don't soil the carpets," Pickering said. "So, what's the problem?" Telford laughed. He told me a variant of that philosophy. It was 2 swans in heat, so long as they paid the bill and didn't flap their wings and lay eggs in the elevators. Pickering chuckled and then repeated, "So what's the problem? I'd rather my wife didn't hear about this, but so far as I'm concerned, whatever Ernie Sage did in here with Lieutenant McCoy is their business and no one else's." "The problem is how to return Miss Sage's property to her," Telford said. "The only address I have for either of them is the one on her driver's license. That's in Bernardsville, New Jersey. Her parents' home, I think." "Telford, your discretion is in keeping with the highest traditions of the innkeeping trade," Pickering said, meaning it. "If Ernest Sage found out, or even suspected, that his only child, his precious little Ernie, was shacked up with a Marine officer in a hotel in Washington, there would be hell to pay. Let me think." He did just that as he took a deep pull at his drink. "Ernie works for an advertising agency in New York," he said after a moment. "J. Walter Thompson is on Madison Avenue. Check the phone book. Send it to her there. Special delivery, and put Pick's address on it as the return address." "All I have for that would be Pensacola, Florida." "Add student, flight training program, U.S. Navy Air Station," Pickering said. "I'm glad I brought this to your attention," Telford said. "So am I. You about ready for another of these?" "No, thank you." The door opened, and Senator Richardson Fowler walked in. There was someone with him, a stocky, well-dressed man in his 60s. He stopped inside the door, took gold-rimmed pince-nez from a vest pocket, polished them quickly with a handkerchief, and then put them on his nose. "Good evening, Mr. Secretary," Telford said. "It's nice to see you, sir." "Hello, Telford. How are you?" said Secretary of the Navy Frank W. Knox. "Fine, and on my way out, sir," Telford said. "Is there anything I can send up?" "All we want right now is a drink, Max." "Thanks," Fowler said. He waited until Telford had left, closing the door behind him, and then went on. "Frank told me at lunch, to my surprise, that you two don't know each other." "Only by reputation," Pickering said, crossing the room to Knox and giving him his hand. "I was about to say just that," Knox said. "How do you do, Pickering?" The two examined each other with unabashed curiosity. "Scotch for you, Frank?" Senator Fowler asked, looking over his shoulder from the array of bottles. "Please," Knox said absently, and then, "Dick tells me you're going to work for Bill Donovan." "That didn't work out," Pickering said. "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that," Knox said. "Why should you be sorry? It takes away an argument I was going to use on you." "What argument was that?" Senator Fowler knew Frank Knox almost as well as he knew Fleming Pickering. Sensing that their first meeting already showed signs of becoming confrontational, he hurried over with the drinks. "You all right, Flem?" "Oh, I think I might have another. You can't fly on 6 or 7 wings, you know." He walked to the array of liquor. "I gather your meeting with Bill Donovan was not entirely successful?" Fowler asked. "No, it wasn't," Pickering replied. "You want to tell me why?" "Well, aside from the fact that we don't like each other, which is always a problem if you're going to work for somebody, you were wrong about his wanting to make me one of his 12 disciples. What he had in mind was my being a minor saint, Saint Fleming the Humble, to one of his Wall Street moneymen." "You have been at the sauce, haven't you?" "It is a blow to the masculine ego, especially in these times of near hysterical patriotism for an ex-Marine to be told, "No thanks, the Corps can't use you. I have had a drink or five. Guilty, your senatorship." "I don't think I understand you," Fowler said. "After I saw Donovan, I tried to enlist and was turned down." "You were a Marine?" Knox asked. "I was," Pickering said, "but as the general reminded me, only a corporal." "Both Napoleon and Hitler were only corporals," said Frank Knox. "I, on the other hand, was a sergeant." Pickering looked at the dignified Secretary of the Navy, saw the twinkle in his eyes, and smiled. "Were you really?" "First United States Volunteer Cavalry, sir," Knox said. "I charged up Kettle Hill with Lieutenant Colonel Theodore Roosevelt." "The good cousin," Pickering said. "Oh, I wouldn't put it quite that way," Knox said. "Franklin grows on you." "I will refrain from saying, Mr. Secretary, how that man grows on me." Knox chuckled. "The Marine Corps turned you down, did they?" "Politely, but firmly." "The Marine Corps is part of the Navy. I'm Secretary of the Navy. Are you a bartering man, Pickering?" "I'll always listen to an offer." Knox nodded and paused thoughtfully before going on. "The reason I was sorry to hear that you're not going to be working for Bill Donovan, Pickering, is that I came here with the intention of making this argument to you. Since you will be working for Donovan, you will not be able to run the Pacific and Far Eastern shipping fleet, so you might as well sell it to the Navy." "Since Fowler apparently has been doing a lot of talking about me," Pickering replied, not pleasantly, "I'm surprised he didn't tell you I told him I have no intention of selling any more of my ships to the Navy or anyone else." "Oh, he told me that," Knox said. "I came here to try to get you to change your mind." "Then I'm afraid you're on a wild goose chase." "You haven't even heard my arguments." Pickering shrugged. "We're desperate for shipping," Knox said. "My ships will haul anything the Navy wants hauled anywhere the Navy wants it hauled." "There are those who believe the maritime unions may cause trouble when there are inevitable losses to submarines and surface raiders." "My crews will sail my ships anywhere I tell them to sail them," Pickering said. "There are those who believe the solution to that problem, which I consider more real than you do, is to send them to sea with Navy crews." "Then they're fools," Pickering said. "Indeed?" Knox asked icily. "Pacific and Far Eastern doesn't have a third mate or a second assistant engineer who is not qualified to sail as master or chief engineer," Pickering said, "which is good for the country. My junior officers are going to be the masters and chief engineers of the ships, the vast fleets of cargo ships we're going to have to build for this war. And my ordinary and able-bodied seamen and my engine room wipers are going to be the junior officers and assistant engineers. You can't teach real, as opposed to Navy, seamanship in 10 or 12 weeks at the Great Lakes Naval Training Center. If somebody is telling you that you can, you had better get a new advisor." "What's the difference between Navy seamanship, Clem, and real seamanship?" Fowler asked. "It takes 3 or 4 Navy sailors to do what one able-bodied seaman is expected to do on a merchantman," Pickering replied. "A merchant seaman does what he sees has to be done, based on a good deal of time at sea. A Navy sailor is trained not to blow his nose until someone tells him to, and then they send a chief petty officer to make sure he blows it in the prescribed manner." You don't seem to have a very high opinion of the U.S. Navy, Knox said sharply. Not if what happened at Pearl Harbor is any indication of the way they think. I was there, Mr. Knox. Knox glowered at him. Fowler saw the secretary's jowls working. There are those, Knox said after a long pause, who advise me that the Navy should stop trying to reason with you and simply seize your vessels under the President's emergency powers. I'll take you to the Supreme Court and win. You can force me, not that you would have to have my ships carry what you want, wherever you want it carried, but you cannot seize them. A couple of minutes ago, the thought entered my head that I might be able to resolve this difference reasonably by offering you a commission in the Marine Corps, say, as a colonel. That now seems rather silly, doesn't it? I don't think silly is the word, Pickering said nastily. Insulting would seem to fit, to both the Corps and me. Phlegm, Senator Fowler protested. It's all right, Dick, Knox said, waving his hand to shut him off. And I don't suppose saying to you, Pickering, that your country needs your vessels would have much effect on you, would it? My ships are at my country's disposal, Pickering said evenly. But what I am not going to do is turn them over to the Navy so the Navy can do to them what it did to the Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor. That's an insult, Knox said, to the courageous men at Pearl Harbor, many of whom gave their lives. No, it's not, Pickering said. I'm not talking about courage. I'm talking about stupidity. If I had your job, Mr. Secretary, I would fire every admiral who was anywhere near Pearl Harbor. Fire them. Hell, stand them in front of a firing squad for gross dereliction of duty. Pearl Harbor should not have happened. That's a fact, and you can't hide it behind a chorus of patriotic outrage that someone would dare sink our fleet. I'm ultimately responsible for whatever happens to the Navy, Knox said. If you really believe that, then maybe you should consider resigning to set an example. Now, God damn it, phlegm, Senator Fowler exploded. That's going too goddamned far. You owe Frank an apology. Not if he really believes that, he doesn't, Knox said. He leaned over and set his glass on the coffee table. Thank you for the drink, Dick, and for the chance to meet Mr. Pickering. Frank? It's been very interesting, the Secretary of the Navy said, if not very fruitful. Frank, Phlegm's had a couple too many, Senator Fowler said. He looks like the kind of man who can handle his liquor, Knox said. Anyway, in vino veritas. He walked to the door and opened it, and then half turned around. Mr. Pickering, I offered my resignation to the President on December 7th. He put it to me that his accepting it would not be in the best interests of the country, and he therefore declined to do so. And then he went through the door and closed it after him. Fleming Pickering and Richardson Fowler looked at each other. Pickering saw anger in his old friend's eyes. There was a momentary urge to apologize, but then Fleming Pickering decided against it. He had, he realized, said nothing that he had not meant. Chapter 3 1. On board USS Tangier, Task Force 14, 1820 hours, 22 December 1941. Now hear this, the loudspeakers throughout the ship blared, harshly and metallically. The smoking lamp is out. The smoking lamp is out. Staff Sergeant Joseph L. Howard, USMC, was on the bow of the Tangier when the announcement came. He was smoking a cigarette, looking out across the wide, gentle swells of the Pacific at the other ships of Task Force 14. The USS Tangier, a seaplane tender pressed into duty as a troop transport with the 4th Marine Defense Battalion on board, was in line behind the aircraft carrier USS Saratoga, which flew the flag of Rear Admiral Frank Fletcher, commander of Task Force 14. Behind the Tangier was the Neches, a fleet oiler riding low in the water. The three ships considered most vulnerable to attack formed the center of Task Force 14. Sailing ahead of the Saratoga were the cruisers USS Astoria and USS Minneapolis. The cruiser USS San Francisco brought up the rear. The cruisers themselves were screened by 9 destroyers. Task Force 14 had put out from Pearl Harbor 5 days before, 6 days after the Japanese had attacked Pearl, under orders from Admiral Husband E. Kimmel, the U.S. Pacific Fleet commander, to reinforce Wake Island. Wake Island desperately needed reinforcement. Already there were what the Corps euphemistically referred to as elements of the 1st Marine Defense Battalion. These amounted to less than 400 Marines, commanded by Major James P. S. Devereux. Devereux had 2 5-inch naval cannon, obsolete weapons removed from men of war, 4 3-inch anti-aircraft cannon, only one of which had the necessary fire control gear, 24 50-caliber Browning machine guns, and maybe 100 30-caliber Brownings, mixed air and water-cooled. That, plus individual small arms, was it. Staff Sergeant Joe Howard knew what weaponry had been given to Major Devereux's elements because he had talked to the battalion's ordnance sergeant. It had been decided, literally at the last minute, that the ordnance sergeant would be of more value to the Corps left behind at Pearl, doing what he could to get the newly formed 4th Defense Battalion's weaponry up and running. And he knew what Task Force 14 was carrying to reinforce Wake Island. In addition to the 4th Defense Battalion, at near full strength, and the Brewster Buffaloes of VMF 211 that would fly off Saratoga and join what was left of the dozen Wildcats already on Wake, there were, aboard Tangier and in the holds of other ships, 9,000 rounds of 5-inch ammunition, 12,000 rounds of 3-inch shells for the anti-aircraft cannon, and 3 million rounds of 50-caliber machine gun ammunition. After the devastating, humiliating whipping they had taken at Pearl on December 7th, the Navy and the Marine Corps were finally coming out to fight. Howard took a final, deep drag on his Camel, then flicked the glowing coal from its end with his thumbnail. He carefully tore the cigarette paper down its length and let the wind scatter the tobacco away. Then he crumbled the paper into a tiny ball between his thumb and index fingers and let the wind take that away, too. Howard was under arms. That is, he was wearing his steel helmet and a web belt from whose eyelets hung a canteen, a first aid pouch, a magazine pouch for 2 pistol magazines, and a model 1911 A1 45 caliber Colt pistol in a leather holster. The canteen was empty, as were the magazine pouch and the magazine in the 45. Ammunition had not been authorized for issue to the guard, much less to the troops, although there was a metal box in the guardroom with a couple of dozen 5-round stripper clips of 30-06 ammunition for Springfield 03 rifles and a half-dozen loaded 7-round 45 magazines. Joe Howard had seen the officer of the guard slip one of the loaded magazines into his 45 just before guard mount. The officer of the guard was a second lieutenant, a 21-year-old 6 months out of Annapolis. Joe had wondered whom he thought he was going to have to shoot. He hadn't said anything, of course. Staff sergeants in the Marine Corps don't question anything officers do, even 21-year-old second lieutenants, unless it is really stupid and likely to hurt somebody. If Lieutenant Ellsworth Gripley felt that it was necessary to carry a loaded pistol in the performance of his duties as officer of the guard, that was his business. Howard set his steel helmet at the appropriately jaunty angle for a sergeant of the guard and set out to find the officer of the guard. He was a little worried about Second Lieutenant Ellsworth Gripley, USMC. It had finally sunk in on the young officer that this wasn't a maneuver. Within 48 hours, the 4th Defense Battalion would be ashore on Wake Island and engaging the Japanese, and he would be expected to perform like a Marine officer. Lieutenant Gripley wasn't afraid, Joe Howard thought, more like nervous. That was understandable, and he saw it as his duty to do what he could to make Gripley feel a little more sure of himself. The ships making up Task Force 14 were, of course, blacked out to avoid detection by the enemy. One of the functions of the guard detail, in Staff Sergeant Joe Howard's opinion, the most important function, was to make sure that no one sneaked on deck after dark for a quick smoke. The glow of a cigarette coal was visible for incredibly long distances on a black night. Even so, there seemed to be a large number of people, including officers, who seemed unwilling or unable to believe that their cigarette was really going to put anyone in danger. They seemed to think that maybe if 300 or 400 people lined the ship's rails merrily puffing away, a Japanese submarine skipper could see this through a submarine periscope. But one little old cigarette, carefully concealed in the hand? Not goddamned likely. Because of his zealous enforcement of the no-smoking regulations, Howard had already earned a reputation among some of the officers as a rather insolent non-com. Marine officers are not accustomed to being firmly corrected by staff sergeants, or to being threatened by them. "Sir, if you don't put that out right now, I'll have to call the officer of the guard." When he had said that, the cigarettes were immediately put out, but in half a dozen instances the officer had asked for his name and billet. He didn't think the information had been requested so the officers could seek out the headquarters company commander to tell him what a fine job Staff Sergeant Howard had been doing. He had had less trouble with the enlisted men, although there were about 10 times as many of them as there were officers. The lower-ranking Marines were either afraid of defying orders or of Japanese submarines, or probably of both. And Joe Howard was aware that most of the senior non-coms probably knew, as he did, just how far a cigarette coal could be seen at night, and did not wish to end their war by drowning after being torpedoed. And besides, they would be in a shooting war soon enough. The word had leaked out of officers' country, via a PFC orderly whom Joe had known at Quantico, that at 1800 hours they were about 550 miles from Wake Island. The task force was making about 15 knots, which translated to mean they were then 36 hours steaming time from Wake. In other words, they should be at Wake at daybreak the day after tomorrow. The ships in the center of the task force, the Saratoga, the Tangier, and the Oiler, had been making course changes regularly, zigzagging across the Pacific so as to present as difficult a target as possible for any enemy submarine that might be stalking the task force. The cruisers and destroyers had been making course changes that were more frequent and of greater magnitude than those of the carrier and the ships following in its wake. The destroyers had been weaving in and out between the larger ships like sheepdogs guarding their flock. Joe Howard had grown used to changes in course, the slight tilting of the deck, the slight change in the dull rumble of the engine, the change in the pitching and rolling of the Tangier, to the point where he paid almost no conscious attention to them. But now, as he made his way aft along the portside boat deck looking for Lieutenant Gripley, he slowly came to realize that this course change was somehow different. He stopped, putting his hand on the damp inboard bulkhead to steady himself. For one thing, he thought, it's taking a lot longer than they normally do. And then he understood. The Tangier, and thus all of Task Force 14, was not changing course, but reversing course. What the hell is that all about? The Tangier's public address system, which never seemed to shut up, was now absolutely silent. If something was up, it certainly would have gone off, accompanied by harshly clanging bells calling general quarters, He decided that nothing had happened except that his imagination was running away with him. He began moving aft again, telling himself that after he found Lieutenant Gripley, he would go to the guard room and have a ham sandwich and a cup of coffee. When he reached the rear of the boat deck, there was someone leaning on the railing beside the ladder to the main deck. At first, he thought it was the guard posted there, and that he had deserted his post at least to the point of taking off his steel pot and assuming an unmilitary position. He was considering how badly to ream him when he saw the guard, steel pot in place, standing at parade rest. Whoever was leaning on the rail was an officer, not Lieutenant Gripley, but somebody else. When he got close, he saw that it was the executive officer of the 4th Defense Battalion, and when he heard Joe's footsteps, he first turned his head and then stood erect. "Sergeant Howard, sir. Sergeant of the Guard." "Yes," the exec said absently. "How are you tonight, Sergeant?" It was not the expected response. "Just getting a little air, Sergeant," the exec continued. "Stuffy in my cabin." "Yes, sir," Joe said. "Trying to get my thoughts in order, actually," the exec said. "Sir?" Joe asked, now wholly confused. The exec straightened. "Sergeant, at 2100 tonight, there was a radio from Pearl Harbor. Task Force 14 is to return to Pearl." "Sir?" "Task Force 14 is ordered to return to Pearl. We have already reversed course." "But what about Wake Island?" "It would appear, Sergeant," the exec said, throatily, huskily, speaking with difficulty, "that Major Devereux and his men are going to have to make do with what they have." "Jesus Christ!" Staff Sergeant Howard blurted. He knew, perhaps as well as anyone, what few arms and how little ammunition and how few Marines were at Major James P.S. Devereux's command. "Orders are orders, Sergeant," the exec said, and pushed his way past Joe Howard. There was not much light, but there was enough for Joe to see that tears were running down the exec's cheeks. "God damn them," Staff Sergeant Howard thought. "How the hell can they turn around, knowing that unless we can reinforce Wake, the Japs will take it, and all those guys will be either dead or prisoners? Who the hell could be responsible for such a chicken shit order?" And then he thought, who the fuck are you kidding? If we had gone to Wake when the first shot was fired, you'd be hiding behind the nearest rock, curled up like a fucking baby and crying, the way you behaved on December 7th. 2. Lakehurst Naval Air Station, Lakehurst, New Jersey, 16:05 hours, 1 January 1942. PFC Stephen M. Koffler, USMC, heard his relief coming, the crunch of their field shoes on the crusty snow, the corporal quietly counting cadence, long before he saw them. Koffler was 18 years and 2 months old, weighed 145 pounds, and stood 5 feet 7 inches tall. The relief was marching across the front of the enormous airship hangar, and Koffler's post, number 4, was a marching post, back and forth along the side of the hangar. Permission had been granted to the Guard to carry their Springfield 1903 caliber .30-06 rifles at sling arms, muzzle down. The idea was to keep snow out of the muzzle. PFC Koffler unslung his piece and brought it to port arms. The moment he saw the corporal turn the corner, he issued his challenge. "Halt! Who goes there?" He had learned how to do this and a number of other things peculiar to the profession of arms generally and to the United States Marine Corps specifically at the United States Marine Corps Recruit Depot, Parris Island, South Carolina, during the months of October and November and in the first weeks of December. But the first time he had done it for real was here in Lakehurst. There were 5 rounds in the magazine of his rifle, and a total of 40 more in the pockets of the W.E.B cartridge he was wearing around his waist. His bayonet was fixed to the muzzle of his rifle. Sometimes, walking back and forth alongside the dirigible hangar, he had forgotten it was there and bumped into it with his lower leg. "Corporal of the Guard," the corporal called. "Advance, Corporal of the Guard, to be recognized." The Corporal of the Guard ordered the guard detail to halt. When they had done that, he took another half-dozen steps toward PFC Koffler. "Giblet," PFC Koffler challenged. "Gravy," the Corporal of the Guard replied, giving the countersign. When he had first been told the knight's challenge and countersign, PFC Koffler had been more than a little surprised. Somebody around here apparently had a sense of humor. There had been none of that at Paris Island, not with something as important as guard duty. Not that what he was doing here at Lakehurst wasn't serious. The hangar had been built to house dirigibles before PFC Stephen Koffler was born, back when the Navy had thought that enormous, rigid airships were the wave of the future. It now held half a dozen Navy blimps, used to patrol the waters off New York Harbor for German submarines. A blimp was a non-rigid airship, like a balloon. Last night in the guardhouse, PFC Koffler had heard that the first Navy non-rigid airship had been called the A-Limp, and the second model the B-Limp. That's where the name had come from. There were German submarines out there, and it was quite possible that German saboteurs would attempt to destroy the blimps in their hangar. There were a whole lot of Nazi sympathizers in New York's Yorktown district. Before the war, they used to hire Madison Square Garden for their meetings. Guarding the dirigible hangar and its blimps was not like guarding the recruit barracks at Paris Island. PFC Koffler had taken his responsibilities seriously. "PFC Koffler, Post 4, Corporal," Koffler said. "All is well." They went through the formalized ritual of changing the guard. The first Marine in the line behind the corporal marched up and held his Springfield at port arms while Koffler recited his special orders. Then the Corporal of the Guard barked, "Post!" and PFC Koffler marched away from his post and took up a position at the rear of the relief guard. This was his last tour. He'd gone on duty, stood guard mount, at 1600 yesterday afternoon, and been assigned to the first relief. He'd gone on guard at 1600, walked his post for 2 hours, and been relieved at 1800. 4 hours later, at 2200, he had gone on again and walked his post until midnight, which was New Year's. Then he had had another 4 hours off, going back on at 0400 until 0600. Another 4 hours off until 10, then 2 hours more until noon, then 4 hours off, and then this, the final tour, 2 hours from 1400 to 1600. It had not entered his mind to feel sorry for himself for having to walk around in below-zero weather on New Year's Day, any more than it had entered his mind on Monday when he'd gotten off the Seacoast Limited train that had carried him from Paris Island, South Carolina, to Newark, that if he got on the subway, he could be home in 30 minutes. It had been instilled in him at Paris Island that he no longer had any personal life that the Corps did not elect to grant him. He was not a candy-ass civilian anymore. He was a Marine. He could go home only when and if the Corps told him he could. You were supposed to get a leave home when you graduated from Paris Island, but that hadn't happened. There was a war on. Maybe he could get a leave, or at least a weekend liberty, while he was going to school at Lakehurst, or when he graduated. If he graduated. He wasn't holding his breath. For one thing, the sergeant major on Mainside at Paris Island, where he had been transferred after graduating from boot camp, had really been pissed at him. They had gone through the records looking for people with drafting experience, and they'd found him and transferred him to Mainside to execute architectural drawings for new barracks. He hadn't joined the Corps to be a draftsman. If he had wanted to be a draftsman, he would have stayed with the Public Service Corporation of New Jersey, where he had been a draftsman trainee in the bus and trolley division. There had been an interesting notice on the bulletin board. Regulations said you had to read the bulletin board at least twice a day. So it wasn't his fault he had seen the notice. The notice had said that volunteers were being accepted for parachute duty, and that those volunteers who successfully completed the course of instruction at Lakehurst would receive an extra $50 a month in pay. That was a lot of money. As a PFC, his total pay was $41 a month, $36 plus $5 for having qualified as expert on the firing range with the Springfield. So he had applied, which immediately pissed off the sergeant major who needed a draftsman. "Let some other asshole jump out of goddamn airplanes," the sergeant major yelled at him. The sergeant major was so pissed, and he made so much noise that one of the officers came out to see what was going on. "Well, you'll have to let him apply, Sergeant Major," the officer said. "If he wants to. Put on his application, we need him here. But let him apply." Stephen Koffler felt sure that was the last he would ever hear of parachute school. But 3 days later, the sergeant major called him into his office to tell him to pack his fucking gear and get his ass on the train, and he personally hoped Koffler would break his fucking neck the first time he jumped. He never even left Pennsylvania Station when he got off the Seacoast Limited at Newark. He just went downstairs from the tracks to ask information about when the New Jersey Central train left for Lakehurst. They told him it would be another 2.5 hours. While he was waiting, he got asked 3 times for his orders, twice by sailors wearing shore patrol brassards, and once even by fucking doggy MPs. Steve Koffler was already Marine enough to be convinced that the goddamned Army had no right to let their goddamned MPs ask a Marine anything. When he got to Lakehurst, a truck carried him out to the Naval Air Station, and then the charge of quarters, a lean and mean-looking sergeant, told him where he could find a bunk, but that he'd have to do without a mattress cover, a pillow, and sheets because the supply room was locked up. He might even have to wait until after New Year's. In the morning, he had a brief encounter with the first sergeant, who was lanky and mean-looking like the charge of quarters, just older. The first sergeant said that he really hadn't expected him and that he thought the new class would trickle in over the next couple of days, but now that he had reported in, he should get his gears shipshape and be ready to stand guard mount at 1600. Koffler spent the day getting ready for guard, pressing his green blouse and trousers and a khaki shirt and necktie, which he now knew was not a necktie but a field scarf. He restored the spit shine on his better pair of 2 pairs of field shoes and cleaned and lightly oiled his 1903 Springfield .30-06 rifle. It had been pretty goddamned cold walking up and down alongside the dirigible hangar, but there was hot coffee in the guardhouse when you had done your 2 hours, and the sergeant of the guard had even come out twice with a thermos of coffee and fried egg sandwiches, an act that really surprised Koffler, based on his previous experience with both sergeants and guard duty at Paris Island. After the guard that was just relieved marched back to the guardhouse and turned in their ammunition, every round carefully counted and accounted for, Steve Koffler took a chance and asked the sergeant of the guard a question. He seemed like a pretty nice guy.
"What happens now? I mean, what am I supposed to do?"
"If I was you, kid, I'd make myself scarce around the billet. There's always some son of a bitch looking for a work detail."
"You mean we're not restricted to the barracks?"
"No. Why should you be? You just get out of Paris Island?"
"Yeah."
"It shows," the sergeant said.
"Where should I go to get away from the barracks?"
"You can go any place you can afford to go. It's about an hour on the train to New York City, but you better be loaded. You want to go there."
"How about Newark?"
"Why the hell would you want to go to Newark?"
"I live just outside, a town called East Orange."
"You just came off boot camp leave, right?"
"No,
What do you mean, no?
I mean, I didn't get any leave. When we graduated, they sent me to Mainside, and then they sent me here.
No shit. You're supposed to get a leave. 10 days at least.
Well, I didn't get one.
I find out you've been shitting me, kid, the sergeant said. I'll have your ass. Then he picked up the telephone. I hope you're really hungover, you old son of a bitch, he said to whoever answered the phone. There was a reply, and the sergeant laughed. Hey, I was just talking to one of the kids who's reporting in. I don't know what happened, but they didn't give him a leave out of Paris Island. He lives in Newark, or near it. Would it be okay with you if I told the CQ to give him a 72-hour pass? There was a pause. Hey, already, Polgart. We just got off. Something else was said that Koffler couldn't hear. Okay, Top. Thanks, the sergeant of the guard said, and hung up. He was in a good mood. You get an extended 72-hour pass.
I don't know what that means, Steve Koffler confessed.
Well, you get one pass that runs from 1700 today until 1700 Sunday. That's 72 hours. Then you tear that one up and throw it away and go on the second one, which lasts until 0500 Monday. The first sergeant says that nothing's going on around here until then anyway.
Jesus Christ.
Now, for Christ's sake, don't do nothing like getting shit-faced and arrested.
I won't.
An hour later, PFC Stephen Koffler passed through the Marine Guard at the gate and started walking toward the Lakehurst train station. He hadn't gone more than 100 yards when a Chrysler convertible pulled to the side of the road ahead of him and the door swung open. The driver was a naval officer, a young one. I'm going into New York City, if that would be any help, son, he said. On the way to Newark, where the officer went out of his way to drive him into the city and drop him off at Pennsylvania Station, he told Koffler that he was a navigator on one of the blimps and had spent New Year's Eve freezing his tail 10 miles off the Jersey coast down by Cape May at the mouth of the Delaware River. Steve told him he had just arrived to go to the parachute school, and the officer replied that Steve had more balls than he did. There was no way anybody could get him to jump out of an airplane unless it was gloriously in flames. Steve caught the Bloomfield Avenue trolley in the basement of Penn Station and rode it up to the Park Avenue stop by Branch Brook Park in Newark. Then he got off, walked up to street level, and caught the number 21 Park Avenue bus and took it 20 blocks west across the city line into East Orange. He got off at 19th Street, right across from his apartment building. Steve's mother and her husband lived on the top floor of the 4-story building, on the right side, in the apartment that overlooked the entranceway in the center of the U-shaped building. There were no lights on in the apartment, which meant they were out someplace, but there were lights on in the Marshall apartment, which was on the same side of the building and a floor down. He wondered if Bernice Marshall was home. He had known Bernice since the 6th grade, when his mother had married Ernie, and they had moved into the apartment building at 121 Park Avenue. Bernice Marshall wasn't his girlfriend or anything like that. What she was a girl with a big set of knockers and dark hair, and she was built like somebody who would probably get fat when she got older. But she was a girl. And as Steve looked up at her apartment now, his mind's eye was full of Bernice taking a sunbath on the roof of the building, with her boobs spilling out of her bathing suit. Whenever the Marshall girls, Bernice and her sister Diane, took sunbaths on the roof of the apartment, the males in the building usually found some excuse to go up there and smoke a cigarette and have a look. Diane was a long-legged, long-haired blonde, 4 years older than Bernice. She had run away to get married when she was a senior in East Orange High, and then she had had some kind of trouble and moved back home with her baby. Diane had gotten a job in the Ampere branch of the Essex County Bank and Trust, right next door to where Mr. Marshall ran the Ampere 1-hour Martinizing dry cleaning and laundry. Steve didn't know what Bernice was doing. She had tried to go to college at Uppsala in East Orange, But just before he had joined the Marines, Steve remembered now, he had heard that hadn't worked out, and that Bernice was going to try to get some kind of job. It then occurred to him that he didn't have a key to get in. His keys and every other thing he had owned as a civilian had been put into a box and shipped home from Paris Island the very first morning he was there, right after they had given him a haircut and a set of utilities and a pair of boots, even before the Corps had issued him the rest of his gear.
Jesus Christ.
There was a door on either side of the lobby of 121 Park Avenue, which could be opened if you had a key, or if someone in one of the apartments pushed a button, or if you gave the brass plate on it a swift kick. That's what Steve did next, giving him access to the first-floor foyer and stairwell. He went up the stairs 2 at a time. When he passed the third-floor landing, he could hear female laughter from the Marshall apartment, but couldn't tell if it was Bernice or Diane, or maybe even Mrs. Marshall. More or less for the hell of it, he tried the door to his apartment. It was locked, as he thought it would be. Then he went up to the roof. With a lot of effort, he pushed the door open against the snow that had accumulated up there. What they called the deck, the place where Bernice and Diane took their sunbaths, was a platform of boards with inch-wide spaces between them. Now it was covered with ice and snow, and it was slippery under his feet as he made his way across it to the fire escape. There was a ladder down from the roof to the top level of the fire escape, which was right outside his room. He climbed down it and tried his windows. They were locked. Just beyond the railing of the fire escape was the bathroom window. If that was locked, he didn't know what the fuck he would do. He leaned over and pushed up on it, and it slid upward. But to get through it meant you had to stand on the fire escape railing and support yourself on the bricks of the building while you leaned far enough over until you could put your head and shoulders into the window without falling off. Then you gave a shove. After that, you could wiggle through and end up head down in the bathtub. Steve realized there was no way he could do that wearing his overcoat and brimmed cap and gloves. After he considered that, he decided he couldn't make it wearing his blouse either. So he took all of them off and laid them on the steel strap floor of the fire escape. Then he was so goddamned cold he started to shiver. When he stood up on the railing of the fire escape, he thought there was a very good chance that he was not going to make it, and that when his mother and her husband came home, they would find him smashed and bloody on the concrete of the entranceway 4 floors down, dead. 60 seconds later, he was in the bathtub, head down. He pushed out of the way his mother's underwear and stockings, hanging to dry over the tub, and found the light switch and flicked it on. He saw himself in the mirror. He didn't look familiar. There was no fat on his face anymore, and his eyes looked like they had sunk inward. But the big difference, he realized, was the hair. Before he had enlisted, he had had long hair worn in a pompadour, with sideburns. What he had now was hair not half an inch long, and no sideburns. He went into his bedroom, opened the window, and reclaimed the rest of his uniform from the fire escape. He opened his closet and put the cap on the shelf, then found a heavy hanger for the overcoat and hung that on the pipe. It really looked strange in there, he thought, beside his red and white Mustang's Athletic Club jacket. His rig was on the shelf. He had been interested in amateur radio since he was a high school freshman and had joined the radio club. By the time he was a sophomore, he had learned Morse code and joined the American Amateur Radio Relay League. He had built his first receiver when he was still a sophomore, and his first really good receiver when he was a junior. He had passed the Federal Communications Commission examination for his ham ticket and had then gone on and gotten his second-class radio-telephone license when he was a senior. Getting the money to build his first transmitter and the antenna that it needed had meant giving up a lot of nights out with the Mustangs, but finally he had it up
and running in the early spring of his senior year. That had lasted a week, until the neighbors in the building found out what was causing all the static when they tried to listen to Lowell Thomas and the news, and Fred Allen and the Kate Smith Hour. They had bitched to the superintendent, and the super had made him take the antenna down from the roof. His mother's husband had acted as if he had done something criminal. He had even bitched at him for just listening to the traffic on the 20-meter band, refusing to understand that receivers don't cause interference. The fights they had over that had been one of the reasons he had joined the Corps. He took his Mustang's jacket off its hanger and slipped it on. It had a red velveteen body and white sleeves and red knit cuffs and collar. Mustang's Athletic Club was spelled out in flowing script on the back, and Mustang AC and Steve in smaller block letters on the front. He closed the bedroom door to examine himself in the full-length, somewhat wavy mirror mounted on it. The Mustang's jacket didn't look right. Either it had shrunk or he had grown. It was tight across his shoulders and chest, and the cuffs seemed to ride too high on his arms. He took it off and noticed something else. It looked cheap. It looked like a cheap piece of shit. That made him feel disloyal and sad. He hung the jacket back up and put on his uniform blouse, then looked at himself again in the mirror. He looked right, and the PFC stripe and the glistening silver marksman badges didn't look bad either. He had two, an expert medal with little medals reading rifle and pistol hanging under it, and a sharpshooter medal with BAR hanging under it. He hadn't made expert with the Browning automatic rifle, but sharpshooter was nothing to be ashamed of. He had only made marksman with the .30 caliber machine gun and mortar. They had a medal for that, too, but he had elected not to wear it. Everybody who qualified, and you didn't get to graduate from Parris Island if you didn't qualify, was a marksman. So why the fuck bother? He went into the foyer where the mystery of his missing mother and her husband was solved. There was a brochure on the table. 3 days and 3 nights, including New Year's Eve, at the luxurious Beach Hotel, Asbury Park, New Jersey. Only $99.95, double occupancy. That's where they were, not 30 miles from Lakehurst. Christ, didn't they know there was a war on? That the Japs had taken Wake Island 2 days before Christmas? That the Japs had invaded the Philippine Islands? That while they were sipping their fucking 7 and 7 in the Beach Hotel, there were German submarines right offshore, waiting to put torpedoes into American ships? 3. 121 Park Avenue, East Orange, New Jersey, 21:05 hours, 1 January 1942. What I'll do, thought PFC Stephen Koffler, USMC, is get together with the guys. Maybe get a couple of drinks. He went to the telephone mounted on the wall in the kitchen and dialed from memory the number of his best buddy. Mrs. Daniele told him Vinny was out someplace, she didn't know where. She would tell him Steve had called, she said, and asked him to wish his mom and dad a Happy New Year. He started to call Toddy Feller, but remembered that his mother had written that Toddy had enlisted in the Navy right after Pearl Harbor Day. He thought, unkindly, that at this very moment Toddy was probably on his hands and knees, his fat ass in the air, scrubbing a deck at the Great Lakes Naval Training Center with a toothbrush. He went back into his bedroom, where he now remembered seeing the package from Parris Island, unopened, on the closet shelf. He took it down, tore the paper off, and dug through it. There was dirty underwear and dirty socks, and the pants and shirt and shoes and toilet kit, a brand new one, he had taken to the post office when he had enlisted. And his keys. To the lobby door, to the mailbox in the lobby, to the apartment door, and to his locker in East Orange High School. He had kept that one for a souvenir, even though it meant paying the bastards $2.50 for a key you could have made in Woolworth's 5 and 10 for a quarter. He put the keys in his pocket and went out the front door and down the stairs to the Marshall apartment on the floor below. He heard conversation inside when the doorbell sounded, and then he heard someone who was probably Bernice say, "I wonder who that can be." And then the door was opened. Mr. Marshall looked at him a minute without recognition until Steve spoke. "Oh, Mr. Marshall, is Bernice around?" "I'll be damned," Mr. Marshall said. "I didn't recognize you, Hazel. You'd never guess who it is." "So tell me," Mrs. Hazel Marshall said. "Come on in," Mr. Marshall said, taking Steve's arm, then putting his arm around his shoulder as he led him into the living room. "Recognize this United States Marine, anybody?" Mr. Marshall said. "Why, my God, it's Stevie," Mrs. Marshall said. "Stevie, your mother and father are in Asbury Park." "Yeah, I know." "Oh, she'll be heartbroken. She missed you," Mrs. Marshall said as she came to him and kissed him. Then she held him by both arms and looked at him intently. "You've changed." "Hello, Stevie," Diane Marshall said. "Remember me?" "Yeah, sure. Hello, Diane." "And this is Leonard," Mrs. Marshall said. "Leonard Walters. He and Diane are sort of keeping company." Leonard Walters looked like a candy ass, Steve decided. Diane looked good. She didn't have big boobs like Bernice, but the ones she had pressed attractively against her sweater. "I'm very pleased to meet you, I'm sure," Leonard said as he shook Steve's hand. "You're a Marine, huh?" "That's right." "How about a little something against the cold, Steve?" Mr. Marshall said. "Charlie, he's only 17. 18, Steve corrected her. "I was hoping Bernice would be home." "She had a date," Diane said. "She'll be sorry she missed you." "No big deal," Steve said. 7 and 7 okay, Steve? 7 and 7 was Seagram's 7 Crown blended whiskey and 7-Up. Steve hated it. "No, thank you," Steve said. "See, I told you," Mrs. Marshall said. "How about a little scotch, then? That's what I'm having." "Scotch would be fine," Steve said. He wasn't even sure what it was, only that he had never had any before. "Water or soda?" "Soda, please." Diane walked across the room to him. "What are those things on your uniform? Medals?" "Marksmanship medals." She stood close to him and bent over and examined them carefully. He could see her scalp where she parted her hair, and he could smell her, and he could see the outline of her brassiere strap. "I'm impressed," she said, straightening, still so close he could feel the warmth of her breath and smell the sensen she had been chewing. Mr. Marshall handed him a glass, and Steve took a sip. It tasted like medicine. "That's all right, son?" "Just fine," Steve said. Diane walked away. He could see her rear end quiver. She was wearing calf-high boots. Steve thought that calf-high boots were highly erotic, ranking right up there with pictures he had seen in the Police Gazette in the barber shop of women in brassieres and underpants and garter belts. "So, how do you like it in the Marines, Steve?" Mr. Marshall asked. "I like it fine," Steve said. That wasn't the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, but he understood that he couldn't say anything else. "What have they got you doing?" "Monday I start parachute school," Steve said. "I don't know what that means," Mr. Marshall said. "The Corps is organizing parachute battalions," Steve explained. "I volunteered for it." "You mean you'll be jumping out of airplanes?" Mrs. Marshall asked. "Yes, ma'am." "Really?" Diane asked. When he looked at her and nodded, she added, "I'll be damned." "Diane," her mother said, "try to remember you're a lady." Steve sensed that Leonard wished he would leave, and while Steve thought Leonard was a candy ass, fair was fair. If he had a date with some girl, he'd want to get her alone and away from her family and neighbors, too. He refused Mr. Marshall's offer to freshen his drink and then left. He called the Daniele house again, thinking that maybe Vinny had come back, but Mrs. Daniele said she hadn't heard from him and didn't expect to, as late as it was. He apologized for calling so late and turned the radio on. He quickly grew bored with that. From his living room window, he could see the candy store on the corner of 18th Street and Park Avenue, but it was closed, so there was no place he could go without a car. He had a damned good idea where Vinny was. He was up at the Lodge, on the mountain in West Orange, where you could get a drink even if you weren't 21. But getting one around here was an impossibility. They all knew who you were and how old you were, and you needed a car to get to the Lodge. But then he remembered hearing that if you were in uniform, you could get a drink, period. The idea began to grow on him. There was a bar by the Ampere station. His mother and her husband never went there, so the people there wouldn't connect him with them. It was worth a try. It was a shame to waste a 72-hour pass sitting around listening to the radio all by yourself. If they wouldn't serve him, he'd just leave. He'd turn red in the face, too, but that wouldn't be too bad. He put on his overcoat and his brimmed cap, turned the overcoat collar up against the cold wind, and walked to the bar by the Ampere station. It was crowded and noisy. He pushed his cap back on his head, unbuttoned his overcoat, and found an empty seat at the bar. "What'll it be?" the bartender asked. "Scotch and soda," Steve said. The bartender said, "You got it," and went to make it. Steve took a $5 bill from his wallet and laid it on the bar. When the bartender delivered the drink, he pushed the $5 bill back across the bar. "On the house," he said. Steve took a sip of the whiskey. It still tasted like medicine. Not as bad as the first one, but still bad. It was probably, he decided, another brand. The bartender set another drink on the bar in front of Steve. "From the lady and the gentleman at the end," the bartender said. Steve looked down the bar to where a middle-aged couple had their glasses raised to him. "My privilege," the man called. "God bless you," the woman called. Steve felt his face flush and desperately hoped he wasn't blushing to the point where it could be seen. "Thank you," he called. It was the first time in his life that anyone had bought him a drink in a bar. "You meeting somebody?" a male voice asked in his ear. He turned and saw that it was Leonard. "No," Steve said. "I just came in for a drink." "Why don't you come sit with us?" Leonard asked, with a nod toward the wall. There was a wall-length padded seat there and tiny tables, 8 or 10 of them in front of it. Diane Marshall was sitting on the bench, smiling and waving at him. "Wouldn't I be in the way?" "Don't be silly," Leonard said. "If we knew you were coming here, you could have come with us." Steve picked up his $5 bill and followed Leonard over. Diane patted the seat next to her. "You should have said something, Steve," Diane said, "about coming here. You could have come with us. What did you do, walk?" "Yeah." "I guess you get a lot of that, walking in the Marines, huh?" Leonard asked. "Try a 30-mile hike with full field equipment," Steve said. 30 miles? Diane asked. "Right. It toughens you up." "I'll bet it does," Diane said, and squeezed his leg over the knee. She wasn't, he saw, looking for any reaction from him. She was looking at Leonard, smiling. She relaxed her fingers, but didn't take them from his leg. "She doesn't mean anything by that," he decided solemnly. "She has a boyfriend, and I'm just the kid friend of her little sister. I mean, Jesus, she was married and has a kid." He was not used to drinking liquor. He started to feel it. "It's been a long day," he announced. "I'm going to tuck it in." "You haven't even danced with me yet," Diane protested. "To tell you the truth, I'm a lousy dancer," he said, getting up.
"Ah, I bet you're not," Diane said. "You better dance with her, kid, or she won't let you go," Leonard said. "Don't call me kid," Steve said nastily. "Jesus Christ, I am getting drunk. I better leave that fucking scotch alone." "Sorry. No offense," Leonard said. "What's the matter with you, Lenny?" Diane snapped. She got up and took Steve's hand. "I'll decide whether you're a lousy dancer." She led him to the dance floor and turned around and opened her arms for him to hold her, and he danced with her. He was an awkward dancer, and he was wearing field shoes, and he got an erection. "I think we better call this off," he said, aware that his face felt really flushed now, and that it was probably visible even in the dim light. "Yes, I think maybe we should." He didn't sit down again with them, just claimed his overcoat and brimmed cap and put them on. After that, he shook hands with Leonard and left. It was a 10-minute walk back to the apartment. Snow had started again, but it was still cold enough for him to feel that he was sobering up. He told himself he had made a mistake leaving, that maybe Diane had meant something when she didn't take her hand off his leg. And then came the really thrilling thought that she had felt his erection, and it hadn't made her mad. By the time he got to the apartment, however, and was shaking the snow off his overcoat and wiping it off the leather brim of his cap, he had changed his mind again. Diane was 22, at least. Probably 23. She was an ex-married woman, for Christ's sake. She had a boyfriend. His imagination was running wild, more than likely because he had had all those medicine-tasting scotch and sodas. The telephone rang. It had to be Vinnie Daniele. The son of a bitch had finally come home, and his mother had told him he had called. "Hello, asshole! How the hell are you, you guinea bastard?" "Steve?" "Jesus. It's Diane." "I know. I thought it was somebody else." "I sure hope so," she said. "I'm sorry about that. What are you doing?" "Nothing. We left right after you did. Leonard lives in Verona and was worried about getting home in the snow." "Oh. Your parents get home?" "They won't be home until tomorrow sometime." "Mine are in bed," she said. "And so's Joey." Joey, Steve now recalled, was her little boy. There was a long, awkward pause. You want to come up?" he heard himself asking. "Oh, my God, what did I say?" "To tell you the God's honest truth, Steve, I'd love to," Diane said. "But what if anybody found out?" "Who would find out?" "I wouldn't want Bernice to find out, for example, not to mention my parents." "She wouldn't get it from me," Steve said firmly. "Nobody would." "But, Jesus, if we got caught," Diane said. And then the phone clicked and went dead. He felt his heart jump. "She wouldn't come up. She's had a couple of drinks too many, and it's a crazy idea. Once she actually went so far as calling up, she realized that and hung up. She absolutely would not come up." The doorbell rang. He ran and opened it, and she pushed past him, closing the door behind her and leaning on it. She was wearing a chenille bathrobe and slippers that looked like rabbits. She had a bottle of scotch in her hand. "I saw that you liked this," she said, holding it up. "Yeah," he said. "I'm glad you came. Can I trust you? If one word of this got out, oh, Jesus." "Sure," Steve said. She leaned forward quickly and kissed him on the mouth. "Leonard is a good man," she said. "Huh?" "Leonard is a good man. I mean that. He's really a good man, and he wants to marry me. And I probably will, but can I tell you this?" "Sure."
He thinks you should wait until you're married, she said. I mean, maybe that's all right if you're a virgin, but I was married. You know what I mean? Sure. If I hadn't come up here, were you going to do it to yourself? What? You know what I mean, she said. Yeah? Probably, he said. He had never confessed something like that to anyone before, not even to one of the guys. You didn't, did you? She asked, and then decided to seek, with her fingers, the answer to her own question. I think I would have killed you if you had, she said a moment later, pleased with the firm proof she had found that he had not, at least recently, committed the sin of casting his seed upon the ground. After I took a chance like this, you want to come in my room? There, and in the living room, and in every other place we can think of. She pulled his head down to hers and kissed him again, and this time her tongue sought his. It took him a moment to take her meaning. It excited him. He wondered if she would be able to tell, her having been married and all, that he was a virgin. Jesus, he thought, I'm really going to get laid.
4. 121 Park Avenue, East Orange, New Jersey, 0830 hours, 2 January 1942. Diane Marshall Norman woke up sick with the memory of what had happened between her and the kid upstairs. She knew why she had done it, but that didn't excuse it or make it right. She had done it because she was drunk, and she knew why she had gotten drunk. But that didn't excuse it or make getting drunk right either. Maybe she really was a slut, she thought, lying there in her bed with her eyes closed, hungover. A whore. That's what Joe had called her when he had caught her with Roddy Norman in the house at the shore. She had been drunk then, too, and that had been the beginning of the end for her and Joe. He had moved out of their apartment 2 weeks later and gone to a lawyer about a divorce, and been a real son of a bitch about it, too. His lawyer had told her father's lawyer that Joe would pay child support, but that was it. He would keep the car and all the furniture and everything else, and he wouldn't give her a dime. He would pay for her to go to Nevada for 6 weeks to get a divorce. If she didn't agree to that, he would take her to Essex County Court in Newark and charge her with adultery with Roddy Norman, and it would be all over the papers. Diane didn't think doing it with just one man, 2, actually, but Joe didn't know about Ed Bitter, really made her a whore or a slut, and there was no question in her mind that Joe had been fooling around himself. She'd even caught him at the Christmas office party, feeling up the peroxide blonde, Angie Palmieri, who worked in the office of his father's liquor store. And there had been a lot of times when he'd had to work late at the store and couldn't come home, and she had driven by and he hadn't been there. What had happened with Roddy Norman wouldn't have happened if everybody hadn't been sitting around drinking orange blossoms all afternoon. It had been raining, and they couldn't go to the beach. And the real truth of the matter, not that anybody cared, was that she had been mad with Joe because he had been making eyes at Esther Norman all day and looking down her dress. And then, because Roddy was taking a nap on the couch and Joey was asleep, Joe and Esther had gone to get Chinese takeout at the Peking Palace in Belmar. God only knew what those two had been up to when they were gone, but that's when it had happened. Roddy had awakened, and the phonograph had been playing, and they had started to dance, and the first thing she knew they had both been on the couch, and he had her shorts off and Joe had walked in. Diane sometimes thought that if Joe had been able to beat Roddy up, it wouldn't have gone so far as the divorce. What actually happened was that Roddy knocked Joe on his backside with a punch that bloodied Joe's nose. Getting beaten up by Roddy was the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak. So she had gone to the Lazy Q Dude Ranch, 20 miles outside of Reno, Nevada, for the 6 weeks it took to establish legal residence. Then she'd gotten the divorce and moved back home, where her parents treated her as though she had an A for adultery painted on her forehead. And then her father brought Leonard Walters home. Leonard sold dry cleaners supplies, everything from wire hangers and moth-proof bags to the chemicals they used in the dry cleaning process itself. She had seen him around, seen him looking at her, and knew that he was interested. That was really one way to get her life fixed up, she thought. But Leonard was the single most boring male human being Diane had ever met. Diane's father brought him home to a potluck supper. That was so much bull you-know-what. They just happened to have a pot roast for supper, and Bernice just happened not to be there, and they ate at the dining room table off the good china and a tablecloth, all usually reserved for Sunday dinner, if then. It had been carefully planned, including a little dialogue between her mother and her father to explain Diane's situation. The story they fed Leonard used the phrase Diane's mistake a lot. But Diane's mistake, the way they told it, was not getting caught letting Roddy Norman in her pants, but in foolishly running off to get married. In her parents' version, Joe Norman had stolen her out of her cradle, and then, once he got her to elope with him, in the process throwing away her plans for college and a career, he started to abuse her and drink and run around with a wild crowd who drank and gambled and did other things that could not be discussed around the family dining table. Leonard Walters not only swallowed the tale whole, but embarked on what he called our courtship. The courtship had not moved very rapidly, though. The reason was that Leonard's name had been Waldowski before his parents changed it when they were naturalized. The Waldowskis were Polish and Roman Catholic, and Leonard's mother was a large and formidable woman who did not believe Roman Catholics should marry outside the one true faith. She knew that Diane was a Methodist, but Leonard hadn't told her about Diane's marriage, and she didn't know about little Joey either. It was not now the time to tell her about it, Leonard said. Let her learn to know you and love you. Leonard was pretty devout himself, and he did not believe in premarital or extramarital sex. In his view, the thing to do about sex and everything else was wait until things straighten themselves out. On the day that PFC Stephen Koffler, USMC, entered her life, Diane and Leonard had dinner, served precisely at noon at the Walters house in Verona. It was a strain, relieved somewhat by several large glasses of wine. Then they went to East Orange, where Diane's mother had promptly dragged her into the bedroom to deliver a recitation about how badly Joey had behaved while she was gone. After that, she demanded a play-by-play account of all that was said at the Walters dinner. When Diane explained that Leonard had not yet told his mother about Diane and Joe, and more important, about Joey, there followed a 2-minute lecture about why Diane should make him do that. Once her mother let her go, Diane went from the bedroom to the kitchen and made a fresh pot of coffee. She laced her cup with a hooker of gin. By the time Steve Koffler marched in, looking really good in his Marine Corps uniform, she was on her 4th cup. At first, he remained the way she always had remembered him, the kid upstairs, a peer of Bernice's, one of the mob of dirty-minded little boys who always came up to the deck on the roof to smirk and snicker behind their hands whenever she and Bernice tried to take a sun bath. It was difficult for her to believe that he was really a Marine. Marines were men. Stevie Koffler, she thought, probably still played with himself. That risque thought, which just popped into her mind out of the blue, was obviously the seed for everything else that happened. A seed she realized after it was over, more than adequately fertilized by the gin in her coffee. It was immediately followed by the thought, not original to the moment, that playing with himself was what good old Leonard must be doing. Either that, or he just didn't care about women, another possibility that had occurred to her. She had tried to arouse Leonard more than once, and she had worked at that as hard as she could, without destroying his image of her as the innocent child bride, snatched from her cradle by dirty old Joe Norman. But she had had no luck with him at all.
Maybe Steve doesn't play with himself. Marines are supposed to have women falling all over them.
When Steve Koffler walked into the Ampere Lounge and Grill an hour after that, there was proof of that theory. Diane saw several women, all of them older than she was, look with interest at the Marine who walked up to the bar in that good-looking uniform, his hat cocked arrogantly on the back of his head. And then, if you wanted to look at it that way, Leonard himself was responsible for what had happened. If he hadn't gone to Steve at the bar and practically dragged him back to the table, Steve would have had a couple of drinks and gone home, maybe with one of the women who had been looking at him. But Leonard dragged him back to their table, and then she felt his leg, and it was all muscle. The couple of times she had squeezed Leonard's leg, playfully, of course, it had been soft and flabby. Steve Koffler's leg was muscular, even more muscular than Joe's, and Joe had played football. And then, when she danced with him, and that happened to him, and she knew that he wanted her, too. She tried to talk herself out of it. She even went so far as to put on her nightgown after Leonard took her home and gave her the standard, "We can wait until we're married, good-night kiss." But then she decided to have a nightcap so she could sleep. And when she stood in the kitchen drinking it, the telephone was right there, on the wall, in front of her nose. Things, she told herself, always looked different in the morning. They did this morning. What they looked like this morning was that she had gotten drunk and gone to bed with the kid upstairs. Marine or not, that's what he was. The kid upstairs. Christ, he can't be any older than 18. And what they'd done. What she'd done, right from the start, right after the first time, when it had been all over for him before she even got really started. Joe had taught her that, and from the way Steve acted, she had taught him that, and some other things she knew he had never done before. Jesus, what if he starts telling people? She had another unsettling thought. Sure as Christ made little apples, Steve Koffler is going to show up at my door. She got out of bed and took a shower. When she came out, her father was in the kitchen. I promised Joe's mother that I would take Joey over there, she said. Can I borrow the car? Sure, honey, her father said. But be back by 5, huh? Sure. When she got back, a few minutes after 5, she met Steve coming out of the apartment with his mother and his mother's husband. Steve's mother didn't like her. Diane supposed correctly that Steve's mother knew what had really happened with Joe Norman. So, as they passed each other, all Diane got was a cold nod from Steve's mother and a grunt from the husband. Steve didn't know what to do, but then he turned around and ran back to her. Diane told him that she had to do things with her family that night and the next day, and she managed to avoid him the rest of the time he was home. Chapter 4 1. Office of the Chairman of the Board, Pacific and Far Eastern Shipping Corporation, San Francisco, California, 16 January 1942. The 10-story Pacific and Far Eastern Shipping Corporation building had been completed in March of 1934, 6 months before the death of Captain Ezekiel Pickering, who was then chairman of the board. There were a number of reasons why Captain Pickering had 2 years before, in 1932, ordered its construction, including, of course, the irrefutable argument that the corporation needed the office space. But it was also Captain Pickering's response to Black Tuesday, the stock market crash of October 1929, and the depression that followed. Pacific and Far Eastern, which was to say Captain Pickering personally, for the corporation was privately held, was not hurt by the stock market crash. Captain Ezekiel Pickering was not in the market. He had dabbled in stocks over the years. Whenever there was cash he didn't know what else to do with for the moment. But in late 1928, he had gotten out against the best advice of his broker. He had had a gut feeling that there was something wrong with the market when, for example, he heard elevator operators and newsstand operators solemnly discussing the killings they had made. The idea of the stock market was a good one. In his mind, it was sort of a grocery store where one could go to shop around for small pieces of all sorts of companies, or to offer for sale your small shares of companies. Companies that you knew, and you knew who ran them, too. But the market had stopped being that. In Ezekiel Pickering's mind, it had become a socially sanctioned crap game, where the bettors put their money on companies they knew literally nothing about, except that the shares had gone up so many points in the last 6 months. The people playing the market, and he thought playing was both an accurate description of what they were doing and symbolic, often had no idea what the company they were buying into made, or how well they did so. And they didn't really understand that 1,000 shares at 33 1/4 really meant $33,250 real dollars. And it was worse than that. They weren't even really playing craps with real money. They were buying on the margin, putting up a small fraction of the $33,250 and borrowing the rest. Ezekiel Pickering had nothing against gambling. When he had been 29 and first mate of the tanker Pacific Courier, he had once walked out of a gaming house in Hong Kong with 50,000 pounds sterling when the cards had come up right at chemin de fer. But he had walked into the Fitzhugh Club with $4,000 American that was his, not borrowed, and that he was prepared, indeed almost expected, to lose. To his way of looking at it, the vast difference between his playing chemin de fer with his own cash money at the Fitzhugh Club and the elevator man in the Andrew Foster Hotel playing the New York stock market with mostly borrowed monopoly money was one more proof that most people were fools. The stock market was a house of cards about to collapse, and he got out early, and he took with him his friend Andrew Foster, so that when Black Tuesday struck and people were literally jumping out of hotel room windows, both the Pacific and Far Eastern Shipping Corporation and Foster Hotels, Inc. remained solvent. Of course, the depression which followed the crash affected both corporations. Business was down, but retrenchment with cash in the bank is quite a different matter from retrenchment with a heavy debt service. Other shipping companies and hotels and hotel chains went into receivership and onto the auctioneer's block, which gave both Ezekiel Pickering and Andrew Foster the opportunity to buy desirable properties, ships and hotels, at a fraction of their real value. There never had been any doubt in Ezekiel's mind that the domestic and international economies would in time recover. In fact, he agreed with President Franklin Delano Roosevelt's 1932 inaugural declaration that the nation had nothing to fear but fear itself, and he said so publicly. Thus, when a suitable piece of real estate went on the auction block, he put his money where his mouth was and bought it. The The Pacific and Far Eastern Shipping Corporation building was both a structural and an architectural marvel. It was designed not only to remain standing after what the engineers called a 100-year earthquake, but to reflect the dominant position of the corporation in Pacific Ocean shipping. An oil portrait of Ezekiel Pickering, completed after his death, was hanging in the office of the current chairman of the board. It showed him standing with his hand resting on a 5-foot globe of the earth. The globe, in turn, rested in a mahogany gimbal. There were the traditional 4 gold stripes of a ship's master around his jacket cuff, and a uniform cap with the gold-embroidered P&FE insignia was tucked under his arm. His lips were curled in a small smile. In his widow's view, that smile caught her late husband's steely determination. But Fleming Pickering had a somewhat different take on it. While the artist had indeed captured a familiar smile of his father, based on Fleming's own personal experience with it, that smile meant, "Fuck you. I was right and you were wrong, now suffer the cost of your stupidity." He had once told this to his wife Patricia, and it had made her absolutely furious. But when he had told the same thing to old Andrew Foster, the hotel man had laughingly agreed. It was 2:15 on a Friday afternoon, and Fleming Pickering was alone in his office. There was a glass of Old Grouse Scotch whiskey in his hand. He drank his scotch with just a dash of water and 1 ice cube. His father had taught him that, too. Good whiskey has a distinct taste. It is stupidity to chill it with ice to the point where that taste is smothered. While there was always whiskey available in the office, kept in a handsomely carved teak cabinet removed from the master's cabin of the Pacific Messenger when she was retired from service and sent to the shipbreakers, Fleming Pickering almost never drank alone. But the glass in his hand was the 3rd today, and he was about to pour a 4th when a light illuminated on one of the 3 telephones on the huge mahogany desk. Since Pearl Harbor, Pacific and Far Eastern had lost 9 of its fleet, 8 to Japanese submarines and 1, the tanker Pacific Virtue, at Pearl. It had been caught by Japanese bombers while it was unloading aviation gasoline. 3 other P&FE ships were now overdue. Fleming Pickering thought it reasonable to presume that at least one of them would never make port. He knew every officer on every crew, as well as a good many of the seamen, the black gang, and the stewards. He was not ashamed to have taken a couple of drinks. Pickering reached over and picked up the handset of the telephone. "Yes?"
Captain Houghton for you," said Mrs. Helen Florian, his secretary, adding, "A Navy captain." "I know what this son of a bitch is going to say," Pickering thought, as he punched the button that would put him on the line. "I'm afraid I have some bad news to report, Mr. Pickering." "This is Fleming Pickering," he said to the telephone. "Good afternoon, sir. I'm Captain Houghton of the Secretary's staff. How may I help you, Captain?" "Sir, I'm calling for Secretary Knox. The Secretary is in San Francisco and wonders if you could spare him an hour or so of your time." "Well, no news is good news, I suppose." "What does he want?" "I know goddamn well what he wants. He wants my ships. He's a tenacious bastard, I'll say that for him." "I'm afraid the Secretary didn't confide that to me, sir," Captain Houghton said. "At the moment, the Secretary is on the Navy station at Treasure Island. From there, he's going to the Alameda Naval Air Station to board his aircraft. Whichever would be most convenient for you, sir." "No," Fleming Pickering said. Excuse me, sir?" Obviously, Pickering thought, Captain Houghton, wrapped in the prestige of the Secretary of the Navy, is not used to hearing no when he asks for something. I said no. I'm afraid I don't have the time to go to either Treasure Island or Alameda. We'd be happy to send a car for you, sir. I have a car. What I don't have is time. I can't leave my office, but you can tell Mr. Knox that I will be in the office for the next several hours. Mr. Pickering, you do understand that the secretary is on a very tight schedule himself, Captain Houghton said, and then added something he instantly regretted. Sir, we're talking about the Secretary of the Navy. I know who he is. That's why I'm willing to see him if he wants to come here. But you might save his time and mine, Captain, if you were to tell him that I have not changed my mind and I will fight any attempt by the Navy to take over my ships. Yes, sir, Captain Houghton said. I will relay that to the Secretary. Good afternoon, sir. Pickering put the handset back in its cradle. If I wasn't on my third drink, would I have been less difficult? Well, fuck him. I told him in plain English that if the Navy tries to seize my ships, I'll take it to the Supreme Court. He should have listened to me. He stood up from behind his desk, walked to the liquor cabinet, and made himself another old grouse and water. Then he walked to an 8-by-12-foot map of the world that hung on an interior wall. Behind it was a sheet of light steel. Models of the ships of the P&FE fleet, each containing a small magnet, were placed on it so as to show their current positions. After he checked the last known positions of the Pacific Endeavor, the Pacific Volition, and the Pacific Venture, he mentally plotted their probable courses. Then he wondered, for what might have been the 700th time, whether it was an exercise in futility, whether he should move the three models down to the lower left-hand corner of the map to join the models of the P&FE ships he knew for sure were lost. Almost exactly an hour later, the bulb on one of his telephones lit up. When he picked it up, Mrs. Florian said, Mr. Frank Knox is here, Mr. Pickering. He says you expect him? Well, I'll be goddamned. He really is a tenacious son of a bitch. Please show Mr. Knox in, Fleming Pickering said. He opened the upper right drawer of his desk, intending to put his old grouse and water out of sight. Then he changed his mind. As the door opened, he stood up, holding the glass in his hand. The Honorable Frank Knox walked in, trailed by a slim, sharp-featured, intelligent-looking Navy officer with golden scrambled eggs on the brim of his uniform cap. He had to be Captain Houghton. 2. Before speaking, the Honorable Frank Knox, Secretary of the Navy, stared for a moment at Fleming Pickering, Chairman of the Board of Pacific and Far Eastern Shipping. There was no expression on his face, but Pickering saw that his old grouse and water had not gone unnoticed. Christ, he'll think I'm a boozer. I was half in the bag the last time, too. Thank you for seeing me on such short notice, Knox said. I know you're a busy man. I have 3 overdue ships, Pickering replied. It's the reason I didn't come to meet you. I didn't want to get far from a telephone. Knox nodded as if he understood. Mr. Pickering, may I present Captain David Houghton, my administrative officer? The two shook hands. Pickering said, We spoke on the telephone. I'd like to talk to Mr. Pickering alone, David, if you don't mind, Knox said. Yes, sir. Mrs. Florian, Pickering said, would you make the captain comfortable? Start with a cup of coffee, something stronger, if he'd like. Coffee will be fine, Houghton said, as he followed Mrs. Florian out of the office. May I offer you something? Pickering asked. That looks good, Knox said, nodding at Pickering's glass. Dick Fowler told me you had cornered the Scotch market. Is he indulging me, or does he really want a drink? It's old grouse, Pickering said as he walked to the liquor cabinet to make Knox a drink. And I'm glad you'll have one. I'm a little uneasy
violating my own rule about drinking, especially alone during office hours.
Knox ignored that. He waited until Pickering had handed him the glass, then he nodded his thanks and said, "Houghton doesn't like you." "I'm sorry. I suppose I was a little abrupt on the telephone." "He doesn't think you hold the Secretary of the Navy in what he considers to be the proper degree of awe." "I meant no disrespect," Pickering said. "But you aren't awed," Knox insisted. "And that's what I find attractive." "I beg your pardon?" "There was a movie, or was it a book, about one of those people who runs a motion picture studio. He was surrounded by a staff whose primary function was to say, 'Right, J.B.' or 'You're absolutely right, J.B.' whenever the great man paused for breath. After our interesting encounter in Dick Fowler's apartment, when I calmed down a little, I realized that sort of thing was happening to me." "I don't think I quite follow you," Pickering said. "This is good stuff," Knox said, looking down at his glass. "I'll give you a case to take with you," Pickering said. "I have a room full of it downstairs." "Because I'm the Secretary of the Navy?" "Because I would like to make amends for my behavior in Fowler's apartment. I had no right to say what I said." "The important thing, I realized, was that you said it," Knox said. "And you might have been feeling good, but you weren't drunk. I think you would have said what you said if you hadn't been near a bottle." "Probably," Pickering said. "That doesn't excuse it, of course. But as my wife frequently points out, when silence is called for, I too often say exactly the wrong thing." "Are you withdrawing what you said?" Knox asked evenly. "I'm apologizing for saying it," Pickering said. "I had no right to do so, and I'm sure that I embarrassed Richardson Fowler." "But you believe what you said, right?" "Yes, I'm afraid I do." "You had me worried there for a moment," Knox said. "I was afraid I had misjudged you." "It may be the Scotch, but I have no idea what we're talking about," Pickering said. Knox chuckled. "We're talking about you coming to work for me." My God, he's serious, Pickering thought. "Doing what?" "Let me explain the problem, and then you tell me if you think you could be helpful," Knox said. "I mentioned a moment before that David Houghton doesn't like you because you're not sufficiently awed by the Secretary of the Navy. That attitude, not only on Dave Houghton's part, but on the part of practically everybody else, keeps me from hearing what I should be hearing." "You mean what's wrong with the Navy?" "Precisely. Hell, I can't blame Houghton. From the moment he entered Annapolis, he's been taught as an article of faith that the Secretary of the Navy is 2 steps removed from God. The President sits at the right hand of God, and at his feet the Secretary of the Navy." "I suppose that's so," Pickering said, chuckling. "To Houghton's way of thinking, and to others like him, the Secretary of the Navy controls the very fate of the Navy. That being so, the information that is presented to him has to be carefully processed. And above all, the Navy must appear in the best possible light." "I think I understand," Pickering said, "and I can see where that might be a problem." Knox removed his pince-nez, took a handkerchief from the sleeve of his heavy woolen suit. Now that he noticed it, Pickering was sure the suit was English, and polished the lenses. He put them back on his nose, stuffed the handkerchief back up his jacket cuff, and looked directly at Pickering. "That might be an overstatement, but it's close," he said. "And to that problem is added what I think of as the Navy's institutional mindset. From the very beginning, from the first Secretary of the Navy, the men in blue have been certain that the major cross they have to bear is that the man with the authority is a political appointee who really doesn't know, is incapable of knowing, what the Navy is really all about." "Huh," Pickering grunted.
Their quite understandable desire is, and I suppose always has been, to attempt to manage the Secretary of the Navy, to see that he hears what they want him to hear, and that he does not hear, or at least is presented with, in the best possible light, what they'd rather he didn't hear at all. One doesn't think of the Navy as an institution, Pickering said. But of course that's what it is. On October 13th, 1775, Congress voted to equip 7 ships to support George Washington, Knox said. Less than a month later, on November 10th, 1775, the Congress authorized the Marine Corps, and before that there were states' navies, Rhode Island's in particular. In July 1775, Washington sent a frigate of the Rhode Island Navy to Bermuda to get gunpowder for the Continental Army. In 167 years, a certain institutional mindset is bound to occur. Pickering chuckled. There was something professorial in the way Knox had precisely recounted the origin of the Navy, and about the man himself, with his pince-nez and superbly tailored English suit. It was difficult to imagine him during the Spanish-American War, a Rough Rider sergeant, charging up Kettle Hill with Lieutenant Colonel Teddy Roosevelt's 1st United States Volunteer Cavalry. As it is difficult for me to accept that I once actually fixed a bayonet onto my 03 Springfield, and that when the whistle blew I went over the top and into no man's land in Belleau Wood. They had an interesting tradition early on, Pickering said. Privateers. I don't suppose I could talk you out of a letter of marque, could I? Knox looked at him with annoyance and then smiled. You really think there's a place in this war for a pirate? A pirate is an outlaw, Pickering said. A privateer was authorized by his government, and our government issued a hell of a lot of letters of marque to prey on the enemy's shipping. There's a substantial difference. You sound as if you're serious. Maybe I am, Pickering said. Knox looked at him for a moment, his demeanor making it clear he was not amused that Pickering was proposing, even half-jokingly, an absurd idea. Then he went on. I understand why you felt you couldn't work for Bill Donovan, but I think you'll have to grant that he has the right idea. That was pretty stupid of me, Pickering thought. He's going to think I'm a fool or a drunk, or both. Excuse me, what idea? The country will be better off if the Army and the Navy let him get away with it, which is open to some doubt. If, that is to say, intelligence from all sources can be filtered through Donovan's 12 disciples, and if they will use it as the basis for recommending to the President action that is in the best interests of the United States, as opposed to action recommended on the basis of the parochial mindset of the Army or Navy. I agree, Pickering said. I'm a little surprised, maybe disturbed is the word, to hear you doubt the Army and Navy will let him get away with it. I try to see things as they are, Knox said, and I'm fully aware that in addition to being at war with the Germans, the Italians, and the Japanese, the Army and Navy are at war with each other. Pickering chuckled again. I laugh too, Knox said, even knowing that it's not funny. Why do I think that the Navy is having a hard time managing you? Pickering said. Well, they're trying, Knox said, and the odds would seem to be in their favor. Franklin Roosevelt is partial to the Navy. He was once an undersecretary, for one thing. For another, he has a lamentable habit of calling in Ernie King Admiral King. Pickering interrupted. Knox nodded. King replaced Admiral Stark as Chief of Naval Operations on December 31st. Stark was a good man, but after Pearl Harbor he had to go. Anyway, Roosevelt has already started giving Admiral King marching orders without asking or telling me about it, and he's about to throw Admiral Bill Leahy into the equation. That you'll have to explain, Pickering said. Leigh, and understand, Pickering, that I admire all the people I'm talking about, is functioning as sort of Chief of Military Staff to Roosevelt, a position that does not exist in the law. They're about to organize a committee comprised of the Chief of Staff of the Army, the head of the Army Air Corps, the Chief of Naval Operations, and the Commandant of the Marine Corps. They're going to call it the Joint Chiefs of Staff or something like that, and Leigh will preside over that, without any legal authority to do so, except a verbal one from Roosevelt. Huh, Pickering snorted and added, You seem to be outnumbered, Mr. Secretary, but I don't see what any of this could possibly have to do with me. My responsibility to the President, as I see it, is to present him with the most accurate picture that I can of the Navy's strengths and, more importantly, its weaknesses. His decisions have to be based on the uncolored facts, not facts seen through parochial rose-colored glasses. I cannot, in other words, let myself be managed by Ernie King or Bill Leahy or the Association of Annapolis Graduates. Knox looked at Pickering as if waiting for his reaction. When there was none, he went on. I've come to the conclusion that I need more than that, several, people like Bill Donovan's disciples. And that's where I come in? As one of them? Knox nodded. Interested? I don't know what you're really asking of me. I want you to be my eyes and ears in the Pacific, Knox said. You know as much about maritime affairs in the Pacific as anyone I know, including all of my admirals. I'm not sure that's true, Pickering said. I'm not talking about naval tactics, about which I am prepared to defer to the admirals, but about logistics, by which I mean tonnages and harbors and stevedoring and time-distance factors. I don't want my admirals to bite off more than they can chew as they try to redeem themselves in the public and their own eye after Pearl Harbor. Logistics affects strategy, and advising the President on strategy is my business. I want the facts. I think you're the man who can get them for me. Yeah, Pickering said thoughtfully. I could do that, all right. My original thought was to offer you an assistant secretaryship, but I don't think that would work. Pickering looked at him curiously. You'd be political. Both the political appointees and the Navy would hate you and try to manage you, and they'd probably succeed. If you were in uniform, however, the political appointees would not see you as a threat. As a naval officer, as a captain on the staff of the Secretary of the Navy, a Navy captain. Yes. How's the Navy going to react to an instant captain? We're commissioning a lot of instant captains. Civil engineers, doctors, lawyers, all sorts of professionals. Even a few people who are already entitled to be called captain, like yourself. Knox paused and smiled at Pickering. Since you already know the front of the ship is the bow and the floor is the deck, you'll be way ahead of most of them. Pickering chuckled. Does this interest you, Pickering? You think I could do something worthwhile? Yes, I do. I really do. And I'm at your service, Mr. Knox, Pickering said. Knox walked up to him and offered his hand. I'd like to have you as soon as possible. When do you think? Tomorrow morning be all right? Pickering replied. Now it was Knox's turn to chuckle. Things don't move quite that quickly, even for the Secretary of the Navy, he said. Could you call Captain Houghton back in here, please? Pickering picked up one of the telephones. Would you ask Captain Houghton to come in here, please, Mrs. Florian? The slim Navy officer, his eyes wary, appeared a moment later. David, Mr. Pickering has kindly offered me a case of this excellent scotch. Would you see that it gets on the plane?
Yes, of course, Mr. Secretary.
And before we get on the plane, I want you to find out who handles officer procurement out here. Then call them and tell them I want a suitable officer assigned to walk Mr. Captain Pickering through the processing. Make it clear to them that this is important to me. As soon as we can get him sworn in, Captain Pickering will be joining my staff."
"Aye, aye, sir," Houghton said.
He looked at Pickering briefly but intently. He was obviously surprised at what he had just heard. "And stay on top of it when we get back to Washington," Knox ordered. "I don't want the process delayed by bureaucratic niceties. Tell them they are to assume that if any waivers are required, I will approve them. And while I'm thinking about it, tell the Office of Naval Intelligence that while we'll go through the normal security clearance process with Captain Pickering, I have, based on my own knowledge of Captain Pickering and on the unqualified recommendation of Senator Fowler, already granted him an interim top-secret clearance. Have that typed up, make it official."
"Aye, aye, sir."
Knox turned to Pickering. "That should get the ball rolling. Houghton will be in touch. Thank you, Pickering, not only for the scotch. And now I have to get out of here. They're waiting for me at Alameda."
"May I send someone for the scotch, Captain Pickering?" Houghton asked.
"It won't take a minute to get it. You can take it with you."
"Whatever you say. I'll get the driver."
"It doesn't weigh all that much," Pickering said without thinking. "I'll get it." Houghton gave him a quick, dirty look. "Well, here you go, Fleming Pickering. Not 5 minutes into your naval career and you're already pissing people off." "Let's get it now," Knox said, before he has a chance to change his mind. Pickering led them to the storeroom on the ground floor that held the greater part of the whiskey removed from the sold Pacific passenger liners. He pulled a case of old grouse off a stack. When he started to carry it out, he saw that Houghton was uncomfortable, visibly unable to make up his mind whether he should volunteer to carry the case of whiskey himself or to insist on it. A sailor who had been leaning against the front fender of a 1941 navy gray Chrysler quickly stood erect when he saw them coming out of the building. He opened the rear door, then quickly moved to take the case of whiskey from Pickering. "At least he knows what he's doing," Pickering thought. Knox nodded to Pickering and got in the car. Houghton, at first hesitantly and then enthusiastically, offered his hand to Pickering.
"Welcome aboard, Captain,"
he said. "Thank you," Pickering said. He did not like the feel of Houghton's hand. He watched the Chrysler move down Nob Hill and then went back to his office. He made himself another drink and drank it looking out his window at San Francisco Bay. Then he looked for a moment at his father's picture. He wondered what the old man would have said. "Hooray for you for enlisting," or "You damned fool." Then he sat on the edge of his desk and called his home. "Hi," he said when Patricia's cheerful voice came on the line.
"You've heard, haven't you?"
Patricia Pickering said. "What?" he replied, only afterwards remembering that she was talking about the overdue endeavor, volition, and venture. They had, shaming him, slipped from his immediate attention.
"What's on your mind, Flem?"
Patricia asked. "Frank Knox, the Secretary of the Navy, was just in to see me."
"About the ships?"
"Oh, God, that sounds ominous." "He wants me to go into the Navy," Pickering said. There was a pause before Patricia replied.
"If you had turned him down, you would have said, 'wanted.'"
"Yes, that's right." He heard her inhale deeply. It was a moment before she spoke.
"When do you go? What are you going to do?"
"Soon. Work for him. He's arranging for me to be commissioned as a captain."
"Oh, God damn him."
"I suppose I should have discussed this with you," Pickering said.
"Why should you start now, after all these years?"
It was a failed attempt at lightness, A genuine bitterness came through.
"I'm sorry, Pat," he said, meaning it.
My father would say, "Never be sorry for doing something you want to do. And you do want to go, Flem, don't you?"
"Yes, I suppose I do."
"Don't come home now. I'd say things I would later regret."
"Okay."
"Give me an hour. Make it an hour and a half. Then come."
He heard the click as she hung up.
3. Building F, Anacostia Naval Air Station, Washington, D.C., 30 January 1942. First Lieutenant Charles E. Orford, aide-de-camp to Brigadier General D.G. McInerney, stepped inside McInerney's office, closed the door quietly behind him, and waited until the general raised his eyes from the paperwork on his desk.
"Sergeant Galloway is outside, sir."
That the news did not please General McInerney was evident on his face. He shrugged, exhaled audibly, and said, "Give me 2 minutes, Charlie, and then send him in."
"Aye, aye, sir,"
Orford said, and quietly left the office. Precisely 2 minutes later, there was a polite knock at McInerney's door. "Come." Technical Sergeant Charles M. Galloway, USMC, in greens, marched into the office, stopped precisely 18 inches from McInerney's desk, and came to attention. Then, gazing 12 inches over McInerney's head, he said, "Technical Sergeant Galloway reporting to the General as ordered, sir." General McInerney pushed himself backward in his chair, locked his fingers together, and stared at Galloway for a full 30 seconds before he spoke. "Look at me," he said.
"Oh, shit. Here it comes,"
Charles Galloway thought. He dropped his eyes to meet McInerney's. "Do you have any idea how much goddamned trouble you caused?"
"Yes, sir. I think so."
"You don't look especially penitent, Sergeant."
"Sir, I'm sorry about the trouble I caused."
"But you think it was really caused by a bunch of chicken shit swabbies, and in your heart of hearts, you don't think you did anything wrong, do you?"
"Yo bastard can read my mind."
Galloway's face went pale, but he didn't reply. "You're thinking that you were almost a Marine Corps legend, is that it? That you'd be remembered as the guy who fixed up a shot-up fighter with his own hands, flew it without orders onto the Saratoga and then on to Wake, and died gloriously in a battle that will live forever in the memory of man?" Again, Galloway's face paled momentarily, but he didn't say anything.
"That's not true. I wasn't trying to be a fucking hero. All I was trying to do was get that Wildcat to Wake where it was needed."
"What the hell were you thinking, Galloway? Can you at least tell me that?"
"I was thinking they needed that Wildcat on Wake, sir."
"Did it occur to you that in the shape that Wildcat was, you could have done some real damage, crashing it onto the deck of the Saratoga?"
"Sir, the aircraft was in good shape,"
Galloway said. "It had been surveyed, for Christ's sake, by skilled BuAer engineering personnel and declared a total loss." He was referring to the U.S. Navy Bureau of Aeronautics.
"Sir, the aircraft was okay,"
Galloway insisted doggedly.
"Sir, I made the landing."
General McInerney believed everything Galloway was telling him. He also believed that if he were a younger man, given the same circumstances, he would, he hoped, have done precisely what Galloway had done. That meant doing what you could to help your squadron mates, even if that meant putting your ass in a potentially lethal crack. It had taken a large set of balls to take off the way Galloway had. If he hadn't found Sarah, he would have been shark food. The general also found it hard to fault a young man who, fully aware of what he was going to find when he got there, had flown toward the sound of the guns, purposely sailed, to put it poetically, into harm's way. And he also believed that Galloway had actually come very close to becoming a Marine Corps legend. Professionally, as opposed to parochially as a Marine, General McInerney believed that it had been a mistake to recall Task Force 14 before, at the very least, it had flown its aircraft off to reinforce the Wake Island garrison. That move came as the result of a change of command. Things almost always got fucked up during a change of command, at least initially. How much Admiral Husband E. Kimmel, the former Commander-in-Chief Pacific Fleet, was responsible for the disaster at Pearl Harbor was open to debate. But since he was SINCPAC, he was responsible for whatever happened to the ships of his command. And after the Japanese had wiped out Battleship Row, he had to go. McInerney privately believed, from his admittedly parochial viewpoint as an aviator, that the loss of most of the battleship fleet was probably a blessing in disguise. There were two schools in the upper echelons of the Navy, the battleship admirals and the carrier admirals. There was no way that the battleship admirals could any longer maintain that their dreadnoughts were impregnable to airplanes. Most of their battleships were on the bottom at Pearl. Conversely, the carrier admirals could now argue that battleships were vulnerable to carrier-borne aircraft, using the same carnage on Battleship Row at Pearl Harbor as proof of their argument. That just might give command of the naval war in the Pacific to the carrier admirals. McInerney knew that it wouldn't be an all-out victory for the carrier admirals over the battleship admirals. The battleships that could be repaired would be repaired and sent into action. Those still under construction would be completed. But if it came to choosing between a new battleship and a new carrier, the Navy would get a new carrier. And the really senior Navy brass would no longer be able to push carrier admirals subtly aside in favor of battleship admirals. No aircraft carriers had been sunk at Pearl. It might have been just dumb luck that they were all at sea, but the point was that none of them had been sunk. And since there were no longer sufficient battleships to do it, it would be the aircraft carriers that would have to carry the battle to the enemy. And when the discussions were held about how to take the battle to the enemy, the opinions of the carrier admirals would carry much more weight than they had on December 6, 1941. Admiral Husband E. Kimmel had to go, and he knew it, and so did everybody else in SINCPAC headquarters. From 1100 on December 7th, Kimmel had had to consider himself only the caretaker of the Pacific Fleet, holding the authority of SINCPAC only until his replacement could get to Hawaii. As it actually turned out, he wasn't even given that. He was relieved, and an interim commander appointed, while Admiral King and the rest of the brass in Washington made up their minds who would replace him. They had settled on Admiral Chester W. Nimitz. McInerney personally knew Nimitz slightly and liked him. Professionally, he knew him better and admired him. But Nimitz hadn't even been chosen to be SINCPAC when the decision had been made to send 3 carrier groups to sea, 2 to make diversionary strikes, and the 3rd, Task Force 14, to reinforce Wake. The decision to recall it had come after the humiliated Kimmel had been relieved, and before Nimitz could get to Hawaii and raise his flag as SINCPAC. McInerney believed the recall order did not take into consideration what a bloody nose the Americans on Wake had given the Japanese with the pitifully few men, weapons, and aircraft at their disposal. Commander Winfield Scott Cunningham, the overall commander on Wake, and the Marines under Majors Devereux and Putnam had practically worked miracles with what they had. The decision to recall Task Force 14 had obviously been made because it was not wise to risk Sarah and the 3 cruisers. McInerney was willing to admit that probably made sense, given the overall strength of the battered Pacific Fleet, but there was no reason for not making a greater effort to reinforce Wake. Another 12 hours steaming would have put them within easy range to fly VFM 221's F-2A-3 Buffalo fighters and Galloway's lone F-4F-4 Wildcat off Sarah onto Wake. It seemed likely to McInerney that risking the Tangier with her Marine Defense Battalion and all that ammunition aboard by sending her on to Wake would have been justified. Tangier could probably have been given air cover by VFM 221, and for a while at least, as Sarah steamed in the opposite direction by Navy fighters aboard Sarah. Instead, Tangier had turned around with the others and gone back to Pearl Harbor, and at the moment she turned, she was almost at the point where the carriers could have launched aircraft to protect her. McInerney was not willing to go so far as to assert that the presence of the additional aircraft, he was painfully aware of the inadequacies of the Buffalo, and the Reinforcement Defense Battalion would have kept the Japanese from taking Wake. But there was no doubt in his mind that the planes and the men, and more important, the 5-inch shells, would have made it a very costly operation for them. If that had happened, and if Tech Sergeant Charlie Galloway had managed to get his Wildcat onto Wake and into the battle, he would have become a Marine Corps legend. But it hadn't happened. Sarah and the rest of Task Force 14 had returned to Pearl with Galloway and his F-4F-4 aboard. There was a good deal of frustration aboard Sarah when that happened. McInerney had learned that a number of senior officers had actually recommended to the task force commander that he ignore the recall order from Pearl and go on with the original mission. In the end, of course, they had obeyed their orders. Meanwhile, McInerney guessed, very sure he was close to the truth, that some chicken shit son of a bitch, probably a swabby, had pointed out that what that damned Marine flying sergeant had done was in clear violation of any number of regulations. Since that sort of thing couldn't be tolerated, charges were drawn up. And since people were looking for something or someone on whom to vent their frustration, Galloway had wound up being charged with everything but unlawful carnal knowledge. General court-martial charges had actually been drawn up against him, but when it came to convening the court, they had found out that general court-martial authority was not vested in CINCPAC, but in the commanding general of the 2nd Marine Aircraft Wing back in San Diego, because VFM 211 was under its command. So they had put Tech Sergeant Galloway under arrest on a transport bound for San Diego, and they had airmailed all the charges and specifications to the commanding general, 2nd Marine Air Wing, for appropriate action. The commanding general of the 2nd Marine Air Wing, realizing a hot potato had dropped in his lap, had quickly tossed it upstairs and into the lap of Major General D.G. McInerney at Headquarters USMC. A court-martial was now out of the question as a practical matter. It would be impossible to gather the witnesses necessary for a successful prosecution in Washington. They were all over the Pacific, and some of them were dead. There was, besides, the question of the press. It would look to the press, as it looked to McInerney, as though the Marine Corps was about to try to punish somebody for trying to fight for his country. "But we have to do something, Mac," the Major General Commandant had said when McInerney reluctantly brought the matter to his attention. "Even Ernie King has heard about your Sergeant Galloway. Use your best judgment. I'll back you up whatever you decide." McInerney knew what would satisfy the Navy, short of a court-martial, a letter saying that Galloway had been relieved of flying duties and assigned elsewhere. "I'm really furious with you, Galloway, about this," McInerney said. "You've cost me a fine fighter pilot, and what I'm sure would have been a superior squadron commander."
"Sir?"
"You dumb son of a bitch," McInerney said, with a fury that started out as an act but became genuine as he realized that he was speaking the truth.
"I'm sorry, sir. I don't understand."
"If you could have restrained your
Alan Ladd, Errol Flynn, Ronald Reagan movie star heroics for a couple of weeks, there would have been bars on your collar points and a squadron to command. You could more than likely have done some real damage to the enemy. A lot more than you could have caused even if you had managed to get that jury-rigged wreck to wake, and probably taught some of these kids things that just might have kept them alive.
I never even thought about a commission, Galloway replied, so surprised McInerney noticed that he did not append sir to his reply.
That's your goddamn trouble. You don't think.
Yes, sir.
The Corps spent a lot of time and money training you, Galloway, and now that's all going to be wasted.
Sir?
It will be a cold day in hell, Galloway, before you get in a cockpit again.
Yes, sir, Galloway said. McInerney saw in Galloway's eyes that had gotten to him. The worst punishment that could be meted out to someone like Galloway was to take flying, any kind of flying, but especially flying a fighter plane, away from him.
I wonder why I said that. I don't mean it. For a number of reasons, including both that the Corps needs pilots like Galloway, and that I have no intention of punishing him for doing something I would have done myself. It has not been decided whether to proceed with your court-martial, Galloway. Until that decision has been made, you will report to Mag 11 at Quantico. You will work in maintenance, but you will not get in the cockpit of a Texan or any other aircraft to so much as taxi it down a taxiway.
Aye, aye, sir.
That's all, Sergeant. You may go.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, Tech Sergeant Charlie Galloway said. He did an about-face and marched out of General McInerney's office. Lieutenant Orfoot came into General McInerney's office a moment later.
Have a memo typed up to General Holcomb, McInerney said, saying that I have temporarily assigned Sergeant Galloway to Quantico for duty as an aircraft maintenance supervisor, and then do a letter to SingPac saying that appropriate action in the case of Sergeant Galloway is being implemented.
Aye, aye, sir, Orfoot said. Damned shame to lose his experience.
You're not listening carefully again, Charlie, McInerney said. The operative word is temporarily.
Oh, Orfoot said, and smiled. Yes, sir.
And I said something in the heat of anger that might make some sense. Get a teletype out to the 1st and 2nd aircraft wings, telling them to review the records of the naval aviation pilots and submit to me within 7 days a list of those they can recommend for commissions. Put in there somewhere that the lack of a college degree is not to be considered disqualifying.
Aye, aye, sir.
Is there anything else, Charlie?
Sir, you're having lunch at the Army-Navy Club with Admiral Ward.
Oh, Christ. Can I get out of it?
This would be the 3rd time you've canceled, sir. McInerney looked at his watch.
Order up the car.
I've done that, sir. It's outside.
Sometimes you're just too goddamn deficient, Charlie. With a little bit of luck, maybe it would have had an accident on the way here from the motor pool.
Sorry, sir, Orfoot said, and went to the clothes tree and took General McInerney's overcoat from it and held it up for him. 15 minutes later, as the marine green 1941 Ford was moving down Pennsylvania Avenue near the White House, General McInerney suddenly sat up. He had been glancing casually out the side window, but now he stared intently, then turned and stared out the back.
Stop the car,
he ordered. Sir? The driver, a young corporal, asked, confused.
That was English, son, McInerney snapped. Pull to the curb and stop.
Aye, aye, sir, the corporal replied and complied with his orders.
There's a Navy officer coming up behind us on the sidewalk. Intercept him and tell him I would be grateful for a moment of his time, McInerney said. Then he slumped low in the seat. The driver got quickly out of the car, found the Navy officer, and relayed General McInerney's desires to him. He walked just behind him to the car then quickly stepped ahead of him to pull the door open. The Navy officer, a captain, saluted. "Good afternoon, General," he said.
"Get in,"
General McInerney ordered.
"Aye, aye, sir,"
the captain said. The captain complied with his orders. General McInerney examined him carefully.
"Fuck the Navy. Isn't that what I remember you saying, Captain?"
"Yes, sir. I seem to recall having said something along those lines."
"And how long, now, have you been wearing navy blue?"
3 days, sir."
"How do I look?" "If people didn't know any better, they'd think you were a Navy captain. The look of confusion in your eyes, for example."
"Thank you, sir."
"I've got a lunch date I can't get out of,"
General McInerney said.
"But I can give you a ride. Where are you headed?"
"Just down the block, sir."
"To the hotel your father-in-law owns?"
"Actually, General, to the White House. Secretary Knox wants me to meet the president. I've been invited to lunch."
"Oh, Flem, you son of a bitch. Why am I not surprised?"
4. The White House, Washington, D.C., 30 January, 1942. "My name is Pickering," Fleming Pickering said to the civilian guard at the White House gate. The civilian had come out of a small, presumably heated guardhouse at his approach. The 2 soldiers on guard, their ears and noses reddened by the cold, apparently were required to stay outside and freeze. "Let me see your identification," the guard said curtly, even rudely. Fleming produced his new Navy identification card. The guard examined it carefully, comparing the photograph on it to Pickering's face. "Wait here," the guard said, and went back into the guardhouse. Pickering saw him pick up a telephone and speak with someone. He did not come back out of the guardhouse. A minute later, a Marine sergeant in greens came down the driveway. He saluted. "Would you come with me, please, Captain Pickering?" he said politely, crisply. Pickering marched after him up the curving drive toward the White House. There was a crust of ice on the drive. It had been sanded, but the road was slippery. The Marine led him to a side entrance toward the building that had been built at the turn of the century to house the State, War, and Navy departments of the U.S. government, and then up a rather ordinary staircase to the second floor. Pickering found himself in a wide corridor. A clean-cut man in his early 30s sat at a small desk facing the wall, and 2 other men cut from the same bolt of cloth were standing nearby. Pickering was sure they were Secret Service agents. "This is Captain Pickering," the Marine sergeant said. The man at the desk nodded, glanced at his wristwatch, and made a notation in a small, wire-bound ledger. "This way, please, Captain," the Marine said, and led Pickering halfway down the corridor to a double door. He knocked. The door was opened by a very large, very black man in a starched white jacket. "Captain Pickering," the Marine sergeant said. The black man opened the door fully.
"Please come in, sir," he said. "The president's expecting you."
This was, Pickering realized, the president's private suite, the presidential apartments, or whatever it was called. He was surprised. He had expected to be fed in some sort of official dining room. A tall, well-built, bespectacled man in the uniform of a Marine captain came out of an inner room. In the moment, Pickering recognized him as one of Roosevelt's sons. He had no idea which one. The captain said, "Good afternoon, sir. Let me help you with your coat. Dad and Mr. Knox are right inside." Pickering handed him his uniform cap and then took off his top coat and handed that over. Captain Roosevelt handed both to the steward, then motioned Pickering ahead of him through a door. The President of the United States, in a wheelchair, rolled across the room to him, his hand extended. Pickering knew, of course, that Franklin Delano Roosevelt had been crippled by polio, but the wheelchair surprised him. He was almost never photographed sitting in it. "We've been talking about you, Captain," Roosevelt said as he shook Pickering's hand in a very firm grip. "Have your ears been burning?"
"Good afternoon, Mr. President," Pickering said. He heard his father-in-law, Andrew Foster's dry voice in his mind. The son of a bitch is obviously a socialist, but giving the devil his due, he probably saved this country from going communist.
"Naval officers are forbidden to drink on duty," the President said, smiling warmly. "Except, of course, when the Commander-in-Chief doesn't want to drink alone."
Another steward appeared at that moment with a glass of whiskey on a small silver tray. "Thank you," Pickering said, and raised the glass. "Your health, sir," he said, then took a sip. It was Scotch. Good Scotch.
"That all right?" Roosevelt asked. "Frank said you're a Scotch drinker."
"This is fine, sir."
"He also told me you'd much rather be wearing a uniform like Jimmy's," the President went on, "but that he had convinced you would be of greater use in the Navy."
"I was a Marine, sir," Pickering said. "Once a Marine, always a Marine." Roosevelt laughed.
"Frank also told me to watch out for you, that if I let my guard down, you'd probably ask me for a letter of marque."
Pickering glanced at Frank Knox, who smiled and shook his head. "May I have one, sir?" Pickering said. Roosevelt laughed heartily.
"No, you may not," he said. "I admire your spirit, Pickering, but I'm afraid you're going to have to fight this war like everybody else, including me, the way someone tells you to."
"Aye, aye, sir," Pickering said, smiling. "I am being charmed. I wonder why."
"Why don't we go to the table and sit down?" Roosevelt said, gesturing toward a small table near windows overlooking the White House lawn. Pickering saw there were only 4 places set. Stewards immediately began placing small plates of hors d'oeuvres before them. Roosevelt began to talk about the British commandos. Pickering quickly saw that he was very impressed with them, as much for the public's perception of them as for any bona fide military capability. "When Britain was reeling across Europe from the Nazi blitzkrieg," Roosevelt announced, as if making a speech before a large audience, "when they were literally bloody and on their knees, and morale was completely collapsing, a few small commando operations, militarily insignificant in themselves, did wonders to restore civilian morale and faith in their government."
"I had really never thought of it in that context," Pickering said honestly. "But I can see your point." Roosevelt, Pickering was perfectly willing to grant, was a genius at understanding and molding public opinion.
"A very few brave and resourceful men can change the path of history, Pickering," the President said sonorously. "And fortunately, right now, we have 2 such men. You know Colonel Jim Doolittle, don't you?"
"If you mean, Mr. President, the Jim Doolittle who used to be Vice President of Shell Oil, yes, sir, I know him."
"I thought you might," the President said. "2 of a kind, you know, you 2. Not thinking of the cut in pay that putting on a uniform meant, but rather rushing to answer the call of the trumpet."
"I really am being charmed," Fleming Pickering decided. "He wants something from me. I wonder what. Not the damned ships again."
"Frank, have you told Captain Pickering what Jim Doolittle's up to?"
"It's top secret, Mr. President," Secretary Knox replied.
"Well, I think we can trust Captain Pickering. Captain Pickering, would you be offended if I called you by your Christian name?"
"Not at all, Mr. President."
"Well, Frank, if Flem's going to be working for you, he'll find out soon enough anyway, wouldn't you say?"
"Probably, Mr. President."
"Jim Doolittle, Flem, came to me with the idea that he can take B-25 Mitchell bombers off from the deck of an aircraft carrier."
Sir? Pickering asked, not understanding. The Japanese emperor is sitting in his palace in Tokyo, convinced that he's absolutely safe from American bombing. Colonel Doolittle and his brave men are about to disabuse him of that notion, Roosevelt said, cocking his cigarette holder almost vertically in his mouth as he smiled with pleasure. The idea, Pickering, Secretary Knox said, is that we will carry Doolittle on a carrier within striking distance of Tokyo. They will launch from the carrier, bomb Tokyo, and then fly on to China. Fascinating, Pickering said, and then blurted, But can Doolittle do it? Can you fly airplanes that large from aircraft carriers? Doolittle thinks so. They're down in Florida now in the Panhandle learning how, Knox said. Yes, I think it can be done. Christ, that's good news, Pickering said excitedly. So far, all we've done is take a licking. And there will be other reverses in the near future, I am very much afraid, Roosevelt said. The Philippines, you mean? Pickering asked. You don't believe that Douglas MacArthur will be able to hold the Philippines? Roosevelt asked. He was still smiling, but there was a hint of coldness in his voice. Jesus Christ, my mouth has run away with me again. Mr. President, I don't pretend to know anything about our forces in the Philippines, but I do know that they will require supplies. I do know something about shipping. I know that there are not enough bottoms to supply a large military force, and even if there were, there are not enough warships after Pearl Harbor to protect the sea lanes to the Philippines. Aren't you concerned, talking like that? Roosevelt asked carefully. That someone who doesn't know you might think you're a defeatist? If I have spoken out of turn, Mr. President. Roosevelt looked at him thoughtfully for a long moment before he spoke again. I said a while ago, we have two brave and resourceful men, he said. Jimmy here is allied with the other one. And don't tell me this is top secret too, Frank. I know. Yes, Mr. President, Knox replied. The commander of the Marine Guard at White Sulphur Springs a few years back, Roosevelt said, was a man named Evans Carlson. You happen to know him? No, sir. Major Carlson is now out in San Diego starting up a unit I think of as American Commandos. But I don't want it to appear as if we're slavishly copying our British cousins, so we're calling them Raiders. All volunteers, highly trained, who will hit the Japanese and then run. Sounds very interesting, Pickering said. I wonder how he's going to move them around. It's 30, 40 miles from the English coast to the French. Distances in the Pacific are measured in multiple hundreds, multiple thousands of miles. Frank had the Navy Yards convert some old four-stacker destroyers to high-speed transports, Roosevelt said. He's reading my mind, Pickering thought. The idea, Flem, Captain Roosevelt said, is that by striking the Japanese where they don't expect it, in addition to what damage we do there, we will force the Japanese to put forces they could use elsewhere to work, guarding all of their islands. I see, Pickering said. And Flem, the President said passionately, think of what it will do for morale. As you just said, all we've done so far in this war is take a licking and lick our wounds. Yes, sir. I understand. Well, I'm sorry to tell you that my enthusiasm is not shared by either the Navy or the Marine Corps, the President said. Now, Frank, Secretary Knox said, that's not true. They are dancing with Evans Carlson with all the enthusiasm of a 14-year-old in dancing school paired off with a fat girl, Roosevelt said, and everyone laughed. They have to do it, but they don't have to like it. Frank, Secretary Knox said, if you really think that's the case,
I'll send Captain Pickering out there to see what needs straightening out." Roosevelt looked as if he had just heard a startlingly brilliant suggestion for the first time. "You fraudulent old son of a bitch," Pickering thought. "That's what this whole thing with your boy here for a private lunch is all about. Knox brought me here to let you know what he intended to do with me, and you'll let him, providing I take care of this Major Evans Carlson. Tit for tat. I haven't been here a week, and I'm already in politics." "That might not be a bad idea, Frank," Roosevelt said thoughtfully, and then added, "Now that I think about it, if you can spare Fleming, he's probably just the right man for the job. You were a Marine, Flem, after all." "Yes, sir, I was." "I'll send him out there tomorrow, Mr. President," Knox said. "Good idea, Frank." When they left the White House, Knox waited until they were in his limousine and then said, "I have a Commander Kramer who has all the background material on Major Carlson, the raiders, and their target, an island called Makin. I'll have him bring it around to your hotel tomorrow, and then you get on the Monday morning courier plane to San Diego. I'm not really sure how I feel about the whole idea. I understand why people may be dragging their feet. They think it's both a waste of time and materiel and an idea that may go away. But now I know that it's important to Roosevelt. Given that, it's important to you and me that you go out there and light a fire under people. I'm sympathetic to the notion that a victory, any kind of a victory, even a small one, is important right now. And it will be even more important when the Philippines fall," Knox said. "So it's important, for a number of reasons, that you go out there right away. We can get you an office and a secretary when you come back." Chapter 5 1. Security Intelligence Section, U.S. Naval Communications, Washington, D.C. 0730 hours, 31 January 1942. When Mrs. Glenn T. Ellen Feller passed through the security gate on her way to work, the civilian guard smiled at her and handed her a note. It read, "Ellen, please see me at 0800. It was initialed AFK. Commander A.F. Kramer was the officer in charge. Ellen Feller, who was tall and 30 with pale skin and long light brown hair, which she normally wore in a bun, glanced at the note for a second. It sparked her curiosity, but it did not cause her any real concern. She often found essentially identical notes waiting for her as she came to work. "Thank you," she said, smiling at the guard. Then she entered the restricted area. She either nodded and smiled or said good morning to a dozen people as she made her way to her desk at the far end of the long and narrow room. People smiled back at her, some of them a little warily. Ellen was aware that her co-workers thought of her as devoutly religious. She had several times heard herself referred to as a Christer. Personnel records, and especially reports of what were known as complete background investigations, are classified confidential, the security classification a step below secret. They were thus, theoretically, really confidential, and their contents were made available only to those with a need to know who had been granted the appropriate security clearances. In practice, however, personnel records and reports, interim and final, of complete background investigations of new or potential employees were available to anyone who was curious, even secretaries. This was especially the case in the Security Intelligence section, where even the clerk typists held top-secret security clearances. There, the confidential classification was considered something of a joke. Before Mrs. Feller had reported for duty, some time ago as an Oriental languages linguist, all the girls in the office knew that their new co-worker was married to the Reverend Glenn T. Feller of the Christian and Missionary Alliance, that she had perfected her language skills in the Orient, and that until the previous May, she and her husband had operated a C&MA missionary school in China. They also knew that the Fellers had no children, and that Reverend Feller was off doing the Lord's work among the American Indians on a reservation in Arizona. Meanwhile, Mrs. Feller had noticed a classified advertisement placed by the U.S. government seeking U.S. citizens with fluency in foreign languages, and she had answered it. Soon after that, the Navy offered her a job as an Oriental languages linguist. It wasn't known whether she accepted the job as a patriotic citizen, or because the Fellers needed the money, or because she didn't want to live in the Arizona desert. Her application for employment stated simply that she wanted to serve. In fact, although the job paid her more than she had expected, she had taken it for the very simple reason that she really didn't want to go to Arizona, and that meant she had to find work. The actual fact was that Ellen Feller had absolutely no interest in doing the Lord's work, or, for that matter, in saving her immortal soul. And even more to the point, she loathed the Reverend Feller. She didn't want to live with him in Arizona or anywhere else. Were it not for her father, who was rich and elderly, approaching the end of his time on earth, and a religious zealot, she would have divorced her husband. But a divorce would almost certainly inspire him to cut Ellen out of his will and leave all of his money to the Christian and Missionary Alliance. The way it stood now, he intended to leave half of his worldly goods to his daughter and her husband. With that understanding, and of course, after days of prayerful consideration, the Reverend Feller had announced to the hierarchy of his denomination that it was God's will for him to go alone to bring the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ to the Navajos. His beloved wife would meanwhile make what contribution she could to the war effort in Washington, D.C. This move would cause them both a huge personal sacrifice, but they had prayerfully and tearfully decided to endure it. The Reverend Feller had been honestly unhappy to leave Ellen behind in Washington, not because he particularly liked her, or even because he would be denied his connubial privileges, but because the old man was in a nursing home in Baltimore, 40 miles from Washington. The Reverend was afraid that while he was off in Arizona, Ellen would attempt to poison her father against him with reports of his misbehavior, sexual and otherwise, in China. In the end, he had acquiesced to the move solely because Ellen had threatened to go to the authorities, both governmental and ecclesiastical, and inform them of some of the lesser-known facts about her husband's activities in China. From the day they had entered that country, for example, he had been involved in the illegal export to the United States of Chinese archaeological treasures looted from tombs. The Reverend Feller had gone to great lengths to conceal what he called his personal pension plan from his wife. He had therefore been astonished to learn that she knew about it. He incorrectly suspected that one of the Chinese had told her. She had actually learned about it from an American Marine. As one of their last missions before being transferred to the Philippines, the 4th Marines had provided a guard detachment for the convoy of missionary vehicles as they left for home. Ellen Feller had had a brief fling in those days with one of the young Marines. She now realized the affair had been both foolish and stupid. But at the time she had endured a long abstinence from men. The Marine himself was extraordinarily fascinating, and she had imagined that the odds were very much against her ever seeing him again. When she first saw him staring with interest at her body, she presumed he was a simple Marine in charge of the Marine trucks. It was only after they had made the beast with 2 backs half a dozen times that she learned that Corporal Kenneth R. Killer McCoy, USMC, wasn't anything of the kind. He was, in fact, on an intelligence-gathering mission for the 4th Marines. His mission was concerned both with the location of Japanese Army units in the area he was passing through and with reports that missionaries were smuggling out of China valuable Chinese artifacts, jade, pottery, and other items. Until she was actually aboard the ship that brought her home, Ellen Feller managed to convince Ken McCoy that she was fonder of him than was the case. Largely because of that, she was reasonably assured that he did not report to his superiors that some of the shipping containers the Marines had obligingly transported for them to Tientsin contained material having nothing to do with the work of the Christian and Missionary Alliance. But of course, she couldn't be sure. Her concern diminished with time, and especially when she learned that the 4th Marines had indeed been transferred from China to the Philippines as scheduled. It was about that time that she entered the Navy's employ. Just before Pearl Harbor, however, she was instructed to deliver to the office of the officer in charge, Commander A.F. Kramer, a packet of classified documents that were to be transported to the Far East by officer courier. The officer courier turned out to be Killer McCoy, now wearing the uniform of a Marine lieutenant. Since McCoy was driven directly from the office to meet his airplane, there was no time then for Ellen Feller to do anything but make it plain to him that she was perfectly willing, even anxious, to resume their intimate relationship. There was enough time, nevertheless, for her to reassure herself that McCoy had still not informed anyone about the material her husband had illegally brought into the United States. Not long after that, there was a cable reporting that Lieutenant McCoy was missing in action in the Philippines and presumed dead. News that for a few days flooded Ellen Feller with considerable relief. The matter was finally over and done with, she told herself. But then McCoy dropped out of the blue, alive and well, and that put her back on square one. Beyond that, McCoy showed no interest whatever in resuming their relationship. And soon after that, McCoy disappeared from Washington. There was a credible rumor, which she now thought of as scuttlebutt, that McCoy was on a confidential undercover mission in California. Ellen Feller was nothing if not resourceful. A short time later, though after a good deal of thought, she came up with a reasonable plan in the event McCoy reported the crates. First of all, there was a good chance that he would not report them at all. If he did, the question would naturally arise as to why he hadn't made his report to the proper authorities in China. His failure to do so would constitute, almost by definition, dereliction of duty. And even if he did report them, it would come down to his word against hers and the Reverend Feller's. Besides, Ellen Feller had so far been unable to locate the crates, although she'd tried very hard to find them. Her husband had obviously hidden them well. Under the present circumstances, she doubted that anyone in the government would spend a lot of time looking for them, or that they could find them if they did. Glenn Feller might be a miserable son of a bitch, but he was not stupid. And even if the crates did show up, she could profess to know nothing whatever about them. Or, alternatively, she could claim that she had reported the matter to McCoy. What was important, she concluded, was to earn the reputation of being a simple, loyal, hard-working employee who was so devoutly religious that she could not possibly be involved in anything dishonest. It was not difficult for her to play this role. In China, she had successfully played the role of a pious, hard-working, good Christian woman for years. Playing it in Washington turned out to be even easier. In fact, partially because of the mushrooming of the intelligence staff, it produced unexpected benefits. Other linguists came aboard after she did, and many of them, like her, were former missionaries. Soon she was given greater responsibility. Since there was neither time nor need to translate every Chinese or Japanese document that came into their hands, Ellen Feller became sort of an editor. She separated those documents that would be of interest to the Navy from the others, which were discarded, and then she assigned the job of translating the important ones to someone or other. She rarely made the actual translations herself. Because she had taken on greater responsibility, her official job description was changed, and this resulted in a promotion. At precisely 5 minutes before 8, Ellen Feller rose from her desk and visited the ladies' room to inspect her hair and general appearance. She was generally pleased with what she saw in the mirror, yet she wished, as she almost always did, that she could wear lipstick without destroying the image she was forced to convey. Without it, she thought, she looked like a drab. She checked very carefully to make sure that no part of her lingerie was visible. She took what she was perfectly willing to admit was a perverse pleasure in wearing black, lacy lingerie. It made her feel like a woman. But of course she didn't want anyone, especially Commander Kramer, to see it. When she finished, she went to Commander Kramer's office, stood in the open doorway, and knocked on the jamb. "Come in, Ellen," Commander Kramer said, smiling. "Good morning."
"Good morning, sir,"
she said, and stepped inside. There was a captain in the office who rose as she entered. "Ellen, this is Captain Houghton, of Secretary Knox's office. Captain, Mrs. Ellen Feller." Houghton, Ellen saw, was examining her carefully. There was a moment's concern. What does someone from the office of the Secretary of the Navy want with me? But it passed immediately. She sensed that Captain Houghton liked what he saw.
"Good morning, sir,"
Ellen Feller said politely.
"I'm very pleased to meet you."
2. The Foster Lafayette Hotel, Washington, D.C., 31 January 1942. Captain Fleming Pickering, USNR, had been talking with his wife in San Francisco. Just after he put the telephone handset back in its cradle, the telephone rang again. The ring disturbed him. During the last few minutes of his call, he had said some unflattering things about the President of the United States, and he had performed a rather credible mimicry of both the President's and Mrs. Eleanor Roosevelt's voices. As he did that, it occurred to him that his telephone might be tapped, and that Roosevelt would shortly hear what Fleming Pickering thought of him. The possibility that his telephone might indeed be tapped was no longer a paranoid fantasy. Telephones were being tapped. The nation was at war. J. Edgar Hoover and the FBI had been given extraordinary authority, and so certainly had the counterintelligence services of the Army and Navy. The Constitution was now being selective in whose rights it protected. The great proof of that was just then happening in Pickering's home state. A hysterical Army lieutenant general in California had decided that no one of Japanese ancestry could be trusted, and he had been joined in this hysteria by California's Attorney General, a Republican named Earl Warren. Warren was more than just an acquaintance of Fleming Pickering's. Pickering had played golf with him, and actually voted for him. To protect the nation, the Army Lieutenant General and the California Attorney General had decided to scoop up all the West Coast Japanese, enemy, alien, and native-born American alike, and put them in relocation camps. Just the West Coast Japanese, not Japanese elsewhere in the United States, or for that matter, Japanese in Hawaii, and not Germans or Italians either, even though it wasn't many months earlier that the German-American Bund was marching around Madison Square Garden in New York wearing swastika-bedecked uniforms, singing Deutschland über alles, and saluting with the straight-armed Nazi salute. It was governmental insanity, and it was frightening. Pickering had already concluded that if he were J. Edgar Hoover, or one of his counterintelligence underlings, or for that matter, some captain in naval intelligence, and had learned that Fleming Pickering, Esquire, had appeared out of nowhere, been commissioned as a captain directly and personally by the Secretary of the Navy, and was obviously about to move around the upper echelons of the defense establishment with a top-secret clearance, he would want to learn instantly as much as he could about Pickering and his thoughts and opinions. The easy way to do that was to tap his telephone. Among the many opinions Pickering had broadcast over the phone moments earlier, he had said that the President of the United States is either the salvation of the nation, or he's quite as mad as Adolf Hitler, and I don't know which. And if he goes ahead with this so-called relocation of the Japanese, especially the ones who are citizens, and isn't stopped, I can't see a hell of a lot of difference between him and Hitler. The law is going to be what he says it is. Fortunately, he had sensed that he was upsetting Patricia, so he had switched to mimicking Roosevelt's and Eleanor's quirks of speech. He knew that always made her laugh. Of course, he had not informed Patricia of the subjects discussed over lunch in the presidential apartments. Without giving it much solemn thought, he had decided that anything the Commander-in-Chief had said to the Secretary of the Navy and a Navy Reserve captain was none of the captain's wife's business. "Hello," he said, picking up the telephone. "Captain Pickering, please?" "This is Captain Pickering." "Sir, this is Commander Kramer. I'm in the lobby." Oh, Christ. I should have answered the telephone in the Navy manner. This isn't the Adams Suite in the Lafayette. This is the quarters of Captain F. Pickering, USNR, and I should have answered the phone by saying, "Captain Pickering." "Please come up, Commander." "Aye, aye, sir." Pickering pushed himself out of the upholstered chair in the sitting room and went into the bedroom to put on his uniform. Commander Kramer had probably already decided he had been selected by ill fortune to babysit another goddamned civilian in uniform. Opening the door to him while wearing a Sulka's silk dressing robe would confirm that opinion beyond redemption. The door chimes went off while Pickering was still tying his tie. He muttered, "Damn," then went to the door and pulled it open. Commander Kramer, a tall, thin man with a pencil-lined mustache, was not alone. He had with him a lieutenant junior grade and a woman. The JG was a muscular young man who was carrying a well-stuffed leather briefcase. Fleming would have given odds that he'd not only gone to Annapolis, but that he had played football there. The woman, smooth-skinned, wearing little or no makeup, was in her middle 30s. She was wearing a hat. A real hat, not a decorative one, against the snow and cold. She had unbuttoned her overcoat, and Fleming Pickering noticed, en passant, that she had long, shapely calves and a nice set of breastworks. "I was just tying my tie," Pickering said. "Come in." "Yes, sir," Commander Kramer said, then thrust a small package at Pickering. "Sir, this is for you." "Oh? What is it?" "The Secretary asked me to get those for you, sir. They're your ribbons. The Secretary said to tell you he noticed you weren't wearing any." "Would you say, Commander, that that's in the order of a pointed suggestion?" "Actually, sir," Kramer said, "it's probably more in the nature of a regal command." Pickering chuckled. At least Kramer wasn't afraid of him. Frank Knox had described Kramer as the brightest of the lot, and Pickering had jumped to the conclusion that Knox meant Kramer was sort of an academic egghead. He obviously wasn't. "Captain, may I introduce Mrs. Ellen Feller and Mr. Satterley?" "How do you do?" Mrs. Feller gave him her hand. He found it to be soft and warm. Lieutenant Satterley's grip was conspicuously firm and masculine. Pickering suspected he would love to try a squeeze contest. "Let me finish, and I'll be right with you," Pickering said, and started to the bedroom. "Captain, may I have a word with you alone, sir?" Kramer asked. "Come along." He held the door to the bedroom open for Kramer and closed it after he had followed him through it.
Mrs. Feller is a candidate nominee, maybe, for your secretary, Captain, Kramer said. I wondered who she was. The secretary said I should get you someone a little out of the ordinary, Kramer said. I took that to mean I should not offer you one of the career civil service ladies. How did you get stuck with me, Kramer? I'm flattered that I did, sir. Really? It's always interesting to work with somebody who doesn't have to clear his decisions with 3 levels of command above him. So it is, Fleming said. Tell me about Mrs. What did you say? Feller, Captain Ellen Feller. She's been with us about 6 months. Us is who? Pickering interrupted. Naval intelligence, sir? Okay. He had figured as much. She and her husband were missionaries in China before the war. She speaks 2 brands of Chinese plus some Japanese. Now that you think about it, she does sort of smell of missionary. She doesn't bring it to work, sir. I can tell you that. She's been working for me. Why are you so willing to give her up? Pickering challenged, looking directly at Kramer. There was visible hesitation. The lady has character traits you forgot to mention? She likes her gin, maybe? No, sir. There's an answer, Captain, but it sounds a bit trite. Let's hear it. If I understand correctly what your role is going to be, you need her more than I do. Oh, Pickering replied. That's very nice of you. I thought perhaps you might be giving her to me so she could tell you everything you wanted to know about me and about what I'm doing. No, sir, Kramer smiled. That's not it. How do I know that? Well, for one thing, sir, I don't need her for that purpose. The backline cables will be full of reports on you. What's a backline cable? Non-official messages. Personal messages. What the admirals send to each other when they want to find out or report what's really going on. Okay, Fleming said. You're a very interesting man, Commander. I don't know about that, but I like what I'm doing, and I'm smart enough to know that if I got caught spying on you, as opposed to getting my hands on backline cables, I would spend this war at some place like Great Lakes, giving inspirational talks to boots. Did you ever consider selling life insurance? Pickering asked. You're very convincing. People would trust you. Some people can. People I admire can trust me completely. How do I rate on your scale of admiration? Way at the top. Is that what the Navy calls soft soap? I really admire the secretary, Kramer said. He admires you, or you wouldn't be here. Call it admiration by association. And then there are these. He walked to the dresser where Pickering had laid the small package Kramer had given him. He opened it and took out 2 rows of multicolored ribbons. These are very impressive, Captain. You didn't get these behind a desk. Pickering went to him and took them, then looked at them with interest. I don't even know what they all are, he said. Turn them the other way around, Kramer said, chuckling. They're upside down. And then from the left we have the Silver Star, the Navy and Marine Corps Medal, the Purple Heart with 2 oak leaf clusters. I never got a medal called the Purple Heart, Pickering interrupted. It's for wounds received in action, Kramer said. It was originally a medal for valor conceived by General Washington himself in 1782. In 1932, on the 200th anniversary of his birth, it was revived. It is now awarded, as I said, for wounds received in action. We had wound stripes, Pickering said softly, and pointed at his jacket cuff. Embroidered pieces of cloth, worn down here. Yes, sir, I know. You had 3. Now you have a Purple Heart with 2 oak leaf clusters. On the left of the lower row, Captain, is your World War I Victory Medal, and then your French medals, the Légion d'honneur and the Grade of Chevalier, and finally the Croix de Guerre. A very impressive display, sir. Kramer, I was an 18-year-old kid. Yes, sir, I know. But I suspect the secretary feels, and I agree,
As someone who has never heard a shot fired in anger, and we have many senior officers in that category, sir, will not automatically categorize as a goddamn civilian in uniform a man who was wounded 3 times while earning 3 medals for valor. Pickering met Kramer's eyes but didn't respond. You've noticed, sir, that the secretary wears his Purple Heart ribbon in his buttonhole? No, I didn't. I saw it. I didn't know what the hell it was. The secretary got that, sir, as a sergeant in the Rough Riders in Cuba in 1899. Okay, you and the secretary have made your point. Now, what about the young officer? He's carrying the bag. I didn't know what you were interested in, so I brought everything you might be. It's a heavy bag. You pick out what you want, and he'll return the rest. Do you have a weapon, sir? I beg your pardon? Are you armed? Do you have a gun? As a matter of fact, I do. Am I going to need one? Much of that material is top secret, Captain. It either has to be in a secure facility or charged to someone who has the appropriate security clearance and is armed. My pistol is stolen, Fleming Pickering said. Sir? I brought it home from France in 1919, Pickering said. It's stamped U.S. property. Kramer chuckled and smiled. I'm sure the statute of limitations would apply, sir. A Colt 45? Yeah, Pickering said. He went to a chest of drawers, opened it, and held up a Colt Model 1911 pistol. Well, we'll get you another one, Captain, but that should do for the time being. Is there any reason I can't just read this stuff here and give it all back? None that I can think of, sir. May I make a suggestion? Sure. Make a quick survey, select what you want, and then we'll send Mr. Satterley back to the office with the rest. For that matter, I could go with him. And then, presuming you find Mrs. Feller at least temporarily satisfactory, she could stay here until you're finished, then bring the rest back. What would Mrs. Feller do about a gun? Pickering asked dryly. She carries one in her purse, sir. I'll be damned. Pickering put the Colt automatic back in the drawer and closed it. Then he examined his tie, straightened it, and shrugged into his uniform jacket. Let me help you with your ribbons, Kramer said. He pinned them on for Pickering, then they went into the sitting room. Mrs. Feller, Pickering said, Commander Kramer speaks very highly of you. If you think it's worth trying, I'd be grateful if you would come on board to help me. If you're not pleased with how I work out, Captain Pickering, she said, I'll understand. Well, we'll give it our best shot, Pickering said. Mr. Satterley, you want to hand me that briefcase? Aye, aye, sir, Lieutenant Satterley said. For the first time, Pickering saw that the briefcase was attached to Satterley's wrist with a length of stainless steel cable and a handcuff. Mrs. Feller, Pickering said, why don't you call room service and order some coffee? Just for the two of you, Kramer explained. Ellen, you'll stay and see what Captain Pickering decides to send back with you to the office. She nodded. As Pickering dipped into the briefcase, he heard her ask the operator for room service. A moment or two later, he glanced around for Commander Kramer to ask him a question. Before he found Kramer, however, his eyes went up Ellen Feller's dress. Quite innocently, he was sure. She was sitting in such a way that he could see that her lingerie was lace and black. I'll be damned. A missionary lady who wears black lace underwear and carries a gun in her purse. Commander, would you tell me what the hell this is, please? He said, turning his attention to the business at hand. 3. Headquarters, 2nd Joint Training Force, Camp Elliott, California. 10:05 hours, 2 February 1942. Officers in Marine headquarters are usually well equipped with signs identifying the various functions performed therein, and often the signs identify the name of the functionary as well. That didn't seem to be true of headquarters 2nd Joint Training Force. There were sign brackets mounted over the doors, but no signs hung from them. 2nd Joint Training Force, whatever the hell that was either moving in or moving out, Staff Sergeant Joe Howard decided. He was not surprised. The whole Corps seemed to be in a state of upheaval. Though Staff Sergeant Joe Howard normally took a great deal of professional pride in his appearance, he looked slovenly now, and he knew it. He needed a shave, for one thing, and his greens were mussed and bore the stain of a spilled cup of coffee. Howard had just flown into San Diego from Pearl Harbor on a Martin PBM-3R Mariner. The Mariner was a flying boat, a seaplane. Most of the twin-engined, gull-winged aircraft had a crew of 7. They were armed with 130 and 5 50-caliber machine guns and had provision to carry and drop a ton of ordnance, either bombs or depth charges. The one Howard had flown from Pearl Harbor, however, was the unarmed transport version, the -3R. But this one wasn't a standard -3R. It had been fitted up inside for Navy brass, for admirals or better, Joe judged from the comfortable leather seats, the steward, and even an airborne crapper. There were 16 passengers aboard, including a rear admiral, a half-dozen Navy captains, 3 Marine and 1 Army full colonels and some lesser brass, and 2 enlisted men. The other one was a gold-striped Navy chief radioman who had made it plain even before they were taken out to the airplane at Pearl that he was not interested in conversation. Rank didn't get you on the Mariner. The priority on your orders did. They left a room full of brass behind them at Pearl, including a highly pissed Marine lieutenant colonel who had strongly asserted that there was something seriously wrong with the system that made him give up his seat to a lowly staff sergeant. It had been Joe Howard's first ride on an airplane of any kind. As a consequence, he had not been aware that aircraft have a tendency to make sudden, rapid ascents and descents while proceeding in level flight. The price he paid to gain such an awareness was a nearly full cup of coffee spilled on his chest, soiling his shirt, field scarf, and blouse, and painfully scalding his skin. All this took place while the gold-striped chief radioman watched him scornfully. A heavy-set, middle-aged master gunnery sergeant came down the deserted, signless corridor. "Gunny, excuse me? I'm looking for Captain Stecker in Special Planning," Staff Sergeant Joe Howard said to him. The gunny examined him carefully, critically. There was no way he could miss the stubble on Howard's face or the brown stains on his field scarf and khaki shirt. "I am now going to get my ass eaten out, and this son of a bitch looks like he's had a lot of practice." "You're Howard, right?" the gunny said. "That's right," Joe said, and then blurted, "They just flew me in from Pearl, gunny. That's when I spilled coffee on me." "Captain Stecker's the 3rd door on the right, Howard," the gunny said, turning and pointing. "You bring your records jacket with you?" "Yeah," Howard said, surprised. An enlisted man's records were not ordinarily put into his hands when he was transferred. They either found some officer going to the same place and gave them to him, or they sent them by registered mail. But Howard had been handed his, along with the set of orders transferring him to 2nd Joint Training Force. "Good," the gunny said, and walked down the corridor. "How the hell does he know about my records? Or my name?" Joe went to the 3rd door on the right and knocked. "Come!" It was Jack NMI Stecker's familiar voice. But it was no longer Gunny Stecker, his friend from Benning and Quantico. It was now Captain Jack NMI Stecker. Joe opened the door, marched in, and reported to Stecker as a Marine sergeant is supposed to report to a Marine captain. "Jesus, you're a mess," Stecker said. It was an observation, not a criticism, and there was gentle laughter in his voice when Stecker added, "You may stand at ease, Sergeant." Howard dropped his eyes to Stecker's and saw that he was smiling at him. "What did you spill on yourself, Joe?" Stecker asked. "A whole goddamned cup of coffee," Joe said, and remembered to add, "Sir?" "Well, come on," Stecker said. "We'll get you cleaned up. You look like something the cat dragged in."
"I'm sorry," Joe said.
"You look sorry," Stecker chuckled. He led him out of the building, opened the trunk of a 1939 Ford coupe, and motioned for him to put his bag in the back. At Quantico, Joe remembered, Stecker had driven an enormous black Packard Phaeton. "I left Ellie the Packard," Stecker said, as if reading his mind. Ellie was his wife. "She went to Pennsylvania for a while. I bought this when I got here."
"How's she doing?"
Howard asked uneasily. He knew that the Stecker's son, Ensign Jack NMI Stecker Jr., USN, had been killed on the Arizona. "All right," Stecker said evenly. "I suppose it's tougher on the mother than the father."
"That's bullshit," Howard thought.
"How are you doing?" Joe asked. "Well, I seem to be getting used to it," Stecker said. "At least I don't salute lieutenants anymore." Joe chuckled, as he knew he was expected to. And he knew that Jack NMI Stecker had purposefully misunderstood him in order to change the subject from the death of his son. "It doesn't matter," Howard thought. "I had to ask, and I asked. And he knows I'm sorry as hell about his kid. That's enough." "How was the flight, aside from the coffee?" Stecker asked. "It was a fancied-up Mariner. Real nice. They put a lieutenant colonel off it to put me on." "Is that so? What's going on?" "That airplane used to belong to the rear admiral at Guantanamo," Stecker said. "They took it away from him to use it as a courier plane between here and Pearl."
"That's not what I was asking,"
Howard said. "I know," Stecker chuckled. "Well, here we are, home sweet home." Howard saw that they were pulling into a dirt parking lot beside three newly built frame two-story buildings. There was a plywood sign reading, "Bachelor Officers' Quarters." It was the first time Joe Howard had ever been in officers' country for any purpose. For what he understood was good reason, these were off-limits to enlisted men. If it had been anyone but Captain Jack NMI Stecker, he would have asked what he was doing here now. Stecker's quarters inside were not fancy. The opposite, in fact. The studs in the wall were exposed. There were no doors on the closets, but just a piece of cloth hung on a wire. There was a bed, an upholstered chair, a folding metal chair, and a chest of drawers. In a small alcove there was a desk and another folding metal chair. Only a few things in the room had not been issued. There were graduation pictures of Stecker's sons, one of Jack Jr. in his brand-new ensign's uniform, taken at Annapolis, and another of Second Lieutenant Richard S. Stecker, USMC, his dress blue uniform making him stand out from his fellow graduates at the military academy at West Point. There was also a picture of Stecker and Ellie and the boys when they were just kids. It was taken on a beach somewhere, and everybody was in bathing suits. There was a radio, a hot plate with a coffee pot, and a small refrigerator. And that was it. "You better take a shower," Stecker said. "You got a towel?" "Yeah." "And your other greens?" Stecker asked. "They going to be pressed?" He nodded toward Howard's bag. "They should be all right," Joe said. "I've got an iron if there must." Howard took his carefully folded greens from the bag. They would be all right, even up to Jack NMI Stecker's high standards. "You going to tell me what's going on?" Howard asked. "Take a shower and a shave," Stecker said. "Right now, you're probably the sloppiest sergeant on the base."
In other words, you're not going to tell me.
When you're shipshape, Stecker replied. When Joe Howard came out of the shower, a tin-lined cubicle shared with the next BOQ room, Stecker was sitting slumped in the one upholstered chair, holding a beer in his hands. Joe's eyebrows rose. "You can have one later," Stecker said. "First, let me tell you about Colonel Lewis T. Harris."
Lucky Lou? He's here? I thought he was in Iceland.
"He's here. Scuttlebutt, I believe it, says he's about to make general, but right now he's chief of staff of the 2nd Joint Training Force."
What's that got to do with me?
Well, among other things, he's the president of the Officers Selection Board for the West Coast.
I don't even know what that is, Howard confessed.
The Corps is pretty hard up for officers. We don't have enough right now, and the way they're building the Corps up, that situation will get worse.
So,
when you're finished dressing, you better take a brush to your shoes while you're at it. You're going to go up before him. We're desperately short of officers who know anything about small arms beyond what we taught them in basic school at Quantico. I've recommended you for a direct commission as a 1st lieutenant.
Jesus Christ.
You may not get it. You may have to settle for being a 2nd lieutenant, but that's not so bad. Scuttlebutt has it again that from here on in, promotion will be automatic after 6 months.
How the hell can I be an officer? He thought. You can't be a Marine officer if you get hysterical and hide behind a counter when you see somebody get killed.
I don't know what to say, Howard said. When you're in there with Colonel Harris, what you say is, "Yes, sir, no, sir, thank you, sir, and aye, sir."
I meant about becoming an officer.
Don't you, of all people, start handing me that crap, Stecker said.
What crap?
Why do you think I had you brought here from Hawaii, for Christ's sake? So that you could go work in a battalion small arms locker someplace? God damn you, don't you dare tell me thanks, but no thanks.
A year ago, I was a corporal. I don't know how to be an officer, Captain. I just don't think I could handle it.
If I handed you a list with the names of every officer you know on it, you could go down it and say, this one is a good Marine officer and that one is a feather merchant. Do what you've seen the good officers do.
And what if I fuck up? What if I can't?
Then we'll give you your stripes back, Stecker said. For Christ's sake, do you think I would have recommended you if I didn't think you could pass muster? And anyway, you'll be an ordnance officer. You won't have to worry about running a platoon.
It just never entered my mind, is all.
He stopped, then started to tell Stecker about what had happened at Pearl, but realized he couldn't. He added lamely, I almost said gunny. I get into something sometimes and answer the phone that way, Stecker said. Usually, with some real asshole calling. He laughed. You know those indelible pens with a soft tip you use to write on celluloid overlays? Howard nodded. Harris came in my office when I first got here, told me to give him my hand, and when I did, he wrote C-A-P-T on the palm. Then he said, every time you answer your phone, Captain Stecker, read your hand before you speak. He said he was getting tired of explaining to people that I was retarded.
Really?
Yeah, Harris is one of the good guys. We were in France together, in Domingo, too, Nicaragua. We go back a long way. I had a hell of a time getting that stuff off my hand. It's really indelible.
You sure you're doing this because you think I'd make a passable officer?
Or what?
Because we're friends?
That pisses me off, Stecker snapped.
Sorry, I didn't mean it that way, but Jesus, this came right out of the goddamn blue.
You'll be able to handle it, Joe, Stecker said.
Maybe as an ordnance officer, just maybe. Maybe they'll assign me here or at Quantico, someplace in the state, some rear area. I know weapons, at least. I could earn my keep that way. When is all this going to happen? We'll go back to the office. You'll see Harris. If you don't fuck that up, you'll go into Diego to the Navy hospital and take what they call a pre-commissioning physical. That'll take the rest of the day. In the meantime, we'll get all the paperwork typed up. There's a lot of it. Jesus, you do have your records. In the bag. Okay. Come back to the office tomorrow morning. We'll get you discharged. And then you go over to the officer's sales store and get your uniforms. Colonel Harris can swear you in after lunch. That quick? That quick. Where will I be assigned? Here, to work for me, stupid? Why do you think I went to all this trouble? What will I be doing? You ever hear of the Raiders? No. What the hell is that? American Commandos. Long story. Nutty story. No time to tell you all about them now, but they've been authorized to arm themselves any way they want to. I need somebody to handle that for me, to get them whatever they want. You. 4. Headquarters, 2nd Joint Training Force, Camp Elliott, California. 12:05 hours, 2 February 1942. One of the two telephones on Captain Jack N.M.I. Stecker's desk rang, and he answered it on the second ring and correctly. G3, Special Planning, Captain Stecker speaking, sir. Stecker, this is Captain Kelso. There was a certain tone of superiority in Captain Kelso's voice. Stecker knew what was behind that. Although Captain Kelso was, in fact, outranked by Captain Stecker by date of rank, he could not put out of his mind that Captain Stecker was a Mustang, an officer commissioned from the ranks. As an Annapolis man himself, Kelso considered that he was socially superior to a man who had served in the ranks. This opinion was buttressed by his duty assignment. He was aide-de-camp to the commanding general, 2nd Joint Training Force. What Captain Kelso did not know was that the commanding general of the 2nd Joint Training Force had discussed him with Captain Stecker over a beer in the general's kitchen when Captain Stecker had first reported aboard. My aide may give you some trouble, Jack, the general had said. He and Stecker had been in Santo Domingo, Nicaragua, and France together. He's an arrogant little prick, thinks he's salty as hell. Efficient as hell, too, to give the devil his due, which is why I keep him. But he's capable of being a flaming pain in the ass. If he does give you any trouble, let me know and I'll walk all over him. General, I've had some experience with young captains who thought they were salty, Stecker had replied dryly, going way back. Your commanding general, Captain, is sure you are not referring to anyone in this kitchen, the general replied, laughing. Don't be too sure, General, Stecker chuckled. I have never known a master gunnery sergeant who couldn't handle a captain, the general said. I don't know why I brought that up. I appreciate it, Stecker said, but don't worry about it. And how may I be of service to the general's aide-de-camp, Captain Kelso? Stecker said, oozing enough sarcastically insincere charm to penetrate even Captain Kelso's self-assurance and cause him to become just a little wary. Kelso recalled at that moment that the general habitually addressed Captain Stecker by his first name. There's a Navy captain from the Secretary of the Navy's office on his way to see you. He paused just perceptibly and added, Jack? Oh? Who is he? What does he want? His name is Pickering, and I don't know what he wants. He just walked in out of the blue and asked for the general, and when I told him the general wasn't available, he asked for you. I've never seen a set of orders like his. Now Stecker was curious. What about his orders? They say that he is authorized to proceed on a 4A priority wherever he deems necessary to travel in order to perform the mission assigned to him by the Secretary of the Navy, and that all questions concerning his duties will be referred to the office of the Secretary of the Navy.
That's goddamned unusual, Jack Stecker thought aloud. I wonder what the hell he wants with me.
I have no idea, but I'm sure the General would be interested in knowing too.
What did you say his name was?
Pickering.
Stecker's office door opened and his sergeant stuck his head inside.
Sir, there's a Captain Pickering to see you. A Navy captain.
He's here, Stecker said, and hung the telephone up. He got to his feet, checked the knot of his field scarf as an automatic reflex action, and then said, "Ask the captain to come in, please." Captain Fleming Pickering, USNR, walked into the office. "Good afternoon, sir," Stecker said. "Sir, I'm Captain Stecker, G3 Special Planning." Pickering looked at him, smiled, and then turned and closed the door in the sergeant's face. Then he turned again and faced Stecker. "Hello, Dutch," he said. "How the hell are you?" "Sir, the captain has the advantage on me." "I always have had, Dutch. Smarter, better looking." "You really don't recognize me, do you?" Pickering laughed. "No, sir. I would have recognized you. You're a little balder and a little heavier, but I would have known you. The name Pickering means nothing to you." "No, sir." "I'm crushed," Pickering said. "Try Bellow Wood." After a moment, Stecker said, "I'll be damned." "Flem Pickering, right? California? Corporal, you took 2 8mm rounds, one in each leg, and all they did was scratch you?" "I don't think scratch is the right word," Pickering protested. "I spent 2 weeks in the hospital when that happened." "You went into the Navy? Back to college and then into the Navy? Is that what happened?" "I just came into the Navy," Pickering said. "Am I allowed to ask what's going on? You awed the general's aide with your orders, but they didn't explain much." Pickering reached into his uniform jacket pocket and handed Stecker a copy of his orders. "I'm awed, too," Stecker said after he read them. "You don't have to be awed, but I thought I should show them to you." "What do you want with me?" Stecker asked, as he handed the orders back. "You didn't come from Washington to see me." "To tell you the truth, it wasn't until that self-important young man told me that General Davies was not available that I remembered that Doc McInerney told me you were out here someplace." "You've seen Doc?" "Sure have. And I got another interesting bit of information from him. Our boys are roommates at Pensacola." "I'll be damned," Stecker said. "How about that?" "It would seem, Dutch, that we're getting to be a pair of old men, old enough to have kids who rate salutes." "I don't know about you, Captain," Stecker said dryly, "but I still feel pretty spry. Too spry to be sitting behind a desk." "They don't want us for anything else, Dutch," Pickering said. "Mac made that painfully clear to me. We're relics from another time, another war." "How'd you wind up in the Navy? Or is that one of those questions I'm not supposed to ask?" "I tried to come back in the Corps. I went to see Mac. He made it pretty plain that I would be of no use to the Corps. Then Frank Knox offered me a job working for him as sort of a glorified gopher, and I took it. I jumped at it." "Frank Knox, the one I think of nearly reverently as Secretary Knox?" "You'd like him, Dutch. He was a sergeant in the Rough Riders. Good man." "And you're out here for him?" "Yeah. I'll tell you about it over lunch. Let's go over to the Coronado Beach Hotel. They generally have nice lunches." "They generally have great lunches, and everybody knows about them, and you need a reservation. I don't think we could get in. We could eat at the club here." "Indulge me, Dutch," Pickering said.
It isn't only the food I'm thinking of. You want to see somebody else? I'm about to appoint you. I'd really rather have gotten into all this over lunch. The Secretary of the Navy's special representative to see that Carlson's Raiders get what they want. You know about the Raiders? I'm already the general's man who does that, Stecker said. Is that why you're here? Pickering nodded. So much the better, then. The Navy brass are as curious as a bunch of old maids about what I'm doing here. It will get back to them that I had lunch in the Coronado with you. It might come in handy for them to remember you have friends in very high places when you're asking for something outrageous for the Raiders. Stecker looked at Pickering for a moment until he concluded that Pickering was both serious and right. Okay, but first we have to get from here to the hotel, and my car may not start. Bad battery, I think. I had to push it off this morning. The Admiral's aide met my plane and graciously gave me the use of the Admiral's car for as long as I need it, Pickering said. And then we have to get in the dining room. I think I can handle that, Pickering said. Can I have your sergeant make a call for me? Sure, Stecker said, and called the sergeant into the office. Yes, sir? Sergeant, Pickering said, would you call the dining room at the Coronado Beach for me, please? Tell the maitre d' that Captain Stecker and myself are on the way over there and that I would like a private table overlooking the pool. My name is Fleming Pickering. Aye, aye, sir, the sergeant said. Private table, sir? You'll know what I mean, Sergeant, Pickering said. They'll move other tables away from mine so that other people won't be able to hear what Captain Stecker and I are talking about. Why is this making me nervous? Stecker asked. I have no idea, Pickering said. Maybe because you're getting old, Dutch. If there are any calls for me, Sergeant, tell them that I went off with Captain Pickering of Secretary Knox's office, and you have no idea where I went or when I'll be back. Pickering chuckled. You're a quick learner, Dutch, aren't you? For an old man, Stecker said. 5. United States Naval Hospital, San Diego, California, 15:15 hours, 2 February 1942. Tell me, Sergeant, the Navy doctor, a full commander, said to Staff Sergeant Joseph L. Howard, do you suffer from syphilis? No, sir. How about gonorrhea? Commander Nettleton asked. No, sir. Commander K.J. Nettleton, M.C., U.S.N., was a career naval officer. In his 15 years of service, he had discussed venereal disease with maybe 15,000 Navy and Marine Corps enlisted men. In his experience, it was seldom possible to judge from an enlisted man's appearance whether he had been diving the salami into seas of spirochetes or not. He had treated angelic-looking boys who, as their advanced state of social disease clearly proved, had been sowing their seed in any cavity that could be induced to hold still for 20 seconds. And he had treated leather-skinned chief bosun's mates and master gunnery sergeants who had not strayed from the marital bed in 20 years, yet were hysterically convinced that a little urethral drip was God, finally making them pay for a single indiscretion 2 decades ago in Gitmo, or Shanghai, or Newport. But it was also Dr. Nettleton's experience that when regular sailors and Marines, sergeants and petty officers on their 2nd or 3rd or 4th hitch, contracted a venereal disease somewhere along the line, they tried to get their hands on their medical records so that they could remove and destroy that portion dealing with their venereal history. They had learned how the services subtly and cruelly treated men with social diseases. His experience told him that's what he had at hand, in the person of Staff Sergeant Joseph Howard, USMC. Sergeant Howard was taking a pre-commissioning physical. That meant he had applied for a commission.
An officer's selection board was likely to turn down an applicant who had a history of VD, even one who was obviously a good Marine. You didn't get to wear staff sergeant's chevrons as young as this kid was without being one hell of a Marine, and one who looked like he belonged on a recruiting poster. "Sergeant," he said, "if anyone was to hear what I am about to say, I would deny it." "Sir?" Howard asked, confused. "There are ways to handle difficult situations," Commander Nettleton said, "but destroying your records is not one of them. Now, what did you have and when did you have it?" "Sir, if you mean syphilis or the clap, I never did." Nettleton fixed Howard with an icy glare. "You dumb son of a bitch," he thought. "I just told you I'd fix it." "Never." "No, sir," Howard replied, both confused and righteously indignant. "I'll be damned, I think he's telling the truth." "Then how do you explain the absence of the results of your Wasserman test in this otherwise complete stack of reports?" Staff Sergeant Howard did not reply. "Well?" "Sir, I don't know what did you say Wasser test is?" "Wasserman," Dr. Nettleton corrected him idly. "It's an integral part of your physical." "Sir, I don't know. I went everywhere they sent me." Commander Nettleton looked at him intently and decided he didn't really know if he was looking at innocence personified or a skilled liar. He reached for the telephone, found the number he was looking for on a typewritten sheet of paper under the glass on his desk, and dialed it quickly. "Venereal, Lieutenant Gower." "This is Commander Nettleton, Gower. How are you?" "No complaints, sir. How about you?" "You don't want to hear them, Lieutenant. I need a favor. How are you fixed for favors?" "If I've got it, Commander, you've got it." "You got somebody around there who can draw blood for a Wasserman for me, and then do it in a hurry?" "Yes, sir. I'll take it to the lab myself. They owe me a couple of favors up there." "It has to be official. I need the form and an MD to sign off on it." "No problem." "I'm sending a Staff Sergeant Howard to see you. Make him wait. If it comes back negative, send him and the report back to me. If it's positive, put him in a bathrobe and find something unpleasant for him to do. Call me and I'll see that he's admitted." "Aye, aye, sir," Lieutenant Gower said. "Appreciate it, Gower," Commander Nettleton said, hung up and turned to Staff Sergeant Howard. "You heard that, Sergeant? The venereal disease ward is on the 3rd floor. Report to Lieutenant Gower." "Aye, aye, sir," Staff Sergeant Howard said. Like Commander Nettleton, Lieutenant Gower was a career naval officer with nearly as much commissioned service as he had. She had entered the naval service immediately upon graduation from nursing school, and in the 14 years since had served at naval hospitals in Philadelphia, Cavite in the Philippines, Pearl Harbor, and San Diego. She had just learned that she was to be promoted to Lieutenant Commander, Nurse Corps, USN. While on the one hand, Lieutenant Hazel Gower did not consider herself above the mundane routine of the VD ward, of which she was nurse in charge, on the other hand, rank did have its privileges. She rapped on the plate glass window surrounding the nurse's station with her St. Anthony's High School graduation ring, and caught the attention of Ensign Barbara T. Cotter, NC, USNR. Ensign Cotter had just reported aboard, fresh from the nurses' orientation course at Philadelphia. Lieutenant Gower gestured to Ensign Cotter to come into the nurses' station. "Yes?" Ensign Cotter asked. "The way we do that in the Navy, Miss Cotter," Lieutenant Gower said, "is yes, ma'am." "Yes, ma'am," Ensign Cotter said, her face tightening. "This is not the University of Pennsylvania, you know." "Yes, ma'am," Ensign Cotter said, just a little bitchily. That remark made reference to Ensign Cotter's nursing education. Ensign Cotter, unlike most of her peers, had a college degree. She had graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in psychology from the University of Pennsylvania Medical School and had earned, from the same institution, the right to append RN to her name. She had been trained as a psychiatric nurse, and she had been lied to by the recruiter, who told her the Navy really had need of her special skills. In fact, the Navy used medical doctors with psychiatric training and large male medical corpsmen to deal with its mentally ill. When Ensign Cotter reported aboard Naval Hospital San Diego, the Chief of Nursing Services told her that since they had no need for a female psychiatric nurse, she wondered how she would feel about working in obstetrics. An unpleasant scene followed, during which it was pointed out to Ensign Cotter that she was now in the Navy, and that the Navy decided where its people could make the greatest contribution. Following that, Lieutenant Gower in Venereal received a telephone call from the Chief of Nursing Services, a longtime friend, telling her she was getting a new ensign who was an uppity little bitch who thought her college degree made her better than other people. The little bitch needed to be put in her place.
"There's a syphilitic Marine sergeant on his way up here," Lieutenant Gower said to Ensign Cotter. "Draw some blood for a washerman." "He's not on the ward?" "I'm getting tired of telling you this, Cotter. When you speak to a superior female officer, you use ma'am." Ensign Cotter exhaled audibly. "He's not on the ward, ma'am?" "No." "Then how, ma'am, do we know he's syphilitic?" "The washerman will tell us that, won't it, Miss Cotter?" "Only if he is syphilitic, ma'am," Ensign Cotter said. "Commander Nettleton wouldn't have sent him up here unless he was," Lieutenant Gower flared. And then she remembered that Nettleton had said to send the sergeant back if the washerman was negative. She was going to look like a horse's ass in front of this uppity little bitch if it did come back negative. "Just do what you're ordered to do, Miss Cotter," she said icily. "Yes, ma'am." Barbara Cotter saw Staff Sergeant Joseph L. Howard the moment she walked out of the glass-walled nurses' station, and she reacted to him precisely the same way most other men and women did when they first saw him. God, that fellow looks like what a Marine should look like. "Excuse me, ma'am," Joe Howard said. "I'm looking for Lieutenant Gower." "You're here for a washerman, Sergeant?" Barbara asked, telling herself that she had sounded professionally distant. "This beautiful man has syphilis?" "Yes, ma'am. I was told to report to Lieutenant Gower." "I'll take care of you, Sergeant. Come with me, please." "Yes, ma'am." She led him to an examination room. "Take off your jacket, please, and roll up your shirt sleeve." When he took his uniform jacket off, Barbara saw that his shirt was tailored. It fit his body like a thin glove, which allowed her to clearly make out the firm muscles of his chest and upper arms inside it. "What's going on with me? He's not only an enlisted man, and there is a regulation against involvement between officers and enlisted men, but he's syphilitic." She wrapped a length of red rubber tubing around his upper arm, drew it tight, and told him to pump his hand open and closed. He winced when she slipped the needle into his vein. "Have you had any symptoms?" she heard herself asking, as his blood began to fill the chamber. "Ma'am?" "Lesions? Sores? Anything like that?" "No, ma'am." "Then what makes you think you've contracted—" "I don't think I've contracted anything," Joe Howard said, unable to take his eyes from Ensign Cotter's white brassiere, which had come into view when she had leaned over his arm to stick him with the needle. "Then why are we giving you a washerman?" Barbara blurted, looking up at him and noticing that he quickly averted his eyes. "God, he's been looking down my dress." "You know what a washerman is for, don't you?" "For syphilis," he said. "I just figured that out." Why has somebody ordered the test? She asked. If you don't think you...
They put me in for a commission, Joe said. Some asshole... Oh, shit, sorry, ma'am.
He's going to be an officer? Is that what he means? Some asshole... What, Sergeant? Barbara said.
Somebody forgot to send me for the test, Joe said. And now that commander, he thinks I've got it.
And you don't?
I know I don't, Joe said.
Barbara pulled the needle from his vein, dabbed at the puncture with an alcohol swab, and told him to bend his arm.
Well, we'll soon know for sure, won't we? She said. It will come back negative, she thought. I know it will come back negative. Up yours, Lieutenant Gower, ma'am.
6. Officers' Sales Store, U.S. Naval Base, San Diego, California, 1100 hours, 3 February 1942. To Joe Howard, the officers' sales store looked like a cross between a supply room and a civilian clothing store. There were glass-topped counters and shelves loaded with shirts and skivvies and racks containing jackets and trousers. There were even mannequins showing what the well-dressed Naval or Marine Corps officer should wear. Even 2 mannequins of Navy nurses, one wearing blues and the other summer whites. He had a semi-erotic thought. Here there were no female mannequins in underwear, as there were in civilian department stores. That was just as well. Those always made him feel a little uncomfortable. It didn't take him long to guess why that thought popped into his mind. The nurse at the hospital yesterday. It would be a long time before the image of her brassiere and the soft, swelling flesh above it faded from his mind. Jesus, she was a looker. Can I help you, Sergeant? It was a plump and middle-aged storekeeper first class, obviously the man in charge. He looked ridiculous in his bell-bottomed pants and blouse, Joe thought. The Navy's enlisted men's uniform was worn by everybody but chief petty officers. It didn't look bad on young guys, but on middle-aged guys like this one with a paunch and damned little hair, it looked silly. I need some uniforms, Joe said, and handed the storekeeper first a copy of his brand-new orders. Paragraph 1 said that Staff Sergeant Joseph L. Howard, USMC, was honorably discharged from the naval service for the convenience of the government. Paragraph 2 said that First Lieutenant Joseph L. Howard, USMCR, was ordered to active duty for the duration of the war plus 6 months, with duty station 2nd Joint Training Command, San Diego, California. Well, you came to the right place, the storekeeper first said. It's going to cost you. I figured, Joe said. He had a lot of money in his pocket, so it didn't matter. They had brought his pay up to date for his discharge, and they had returned to him the savings money they had been taking out of his pay every month. The government had been paying him 3% on it. He had been saving money since he'd come in the Corps, redepositing it when he shipped over. Now it had all been returned to him. Officers were expected to manage their own money, not have their hands held by the Corps to encourage them to put a little aside. There was even more. He had been paid for his unused accrued leave, and for what it would have cost him to go to his home of record. And Captain Stecker had told him that when he drew his first pay as an officer, he would be paid for what it took to come from Birmingham out here. And finally, there was a one-time payment of $300 for uniforms. The storekeeper first was far more helpful than Joe had expected him to be, and in a remarkably short time, one of the glass counters was stacked high with the uniforms Joe would need as an officer. The $300 uniform allowance didn't come close to covering the cost of the uniforms. The officer's brimmed cap alone, for example, with just one cover, and he needed 4 more covers, came to
$19.65. The covers were expensive because Marine officers' covers, unlike Army and Navy officers' covers, had woven loops sewn to their tops. These were now purely decorative, but they went back to the days of sailing ships, Joe remembered hearing somewhere. Marine sharpshooters in the rigging could distinguish their officers on deck below because of woven line loops sewn on top of their caps. Aside from the Sam Browne leather belt, 2435, there wasn't much outward difference between officers' and enlisted men's greens. Officers' trousers had hip pockets and enlisted men's trousers did not. The quality of the material was better. The only alteration Joe required was the hemming of the trousers. The chubby little storekeeper first said he would have a seamstress hem one pair immediately, and Joe could pick up the rest the next afternoon. Joe suspected he was getting a little better service than most people. The storekeeper first was probably one of the enlisted men who was pleased when a peer became an officer. A lot of people resented Mustangs. When the storekeeper first helped Joe into his blouse, expertly buttoning the epaulette over the crosspiece of the Sam Browne belt, the reason why he was being so obliging came out. "I can offer you a little something for your enlisted stuff," he said. "Not much, because it's nowhere near new, but as much as you'd get hocking it off the base." Joe had not considered getting rid of his old uniforms. Still, all of them were in a duffel bag in the trunk of Captain Stecker's Ford, which he had borrowed. "Make me an offer," he said. "I've got a duffel bag full." "Here?" "Outside, in the trunk of a car." "Let's go look at it. Maybe we can do a little business." "I'm not sure I'm allowed to wear this yet," Joe said, staring at the image of First Lieutenant Joseph Howard, USMCR, in a three-way mirror. He found what he saw very pleasing, yet unreal enough to make him feel uncomfortable. "Why not?" "I don't get sworn in until 2:30. "You're supposed to get sworn in uniform," the storekeeper first said. "Officers, uniform? Nobody's going to say anything." "You're sure? You aren't the first Mustang to come through here." "Okay," Joe said. "When they throw me in the brig, I can quote you, right?" "Absolutely," the storekeeper first said. "Pay for this, and then we'll go see what you've got in the car." The price the storekeeper first offered for all of Joe's enlisted men's uniforms was insulting. He was being raped, but he could think of nothing to do about it. He could, of course, tell him to go fuck himself, in which case, when he returned to the officer's sales store for the rest of his new uniforms tomorrow, they wouldn't be ready, or worse. He managed to get the total price up to $52.50, but beyond that, the storekeeper first not only wouldn't budge, he showed signs of getting nasty. "Sold to the man in the bell-bottom pants," Joe said, forcing a smile. "A pleasure doing business with you, Lieutenant," the storekeeper first said as he hoisted Joe's duffel bag onto his shoulder. "Don't forget my $52.50, Joe said. "I'll have it for you tomorrow." "You can have the stuff tomorrow, then," Joe said. "You don't trust me?" "Not as far as I could throw you," Joe said. "I show up there tomorrow and you're not there? Then what would I do?" The storekeeper first heaved the duffel bag back into the trunk and then shrugged. He dipped his hand behind the 13-button fly of his bell-bottoms and came out with 2 20s and a 10. "That's all I got," he said. "I'll have to owe you the $2.50. "Either look in your sock or somewhere, or put 2 of the wool shirts back." The storekeeper first looked carefully at Howard, then shrugged and dipped into his 13-button fly again. He came out with a wad of singles and counted off 3 of them. Joe put them in his pocket and gave the man 2 quarters in change. They exchanged dry little smiles, and the storekeeper first, grunting, hoisted the duffel bag to his shoulder again and marched off.
That fat old son of a bitch has got a nice little racket going, he thought. He paid me less than half of what that stuff is worth in any hawk shop, and there's probably one or two guys like me going through there every day. Christ, not only Marines, the Navy must be commissioning Mustangs, too. I'll be a son of a bitch, he said aloud, more out of admiration than anger, as he considered that the storekeeper first must be taking in probably as much as $150 a day. I'm almost afraid to ask what all that was about. A voice, a female voice, said behind him. Surprised, he turned quickly to see who it was. It was an officer, a female officer, a Navy nurse, and, specifically, the one who had drawn his blood for the Wasserman test the day before. Joe saluted crisply, without thinking about it, a Pavlovian reflex. An officer had spoken to him, therefore he saluted. I think I was supposed to do that, the nurse said. She was carrying a paper sack from the commissary. Excuse me? Joe said. Those are silver bars you're wearing? Mine, you'll notice, are gold. I think I was supposed to salute first. Jesus Christ, Joe said. She smiled. What was going on? I sold him my old uniforms, Joe said. You look very nice in your new one, Barbara Cotter said, smiling. Are congratulations in order? I haven't been sworn in yet, he said. But you did pass the Wasserman, Barbara said. She had suspected this Adonis could blush when she had told him he looked nice in his uniform. Now there was inarguable proof. His face was flushed. This isn't the first time, she thought. He blushed when I caught him looking down my whites. Adonis is actually shy. Yeah, I did that all right, Joe said. And then he took the chance. Can I offer you a ride? I've got a borrowed car. Ensign Barbara Cotter hesitated, not about taking the ride, but because she had her own car. I don't want to start off lying to this man. Isn't that strange? I've got a car, she said. I'm on my way to lunch. Have you eaten? No. Follow me over to the hospital then, she said. The food's not bad. Joe looked at his watch. There was time. Sure, he said. The blue Plymouth coupe, she said, and pointed down the line of cars. With a little bit of luck, she thought, Lieutenant Hazel Gower, USN, will be having her lunch when I walk into the officers' section of the hospital mess with this Wasserman negative Adonis. Is that why I went up to him in the parking lot? To get at dear old Hazel? As she put her key in the ignition of her Plymouth, she understood that while zinging Lieutenant Gower might be nice, it was not the reason her heart had jumped when she saw Joe Howard standing by the open trunk of the Ford. Oh, God, she muttered as she pushed the starter button. What is this? 7. Office of the Chief of Staff, Headquarters, 2nd Joint Training Force, San Diego, California. 14:45 hours, 3 February 1942. Congratulations, Lieutenant Howard, Colonel Lewis T. Lucky Lou Harris said, offering his hand to Joe Howard. You are now a Marine officer. I have every confidence that you will bring credit to the uniform you're wearing and to the Corps. Good luck to you. Thank you, sir, Joe said. Will you wait outside a moment, please? Harris said. I'd like a word with Captain Stecker. Yes, sir, Joe said, and did an about-face and marched out of Harris's office. That one, I think, will do all right, Harris said to Stecker. But frankly, I'm a little uncomfortable about not sending him to Quantico for basic school. Sir, he's not going to get a platoon or even go to the division. Not today, anyway, Harris said dryly. I've already read today's teletypes from Washington reassigning our officers.
But what about tomorrow? Until he appears on a list of officers who have completed basic school, he's not eligible for assignment with troops, Stecker said. And as long as we forget to request a space for him at Quantico, he won't be ordered there. In the meantime, we can put him to work. And if some zealous paper pusher sends a TWX asking why we haven't requested a basic school slot for Lieutenant Howard, what do we say? When all else fails, tell the truth, Stecker said. We tell them that Howard, a small arms expert, has been charged with getting the 2nd Raider Battalion the weaponry they want, and that since this is a matter of the highest priority, according not only to the Commandant but to the Secretary of the Navy as well, we thought this assignment was more in the best interests of the Corps than sending him to Quantico. Lucky Lou Harris still looked doubtful. Colonel, Stecker said, I talked to Captain Pickering about him. He said if anybody gave us any trouble to call him. He made it pretty plain to me that what the Secretary of the Navy wants is to give the Raider battalions what the President wants them to have, which is anything they want. Just between you and me, Jack, I don't like the whole idea of these so-called Raider battalions a damn bit. I don't really know how I feel, Stecker said. Evans Carlson is a hell of a Marine. He used to be, anyway, Harris said. But it's a moot point, Jack, isn't it? Yes, sir, it is. And your pal Captain Pickering makes me nervous, frankly. Can he be trusted? There was a moment's hesitation before Stecker answered. He can be trusted to do what the Secretary tells him to do, and beyond that, I think he still thinks like a Marine. What did he tell you about me? About the General? Harris asked. Sir? I suppose what I'm asking is whether he wants reports from you directly. Sir, he told me to feel free to call him if I saw any problems coming up, but I wouldn't do that without checking with you. No, of course you wouldn't, Harris said. No offense intended. Christ, Jack, why do things get so complicated? It wouldn't be the Corps, sir, if there wasn't some moron putting his 2 cents in and getting in the way of simple riflemen trying to do their job, Stecker said. Harris chuckled. Keep Carlson happy, Jack, he said. Let me know if I can help. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Lieutenant Joe Howard was sitting on a battered, chrome-framed, plastic-upholstered couch in Colonel Harris's outer office, thumbing through a copy of Collier's. He got to his feet when Stecker came out of Harris's office. What we'll do now, Lieutenant, Stecker said, is take you out to the 2nd Raider Battalion and introduce you to Colonel Carlson, his S4, and Captain Roosevelt. Then we'll get you settled in a BOQ, and then I thought tonight we'll celebrate your bar, wash it down, and maybe get a steak at the Officers' Club. Howard looked a little uncomfortable. Something wrong with that? Sir, I've got sort of a date tonight. Oh? I met a nurse at the hospital, Joe said. I asked her to supper. Well, hell, I wouldn't want to interfere with that, Stecker said. Then he smiled, dug in his pocket, and came out with a key. Here, he said, handing it to Howard. What is this, Captain? Joe asked, confused. Stecker had handed him a hotel key from the Coronado Beach Hotel. We Mustangs have to stick together, Stecker said, as they walked down the corridor toward the front door. Captain Fleming Pickering, USNR, gave that to me. We served together in France in the First War. I was a buck sergeant and he was a corporal. He just came in the Navy as a captain. Howard was visibly confused. Between wars, Pickering is in the shipping business, specifically Pacific and Far Eastern shipping. He owns it. And they keep a suite at the Coronado Beach Hotel, permanently, to put up their officers who are in port. If you want to impress the nurse, take her out there. Just show that key to the maitre d' and he'll give you a table. Without a reservation, I mean.
And I can use it?
I think Captain Pickering would be delighted to have you use it, under the circumstances, Stecker said. And who knows, Joe? You might get lucky. The suite has 4 bedrooms. Odds are one of them ought to be empty.
She's not that kind of a girl,
Joe Howard said. The one thing I've learned about women, Joe, over the years, Stecker laughed, is that you never can tell about women.
I said she's a nice girl, Joe Howard said sharply.
From Philadelphia. She's even got a college degree.
I'm sure she is, Stecker said. 8. The Coronado Beach Hotel, San Diego, California, 1930 hours, 3 February 1942. There was a long line of people waiting to get into the main dining room. The line overflowed the bank of upholstered benches intended for those waiting for a table.
We're never going to get in here,
Ensign Barbara Cotter said to Lieutenant Joe Howard. Trust me, Joe said, with far more confidence than he felt. He put his hand on her arm and marched her past the sitting and standing people waiting to get in. Some of them, senior officers, many with their wives, looked at them either curiously or unpleasantly. The maitre d', in his good time, raised his eyes from his list of reservations. Your name, sir? Joe showed him the hotel key. The maitre d's eyebrows rose. Certainly, sir. Will you come with me, please? The enormous, old-fashioned, high-ceilinged dining room was almost full. But here and there were empty tables with reserved signs mounted on brass stands. The maitre d' led them to a table by a wide window overlooking the water. The window was now covered by a heavy black curtain. Your waiter will be here shortly, sir, the maitre d' said as he held Barbara's chair for her. Enjoy your meal.
What did you show him?
Barbara asked. He handed her the key.
I don't know what you think I am, or who you are.
Barbara flared and started to get to her feet. She saw the horrified look on his face and stopped.
Captain Stecker loaned me that,
Joe said.
He said to show it to the head waiter and it would get us a table. Who was Captain Stecker?
Barbara asked, partially mollified.
Why am I so furious? So far, he hasn't even looked directly at me, much less tried to put his hands on me.
Well, he's my boss, the one that got me the commission, Joe said, and then blurted,
I'm not trying to get you into a hotel room or anything like that. I certainly hope not, she said. All the keys for us so we could get a table, Joe said. You said that, she said. He lives here or something?
No, the key. This is an involved story.
I'm fascinated, she said.
He told her what Stecker had told him. Their eyes met, and in them she saw that he was telling the truth.
And now that's over,
she sighed inwardly.
The key has been explained, and I believe he did not get himself a room here, confident that I would jump in bed with him. So why do I feel a little let down? He almost sounds as if he doesn't want to go to bed with me. My God, this is an insane situation.
I'm sorry, he concluded.
Why should you be sorry?
Because you thought...
Let's just let it drop, okay?
Okay, he said with enormous relief. What would you like to drink? I mean, do you drink?
Scotch, she said.
Scotch? He asked in disbelief.
Something wrong with scotch?
I didn't think girls drank scotch.
Girls drink gin fizzes and brandy Alexanders, right? Things like that.
and then they get sick to their stomachs? Well, this girl learned that in college, and this girl drinks scotch, if that's all right with you. My God, why did I snap at him like that? What the hell is wrong with me? Sorry, he said. Stop saying you're sorry. Good evening, a waiter said. May I get you something from the bar? Scotch, Joe said. Scotch and soda? 2 of them? I'm very sorry, sir. We're out of scotch. Barbara looked at Joe, and she saw that he was looking at her, and that his lips and his eyes were curled in laughter he was afraid to let out. That figures, Barbara said, and then she laughed. Then, without thinking about it, she reached out and touched his hand with hers, but instantly withdrew it. Ooh, what now? Joe asked. Do you have any rye whiskey? Barbara asked the waiter. Yes, ma'am. Rye and ginger ale, please, Barbara said. 2, please, Joe said. He handed them menus and left. They read the menu. Joe was astonished at the prices. Barbara was horrified. He's only a first lieutenant. He can't afford this. I wonder how he would react if I suggested we go Dutch treat. I'm not really very hungry, she said. I think I'll just have a salad. I know what you're thinking, he said. I certainly hope not, she said. What am I thinking? You're thinking the prices are crazy. They are, she said. 2 big things have happened in my life in the last 48 hours, and I happen to have a lot of money. Let me splurge. Please. What 2 big things? Look at my shoulders, Joe said. A year ago, I was a buck sergeant. Being an officer is important to you, isn't it? I'm not sure I'll be able to hack it, he said. Why not? He shrugged. I'm just not sure, is all. As if with a mind of its own, her hand touched his again and was again instantly withdrawn. What was the other thing? She asked, idly curious. You, he said. Her eyes moved to his and then away. My God, he means that. And I'm blushing. I wish you hadn't said that, she said. Why? It makes me uncomfortable. Sorry. Stop saying you're sorry. The waiter appeared with a silver ice bucket on a stand. There was a towel-wrapped bottle in the cooler. We didn't order any wine, Joe said. The waiter disappeared without a word. What's that all about? Barbara asked. Joe shrugged. The waiter reappeared, this time carrying a silver ice bucket, tongs, 2 glasses, and a soda water siphon. What's all this? Barbara demanded. I wasn't aware before, sir, that you're Pacific and Far Eastern, the waiter said, almost in a whisper. The cooler contains scotch, sir, from the P&FE cellar. You won't mind mixing your own? And please, keep the towel in place, because of the other guests. And he disappeared again. Do you understand what he said? Barbara asked. Joe shook his head, then took the bottle from the cooler. He unwrapped the towel, then closed it again. Scotch, he said. Something called Old Grouse. Let me see, Barbara said, and he handed her the towel-wrapped bottle. It's scotch, all right, she said. Good scotch. Where did it come from? Joe asked. You ever hear the expression, don't look a gift horse in the mouth? He took the bottle from her and made a drink for her. It was, to judge by the color, far stronger than Barbara would have preferred, but she didn't want to make a fuss. After the first couple of sips, I'll dilute it with more soda. She waited until he had fixed his own drink, then touched her glass to his. Congratulations on your promotion, she said. To you and me, he said. She met his eyes for a moment, then echoed him. To you and me. The waiter took his sweet time coming back for their order. She had just about finished her second drink by the time he did. She had really only wanted one, and that to be sociable. The second drink was as dark as the first, but it didn't seem to taste as strong. She indulged him and gave up the idea of having just a salad, telling herself that she would make it up to him somehow. She ordered a shrimp cocktail, a New York strip, and asparagus. And for a wine, may I suggest a very nice Cabernet Sauvignon? It's Mr. and Mrs. Pickering's favorite, I might add. Well, if it's good enough for them, I think you'll like it, sir. It's made right here in California. I will have just one sip of the wine. The last thing I can afford to do is get tight, she thought. She looked down at her glass and saw that he had refilled it. I don't need that. I just won't drink it. What's a New York strip? Joe asked. I don't think I've ever had one. The admission took Barbara by surprise. He really doesn't know, which is not surprising. Since the day before yesterday, he was a Marine sergeant, a pre-war Marine sergeant, someone my father would claim was in the Marines because he couldn't find a job, and because the Marines offered 3 square meals a day and a place to sleep. Regular Marine enlisted men have few of what my father would call the social graces, and no social graces came to Joe miraculously when he put on that officer's uniform. Ordinarily, God forgive me, I am uncomfortable around the enlisted men. Why is it different with this man? You know a T-bone? She asked, and he nodded. The big piece. They cut the bone out of T-bone. The little piece is a filet mignon, and the big piece is a New York strip. I came in the Corps when I was 17, Joe said. And she took his meaning, that she had a social background and he didn't, and that was why he didn't know what a New York strip was. New York strip was not common fare for Marine enlisted men. My God, is he reading my mind? She felt a wave of compassion for him as her mind's eye filled with a picture of Joe Howard at 17, looking like the kids she saw in the Marine recruit depot here, frightened little boys in uniform. That's all he is now. The only difference is that he's 24 or 25 and wearing an officer's uniform. But he's still alone, and more than a little frightened. She finished her drink before the meal was served, and she had 3 glasses of the Cabernet Sauvignon with the steak. The steak was delicious. While they ate, a band started to play. When they were finished eating, he asked her to dance. She could smell his aftershave when they were close, and she remembered the firm muscles of his chest and arms. What I'm going to do now, when we finish dancing, is go back to the table and have a cup of coffee, and then I'm going to tell him I have an early day tomorrow and have to go home. He spun her about, and her eyes moved across the people at the tables around the dance floor, and fell on Lieutenant Hazel Gower, NCUSN, who was staring at her. She was with another nurse, the skinny little old bitch who had sent her to the venereal diseases ward after Barbara told her she didn't want to work in obstetrics. Let's quit, Barbara said to Joe. I'm a little dizzy. When they returned to the table, the wine was gone, and so was the scotch in the wine cooler. These had been replaced by a tray of cheese and 2 brandy snifters. I don't want that either, but it's his party, and I don't want to appear bitchy. Did you order that? She asked. He shook his head. If you don't want it, don't drink it, he said. It would be a shame to waste it, she said. A short time later, Joe said, "I don't think I've ever had a better time in my life. I hate for it to end." "It has to. I've got a busy day tomorrow." "Sure, I understand. I didn't mean—" Her hand reached for his again and touched it, and this time she did not immediately withdraw it. "I've had a fine time, too. Really. I'm glad we came here." His hand closed on hers, and they held hands for a moment, and then he pulled his away. "I'll get the check," he said, and started looking for the waiter. It took him some time to find him. After the waiter noticed Joe waving and started moving toward their table, she caught Joe glancing at her and then averting his eyes. "Will there be something else, sir? A pastry, perhaps?" "You want a piece of cake?" Joe asked, and she shook her head. "Just a check, please." "Excuse me, sir?" "Can I have the check, please?" "Sir, that'll go on the Pacific and Far East House ledger." "I'd like to pay for it," Joe said. "Sir, that would be difficult." "Let it go, Joe," Barbara said. "Don't look a gift horse in the mouth." "Okay," he said hesitantly. "Thank you." "I hope you enjoyed your meal, sir." He took her arm again as he led her from the room. They walked within 10 feet of Lieutenant Gower and her friend. When Barbara smiled at her, Gower stared right through her. In the lobby just outside the dining room entrance, Barbara stopped. "Where's the room the key goes to?" "I don't know. It says 418. "Then it would seem reasonable to assume it is on the 4th floor, wouldn't you say?" "I suppose." "And I think it would also be reasonable to assume that it would have a bathroom, wouldn't you say?" "Sure, I'm sure it would." "Nature calls," she said. "And there, lucky me, are the elevators." "Would you like me to wait here?" "No." She walked ahead of him and got on the elevator. "4, please," she said to the elevator operator. She didn't look at him on the way up. He followed her into the corridor. She stopped and turned to him and looked into his eyes. "If you don't kiss me right now, I'm going to lose my nerve," she said. He didn't move. He looked paralyzed. "Didn't anybody ever tell you not to look a gift horse in the mouth?" Barbara said. He kissed her. And then they walked, arms around each other, down the corridor until they found Suite 418. He had a little trouble fitting the key to the lock, but once they were inside, and after he kissed her again, everything went off without a hitch. Chapter 6 1. Building F, Anacostia Naval Air Station, Washington, D.C., 0845 hours, 13 February, 1942. General McInerney. Brigadier General D.G. McInerney answered his telephone, not taking his eyes off the thick stack of paper before him. Colonel Hirschberger, sir. Hello, Bobby. How are you? What can I do for you? Colonel Robert T. Hirschberger was Chief of Staff, 1st Marine Air Wing, Quantico, Virginia. General, the general is gone. He's at New River. I'm minding the store. The general was Brigadier General Roy S. Geiger, commanding 1st Marine Air Wing. Got something you can't handle, Bobby? General, I can handle this. What I would like is your advice on how to handle it. Shoot, advice is cheap. I have a requirement to send one R-4D rigged for parachutists to Lakehurst to arrive NLT 0600 14 February. That's tomorrow. I know. I laid that requirement on you. And your major made it pretty plain that this is a must-do. It is. And 30 minutes ago, I got a call from the Director of Public Relations, just checking to see that the aircraft was scheduled, and asking me if I could take particular care to see that the crew was
photogenic.
The son of a bitch called me just a few minutes ago, General McInerney said. He told me that the Commandant had expressed enthusiastic interest in the project. You know what it is?
Life magazine is sending a photographers, plural, to watch the parachute trainees jump out of the airplane.
Right. The idea, apparently, is that when the red-blooded youth of our nation see these heroic daredevils, they will rush to the nearest recruiting office to join up, General McInerney said dryly.
That being the case, I figured there was no way I could get out of sending my only R4D up there, Colonel Hirschberger said.
If that's why you called, Bobby, save your breath. I don't know if General Holcomb really knows about whatever this public relations operation is, but that requirement came down here from the throne room.
There are 4 people here qualified in the R4D, Hirschberger said.
That's all?
McInerney asked, surprised. General, you may not have noticed, but people have been sending my pilots overseas.
I can do without the sarcasm, thank you very much, Bobby, McInerney said. And you may not have noticed, but there's a war on.
Colonel Hirschberger did not reply.
What's the problem, Bobby? McInerney said more cordially. It only takes 2 pilots to fly one of those things, doesn't it?
2 of the 4 pilots don't look old enough to vote, and they have just finished the checkout. The check pilot, aware of the pilot shortage, was not as critical as he should have been.
How do you know that? McInerney snapped.
I was the check pilot, Hirschberger said. Primarily because I am the only R4D instructor pilot here.
You said 4 pilots?
Well, he has 200-odd hours in the aircraft, and he went through the parachute dropping course at Fort Benning.
Well, then what the hell is the problem? Send him, and send the 2 kids with him to see how it's done.
Aye, sir. I hoped the general would say that. The name of the only fully qualified pilot for this mission is Technical Sergeant Charles Galloway. General McInerney exhaled audibly.
Oh, you son of a bitch, Bobby, he said. You sandbagged me.
The options, General, as I see them, are to send the 2 kids and pray they don't dump the airplane or drop the parachutists in the Atlantic or over Central Park while life's cameras are clicking. Or fly it myself. I've never dropped parachutists. I can probably find Lakehurst all right, but it occurred to me that it would look a little odd to have a full-bird colonel flying a mission like this. Or send Charlie Galloway.
I told you about Galloway.
Yes, sir. I know that he embarrassed the U.S. Navy by getting repaired an airplane that Buer said was beyond repair. And then he further embarrassed the U.S. Navy's security procedures by finding out where a task force was and then flying the unrepairable airplane out to it. And I know the only excuse he offered for this outrageous behavior was that he thought Marines were supposed to fight the enemy.
It's a damn good thing we've been friends for 20-odd years, Bobby, McInerney said. Otherwise, I'd have your ass for talking to me that way.
Doc, for God's sake, I'm bleeding for pilots. Not only for this stupid public relations nonsense, but all over. It makes absolutely no sense to have a pilot like Galloway sitting on the goddamned ground with a wrench in his hand when he could be, for example, teaching the kids how to fly the goddamned R4D. McInerney didn't reply. And if we hadn't been friends for 20 years, Doc, and somebody else was sitting at your desk, I would have just sent him without asking and said, "Fuck you, court-martial me," if anybody said anything about it. There was a long silence. Finally, McInerney said, "Got your mouth under control now, Bobby?" "Yes, sir." "Sorry, sir."
Colonel Hirschberger, you have my permission to restore Sergeant Galloway to flight status.
You have my permission to have Sergeant Galloway fly this public relations mission to Lakehurst, and you may utilize Sergeant Galloway in such other flying roles as you deem appropriate for someone of his skill and experience, except that he will not leave the Quantico local area without my express permission." "Aye, aye, sir. Thank you, sir." "And you tell that son of a bitch, Bobby, that if he so much as farts and embarrasses you, me, or marine aviation in any way, I personally guarantee that he will spend the rest of this war as a private in a rifle company." "Aye, aye, sir." General McInerney slammed the handset into its cradle and returned his attention to the thick stack of papers on his desk. 2. Lakehurst Naval Air Station, Lakehurst, New Jersey, 14 February 1942. Lieutenant Colonel Franklin G. Neville, USMC, who was 37 years old, balding, barrel-chested, and carried 212 pounds on a 6-foot 2-inch body, had seen the future, and it was vertical envelopment. In 1937, as a very senior and nearly overage in grade captain, Neville was appointed Assistant Naval Attaché, United States Embassy, Helsinki, Finland. His previous assignment had been as an infantry company commander. When he was not selected to attend the U.S. Army Command and General Staff College at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, and was then asked if he would accept the Helsinki Embassy assignment, Neville understood that his Marine Corps career was drawing to a close. If he was lucky, he might be promoted major while on the 4-year embassy assignment. But promoted or not, he knew, in fact, he had been unofficially informed, that in the spring of 1941, when his Helsinki tour was over, he would be retired. He had also been told, and he believed, that he himself was in no way personally responsible for his coming retirement. He had, in other words, not been found wanting. He was a good officer who performed his assigned duties well. There was no record, official or whispered, that he was too fond of the bottle or of the ladies or of any other sport inappropriate for a Marine officer. The bottom line was that there were only so many billets available for majors in the peacetime Marine Corps, either in the serving corps or in the professional schools, and others competing for these spots were better qualified than he was. The rule was up or out, meaning that if an officer was not selected for promotion, he was either separated from the Corps or retired. Retirement was the fate of officers like Captain Neville, who had enough years of service to qualify for it. He had understood the rules of the game when he'd accepted a regular Marine commission in 1919, and he had no complaints now, although naturally he was disappointed. Franklin G. Neville had entered the Marine Corps as a second lieutenant in June of 1916 on his graduation from Purdue University. He had come home from France a wounded, decorated captain who had taken over command of his company when its commander had been killed at Belleau Wood. The Corps and the war had changed him. He no longer wanted to become a lawyer, specializing in banking law like his father. He now knew that any personal satisfaction that he might find in the practice of law could not compare with the satisfaction he had known leading men in battle. His father never understood that. Worse, he shared with most of his peers the notion that a man served in the peacetime military only if he could do nothing else, and he was simply incapable of understanding why anyone would want to settle for the pittance paid regular officers when a financially rewarding career right there in St. Louis was available. Available? Hell, it's being handed to you on a silver platter, you damned fool! Estelle Wackenberg Neville, whom he had married 5 days before shipping out to France, had understood. And she had also brought into the marriage a substantial trust fund established for her by her maternal grandfather, who had been one of the original investors in the Greater St. Louis Electric Power Generation and Street Railway Company. So money was never a problem, except in the perverse sense that he and Estelle had had to be very careful not to let their relative affluence offend anyone. In fact, this did not turn out to be much of a drawback. Franklin didn't think that a young lawyer in St. Louis could drive a Harman or a Pierce Arrow or even a Cadillac without offending someone senior to him. Not many in that hierarchy had a quarterly check from a trust fund. By the time the Helsinki assignment, his tailgate assignment, came along, there was no longer a requirement to be discreet about their affluence. So he and Estelle decided to go out in style. They left the boys behind in the States at Phillips Exeter to join them in the summers, and in Finland, Estelle found a furnished villa in Helsinki's most aristocratic section, Vartio Island, about 5 miles from the embassy. The waters of Culloden Bay were solidly frozen from February to April, permitting the Nevilles' Packard 280 sedan, Estelle's, and Auto Union Roadster, Franklin's, to drive directly from the mainland to the front door. In the warmer months, a varnished speedboat carried them back and forth from the island to the shore. His Excellency the Ambassador was a political appointee, a deserving St. Louis Democrat who professed a closer friendship with both Estelle's and Franklin's parents at home than was the case. In point of fact, a letter from Estelle's father indicated that so far as he was concerned, the ambassador was a traitor to his class for supporting that socialist son of a bitch in the White House. Nevertheless, the polite fiction served both to keep the naval and army attachés off Franklin's back and to open social doors that permitted Estelle to enjoy a role as hostess that she had been denied all those years. Between Franklin's social contacts within the diplomatic military community and Estelle's with the diplomatic people and their neighbors on Vartio Island, it was a rare evening indeed when their butler served dinner to them alone at home. When the boys arrived in the summer, they spent the Christmas holidays with their grandparents in St. Louis. They were, as Estelle wrote home, received by the best young people in Finland. They fished and sailed, and they danced and kept close company with a number of splendidly beautiful and astonishingly blonde Finnish girls. In due course, Franklin found it necessary to have a serious man-to-man talk with them about how they would embarrass not just their mother, but the United States of America, if one of the young ladies should find herself in the family way. He then counseled them on the absolute necessity of faithful use of rubber contraceptives. In October of 1939, Captain Franklin G. Neville was promoted major. The promotion came as a surprise. He could not imagine that his immediate superior, Lieutenant Commander H. Raymond Fawcett, U.S.N., the naval attaché, had been writing glowing efficiency reports on him. Fawcett's disapproval and/or jealousy of the Nevilles' lifestyle was nearly visible, but still, it would be nice when they went back to St. Louis to be able to call themselves Major and Mrs. Neville. In November of 1939, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics attacked Finland across the southeastern province of Karelia. Before the 1917 revolution, Finland had been part of Tsarist Russia. Specifically, it was a Grand Duchy thereof. When Finland declared its independence, the military forces of the Soviet Union were in no position to do anything about it. Now they were. They regarded Finland as part of Russia, and they wanted it back. Major Franklin Neville immediately went to the war zone as an observer. It was clearly his duty, perhaps the most important duty a military attaché can perform, to observe the combatants at war, to report on their relative efficiency and capabilities, and to learn what he could. Neville, along with an officer from the Finnish High Command and Lieutenant Colonel Graf Friedrich von Kallenberg-Mattau, an assistant military attaché at the German embassy with whom Neville played golf and tennis in the summer and hunted and skied in the winter, drove to Karelia in Freddie von Kay's Mercedes. Freddie argued that the Mercedes had a better heater and more luggage space than either Neville's Auto Union Roadster or the official, smaller Mercedes sedan the Finnish general staff officer had been given. As they drove off, there was little question in Franklin Neville's mind that soon, perhaps within the day, he would be in the hands of the Russians. They outnumbered the Finns by a factor of better than 20 to 1. As courageous as the Finns might prove to be, that sort of a disbalance of opposing forces could result in only one end. The Finns would be overrun and wiped out. He wondered if the Russians would honor his diplomatic status, or whether he would be shot out of hand, or whether he would perhaps simply disappear. It didn't matter. It was his duty to go, and without any false heroics whatever, he could no more not have gone than he could have flapped his wings and flown. What he found in Karelia province was not in any way what he expected. He could not believe that the military forces of a major contemporary world power would be committed to combat with such poor planning, or with such an absolute ignorance of the kind of warfare they would have to wage. Though the wintertime temperature in Karelia regularly dropped to below minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, 80 or 90% of the attacking Russian forces were not clothed or otherwise equipped to fight in such conditions. The apparent Russian plan to penetrate and overrun the Finns swiftly through sheer numbers and massive artillery barrages was an absolute disaster. The Russian artillery, for instance, was almost useless in the bitter cold, and when the pieces could be coaxed into firing, most of the projectiles simply buried themselves deep in the snow before exploding. Rarely did they do any real harm. The Finns, on the other hand, were not only superbly equipped to deal with the weather, they even had stoves and facilities to build warming areas where troops were routinely returned to be fed and warmed, but were able to wage war effectively in it. Their infantry was equipped with skis and snowshoes, permitting rapid movement over deep snow. They had snow-colored parkas, glasses to prevent snow blindness, and even white sleeves to place over their rifles to camouflage them. And they were superbly led and disciplined. The result was that the Finns were able to cause severe personnel and materiel losses to Russian forces at little cost to themselves. Finnish forces would suddenly appear when and where the Russians did not expect them. When the Russians marshaled forces sufficient to repel the Finnish attackers, the Finns simply disappeared in the vast snowy terrain where the Russians were unable to pursue them. Any other army but the Red Army, Neville cabled Washington, would have called off the offensive after suffering such terrible losses. Yet even their apparent total willingness to disregard personnel losses was not going to permit them to accomplish their objective of a quick and decisive victory. But the Russians did have one military capability that deeply impressed Major Neville, even if they used it improperly. They literally threw it away. The Russians had massed a large fleet of transport aircraft, from which they parachuted infantry, plus some supplies, to the ground. In practice, the Russians generally dropped their parachute troops in the wrong places, where Finnish forces quickly wiped them out, and Russian planning made little or no provision for reinforcing or resupplying the parachutists once they were on the ground, which meant that they ended up, in effect, dying on the vine. In Neville's professional opinion, however, these failings did not detract in any way from the obvious fact that the use of parachute troops, the theory of vertical envelopment, was an idea whose time had come. This theory was not new. Neville recalled that in the notoriety surrounding his court-martial for insubordination, it was often forgotten that U.S. Army Air Corps Brigadier General Billy Mitchell had written as long ago as the World War that parachute troops would play an important, perhaps a dominant, role on the battlefields of the future. As for poor little Finland, in the end, of course, Goliath prevailed against David. Courage, discipline, and skill in the techniques of warfare cannot stand up forever against an enemy who possesses both overwhelming logistical superiority and manpower, and who is not responsible to his people for the loss of their sons in battlefield slaughter. The Finns sued for armistice in early 1940. In February 1940, shortly after the armistice was put into effect, Major Franklin G. Neville was ordered home, but not to retire as he had anticipated. Instead, he was ordered to Headquarters USMC in Washington. There he was given a desk in a crowded office and asked to expand on the reports he had cabled from Helsinki of the Russo-Finnish conflict. He was to make such observations and recommendations as he thought would be of value for planning for possible Marine Corps operations in the future. It was temporary duty, and government quarters were not authorized in Washington. He was, however, paid a per diem allowance. Quarters at his next duty station, USMC Schools, Quantico, Virginia, were authorized, but Estelle had no intention of going to Quantico alone and hibernating there while her husband was in Washington, and he had no quarrel with her on that. So the Nevilles moved into a suite at the Wardman Park Hotel. After Helsinki, Estelle argued, she was not about to return to that idiotic business of living as if they didn't know where their next nickel was coming from. It was generally agreed among those who counted that Major Neville's reports on the Russo-Finnish conflict were outstanding. Indeed, his paper on Finnish command relationships and discipline earned him a well done on a buck slip from the Major General Commandant himself. But Major Franklin G. Neville was now a much changed man. Retirement from the Corps no longer loomed before him. No more did he have to face a suitable job arranged by his family in St. Louis, with lunch at the athletic club and drinks at the country club. Instead, he could now look forward to further service as a Marine officer. There was a new war coming. He felt sure of it, and he, prophetically, had a vision of a new cutting edge for the Marine sword. He saw properly trained and equipped and properly utilized Marine parachutists changing the face of Marine warfare. No longer would Marines assault an enemy beach from the sea, he wrote in a paper he titled Hostile Shore Assault by Vertical Envelopment. They would no longer be left vulnerable to murderous fire from shore batteries as their landing barges brought them to the beach. Aerial reconnaissance would show where the enemy was not, and in that place a fleet of transports would drop by parachute, companies, battalions, and possibly even full regiments. Initially, these forces would be resupplied from the air until, attacking from the rear, they could secure the beach. And, of course, he saw Franklin G. Neville, appropriately promoted, leading this invulnerable force of elite Marine parachutists. He had led men in combat well as a young captain. It was not arrogant to presume he could do so even better as a colonel, or as a brigadier general. After completing his headquarters assignment, Major Neville asked for and was granted a 30-day leave. He went to Fort Benning, Georgia, where he met like-minded Army parachute enthusiasts. They received him cordially. Not only had he seen the light, but he had actually witnessed vertical assaults in combat. He gave several little seminars on Russian parachute operations and techniques, pointing out in these talks his perceptions of Russian strengths and weaknesses. The Army obligingly arranged for him to go through their experimental parachute jumping program. He made 9 jumps and, in a quasi-official ceremony at the Benning Officers Club, was given a set of silver Army parachutists' wings and named an honorary U.S. Army paratrooper. When Major Neville reported to Quantico, he was assigned to the G2 section, where his duties were to examine French, English, and German military publications, extracting therefrom material he believed should be made available to the Corps. He did not find this difficult. He was fluent in German, primarily because of his long friendship and association in Helsinki with Lieutenant Colonel Graf Friedrich von Kallenberg-Mattau, and he had no trouble reading the German material made available to him. Equally important, he had 2 sergeants of foreign extraction who could make the actual translations into English. Major Neville therefore had the time to gather all his thoughts, distill them, and express them clearly. The result of this was Vertical Envelopment in the U.S. Marine Corps, a study of the potential uses of parachute troops in future warfare by Major Franklin G. Neville, USMC, based on his observations during the Russo-Finnish War, which he submitted for publication in the Marine Corps Gazette. It was duly decided that Neville's article was not appropriate for publication, and it was returned to him with the thanks of the editors. But it wasn't long before the article took on a life of its own, especially after scuttlebutt had it that the piece had been killed by someone far superior to the major who edited the Gazette. Copies of it were run off on mimeograph machines and made their way around the Marine Corps. Despite the resulting wide distribution, Major Neville's concept of the theory of vertical envelopment as it could apply to the Marine Corps met a mixed to negative reception. There were those who genuinely believed Major Neville was just one more of those harmless Marine Corps characters who were doomed to play the game of life with less than a full deck. Marines going into combat by jumping out of airplanes? Jesus H. Christ. Do you remember that loony who actually proposed building troop-carrying submarines so we could sneak up to the enemy's beach? And there were those who read Neville's arguments with a more open mind and decided that whatever merits the theory might contain, for the time being at least, it was an idea whose time had not come. Parachute warfare would require large numbers of large airplanes, but these were not available, nor were they likely to be. And even if an aircraft fleet were miraculously to materialize, it would require an enormous logistical tail, which the Navy certainly would not want to provide. You could do the arithmetic for that in your head. There are roughly 200 men in a company. With, say, 20 men per airplane, that would mean 10 airplanes to drop one company. There aren't that many R-4Ds, the only airplane that will carry that many people in the whole Marine Corps. Using the rule of thumb of 1.5 pilots per cockpit seat, 10 airplanes would require 30 pilots per parachute company plus a like number of mechanics and crew chiefs. And Neville makes the doubtless valid point that the reason the Russian parachute troops couldn't get the job done was that the Russians made no provision to resupply them. So, since a reasonable ballpark figure for resupply of ammunition and food is a couple of 100 pounds per man, and since a couple of 100 pounds is what a man weighs, that means you would need 10 airplanes to drop the infantry and another 10 airplanes to resupply them. That's 20 airplanes, 60 pilots, 60 mechanics, and 20 crew chiefs for one company. Not to mention things like people driving the gas trucks and extra cooks to feed the pilots and mechanics and truck drivers. And what good could one lousy company do? You'd need a battalion. A battalion is 5 companies. Multiply the above by 5 and you get 100 airplanes and 300 pilots. Major Neville, the poor bastard, obviously got carried away with the romance of it all. As a practical matter, there's just no way the Corps could do it. No wonder the brass killed his article. But as a result of Major Franklin G. Neville's rejected Marine Corps Gazette article, there were those in the senior hierarchy of the Marine Corps who were forced to consider, for the first time, that the U.S. Army was indeed going ahead with vertical envelopment. If the Army was successful in fielding a regimental-size airborne force, and there was already scuttlebutt that the Army intended to redesignate the 82nd Infantry Division as the 82nd Airborne Division, this would constitute a threat to the Marine Corps' perception of itself, and more important, to the Congress's perception of the Marine Corps as the assault element of United States military forces. The Marine Corps believed, as for that matter did many soldiers and sailors, that the function of the Marine Corps was to storm enemy beaches, holding them only long enough for the Army to follow up with its heavy artillery and logistical elements. If the Army developed its own capability to land regiments or divisions on hostile shores, in other words, if they could field an airborne division, the question would naturally be raised, so why do we need the Marines? On the other hand, if the Marine Corps had, in place, its own experts in vertical envelopment, or possibly even its own small force of parachutists, say, a battalion, together with plans to apply their techniques to larger forces up to a division, then the Marine Corps could reasonably argue that the Army was treading on its turf and should back off. While no one really thought that the Army's parachutists posed a deadly threat to the very existence of the Marine Corps, neither was any senior Marine officer prepared to state that they posed no threat at all. And money, as 1941 passed, became less and less an issue than it had been in previous years. There was little doubt in Congress's mind that war was on the horizon and that the American military establishment was ill-prepared to wage it. And Congress devoutly believes the solution to any problem is to throw money at it. The Marine solution to the problem posed by the Army's parachutists proved to be simple. In a supplemental appropriation, Congress provided funds for USMC Schools Quantico to conduct such tests as the Major General Commandant of the Marine Corps thought pertinent regarding the use of parachute forces in future Marine Corps operations. Marine Corps Headquarters delegated overall responsibility for Marine parachutists to Marine Aviation, following the German practice of subordinating their Fallschirmjäger to the Luftwaffe rather than to the Wehrmacht, and they decreed that Major Franklin G. Neville would be action officer for the program. In August 1941, Major Neville submitted a report to Headquarters USMC of the original tests at Quantico, together with a list of recommendations. Surprising no one, he reported that the tests proved beyond any doubt that vertical envelopment offered great advantages to the Marine Corps. He recommended also, 1. That a provisional battalion of parachute troops be formed, and that a suitably experienced officer be named as its commander. Neville listed desirable qualifications for such an officer. These surprised no one, with the exception that the recommended commanding officer should be a lieutenant colonel. These qualifications matched those of Major Franklin G. Neville, and no one else anyone could think of in the Marine Corps. 2. That Marine parachutists should be removed from subordination to Marine Aviation. 3. That the Marine Corps establish a formal parachutists' school, preferably at some location other than Quantico, whose training facilities were already overloaded. The report was submitted through Marine Aviation channels to Headquarters USMC. The endorsement stated that the Director of Marine Aviation did not feel qualified either to recommend or recommend against the incorporation of parachutists into the Marine Corps. But clearly, parachutists were now a practical matter. If, however, it was decided to establish Marine parachutists, Marine Aviation was in complete agreement with Major Neville's recommendations that such a force be withdrawn from subordination to Marine Aviation, and Marine Aviation strongly endorsed the recommendation that any further Marine parachutist training be conducted elsewhere than Quantico. For example, the U.S. Naval Lighter-than-Air Station at Lakehurst, New Jersey, which was currently underutilized, might well prove to be a suitable location. There were those who regarded the Marine Aviation endorsement as another example that there was really no intra-service rivalry between the air and ground components of the Marine Corps. But cynics maintained that Marine Aviation actually wanted to distance itself as far as possible from paratroops generally and from Major Franklin G. Neville specifically. That Neville was now known popularly as Fearless Frank was not taken as an auspicious omen for the future development of marine vertical envelopment. Almost to a man, marine aviation personnel believed that anyone who willingly jumped out of a perfectly functioning aircraft was, kindly, a little strange. Action on the Neville Report and its recommendations came unusually quickly. Within a month, all the recommendations were approved. Marine aviation was relieved of responsibility for airborne forces. A provisional parachute battalion was authorized to be subordinate to Fleet Marine Force Atlantic. The director, Marine Corps Parachute Forces, was authorized to seek volunteers for parachute duty from Marine units within the continental limits of the United States. Marine Corps Schools Quantico was ordered to establish a subordinate facility to train parachutists at Naval Lighter-than-Air Station, Lakehurst, New Jersey. Major Franklin G. Neville was appointed Director of Marine Corps Parachute Forces. Franklin G. Neville was promoted Lieutenant Colonel the day he first visited Lakehurst to determine how its facilities, which is to say, those not needed to support the Navy's blimps, could be quickly adapted to train parachutists. With the exception of not being named commanding officer of the parachute battalion, and it could be argued that there was no point in naming a commanding officer of a battalion that did not yet exist, Neville had gotten everything he'd asked for. He understood, however, that the greatest test was yet before him, turning the theory into reality. And he had a plan for that, too. And high on the plan was getting rid of every last damned one of the marine aviation people, especially the enlisted men. The only marine aviation people he wanted to see in the future would be the ones flying the aircraft. Based both upon his experience as a company commander in France and on what he had observed in the Russo-Finnish War, Colonel Neville knew that the keys to military success were esprit de corps and impeccable discipline. The two went hand in hand. The former, Neville believed, was a result of the latter. In his early planning phases, he had been foolish enough to believe that because he was starting with Marines, he would have a leg up. All Marines, in his opinion, had the kind of esprit de corps and impeccable discipline that the Finns he so admired in combat had possessed. The only thing he had to worry about then was how to actually instruct them in the skill of parachuting. His experience at Quantico with marine aviation, and especially with the enlisted men there, quickly showed him how wrong he was about that. Not only were the enlisted men a long-haired, slovenly bunch who slouched around with their ties pulled down and their blouses unbuttoned, but their officers let them get away with it. At the officers' club in Quantico, he actually came as close to losing his temper in public as he ever had as a Marine. He sought out a marine aviation major to have a word with him, out of school, about a situation he found intolerable. He had come across a Marine lieutenant, an aviator, a staff sergeant, some sort of aircraft mechanic, and a PFC, whose function he did not really know, leaning on the wall of a hangar, laughing and joking together as if they were civilians in a pool hall. When he relayed what he had seen to the major, telling him that while he didn't want to bring charges, he felt sure the major would agree that sort of behavior was intolerable and had to be nipped in the bud, the major actually said to him, "You have to understand, Neville, that aviation is different." "We are all Marines," Neville argued. "Yeah, of course we are," the major replied. "But that doesn't mean everybody has to walk around as if he has a broomstick shoved up his ass like you do." "I can't believe I'm hearing what I'm hearing," Major Neville said indignantly. The aviation major beckoned Major Neville closer with a wiggle of his index finger. Then he whispered in Neville's ear, "Go fuck yourself, Fearless. Leave my people alone." Then he leaned back on his bar stool, grinned cordially, and asked, "Do we understand each other, Fearless?" Neville realized at the time that reporting the incident to Colonel Hirschberger, the Marine Aviation Major's immediate superior, would have been fruitless. Those goddamned aviators stuck together. And furthermore, it would have been necessary to report that fearless business, too, a matter he didn't want to get into. The solution to the problem was to get rid of the Marine Aviation people. He went from Lakehurst. Now that he was Director of Marine Corps Parachute Forces, he no longer had to justify official travel, to Quantico, where he asked for volunteers. One of them he knew, a handsome, charming lieutenant named R.B. Macklin, who shared his enthusiasm for vertical envelopment. Macklin had served with the 4th Marines in China, and for reasons Neville did not understand, had been wasting his talents as a mess officer at Marine Corps schools. He also recruited 6 second lieutenants from a group about to graduate from officers' basic course. He actually had 11 volunteer second lieutenants, but some son of a bitch from the 1st Division, to which the young officers were supposed to be assigned on graduation, complained to personnel that the 1st Division had a more critical need for them than Neville did, and after a rather bitter discussion, he was allowed to take only 6. From Quantico, he went to Paris Island and recruited from boots about to be graduated and from the cadre of drill instructors. He argued to them that if making Marines out of civilians was important, making para-Marines out of ordinary Marines was even more so. And besides, once they became parachutists, it would increase their pay by $50 a month. Over protests from both the 1st Division and Paris Island itself, he was allowed to take 9 drill instructors and no more than 3 volunteers from each graduating platoon of recruits, up to a maximum of 1,200 men. He then went to Fort Benning, Georgia, where he received permission for the 9 ex-drill instructors and 41 others, to be named when they became available, to go through the Army's jump school en route to the Marine Parachute Training School at Lakehurst. As the drill instructors reported aboard Lakehurst from Fort Benning, the Marine Aviation parachutists would be returned on a 1-to-1 basis to Marine Aviation. He couldn't get rid of all of them, of course. He had to keep some around, parachute riggers, for example. But by the 1st of the year, Major Neville's broom would otherwise have swept a new and clean path through Lakehurst. PFC Stephen M. Koffler, USMC, of course knew nothing about any of this. All he knew was that he was being carried as AWOL when he returned from the extended 3-day pass the sergeant of the guard had arranged with the first sergeant for him to have when he had first reported aboard Lakehurst. There is legally no such thing as an extended 3-day pass. Absences of less than 72 hours are not chargeable as leave. Absences over 72 hours are. Consequently, someone who is absent over 72 hours and is not on leave orders, which will charge the time against his accrued leave, is absent without leave, or AWOL. Steve Koffler, who did not understand this technicality, told his first sergeant what had happened. The first sergeant, who had had a number of extended 3-day passes himself over the years, decided to buck the problem up to the company commander. So Steve Koffler repeated his story to the company commander, First Lieutenant R.B. Macklin. Lieutenant Macklin, who was a graduate of the United States Naval Academy at Annapolis, was very concerned with his professional reputation. He was a very senior lieutenant whose promotion to captain was long overdue. Before the war, he had been stationed in Shanghai, China, with the 4th Marines. There, for reasons he had never been able to fathom fully, he had earned the dislike of the regimental intelligence officer, a captain named Banning. Banning, for still more reasons Macklin simply couldn't understand, was held in the high regard of the regimental commander, even though, in Macklin's professional judgment, Banning's performance of duty left a good deal to be desired, and his off-duty conduct was inexcusable. Among other things, Banning maintained a white Russian mistress and didn't particularly care who knew it. If that wasn't conduct unbecoming an officer and a gentleman, Ed Macklin couldn't imagine what would be. Banning had entered the Corps from the Citadel, a civilian trade school, which of course was not the same thing as coming out of Annapolis. That probably explains some of the trouble such people had. It was well known that men from places like the Citadel, Norwich, and VMI were not only jealous of Annapolis graduates, but went out of their way to get them, whenever and however they could. What happened in Shanghai was that Banning, demonstrating a clear lack of good judgment, had assigned a corporal, to gather intelligence data on Japanese troop dispositions while he was ostensibly serving as a truck driver in a motor convoy under Macklin's command. Predictably, even though Macklin tried to help him, the corporal was unable to perform his mission in the best interests of the command. Not only that, but he managed to touch off a confrontation with Chinese bandits that saw more than 20 Chinese killed. Macklin wrote a report about the failure of the intelligence-gathering mission and the causes of the shooting incident. The report made clear that the whole thing could have been avoided if a low-ranking enlisted man had not been placed in a position he could not be expected to handle. Instead of accepting the report for what it was, namely constructive criticism, Banning wrote a wildly imaginative, wholly dishonest reply in which he placed on Macklin the blame for both the failure of the mission and the shooting incident. It was difficult to believe, but the colonel, who had gone into the Corps from Princeton, of all places, took Banning's side, and an efficiency report was placed in Macklin's personnel file that questioned his judgment, his honesty, and his potential for command. At the time, Macklin was so upset by this gross injustice that he did not demand, as was his right, a court-martial to determine the truth of the accusations against him. It was his intention to just leave the Corps. After the way he had been treated, he no longer could serve in good conscience. But with war on the horizon, resignations were no longer being accepted. He was, consequently, assigned to the Marine Corps base at Quantico, Virginia, as a mess officer at Marine Corps schools. He was prepared, of course, to carry out to the best of his ability that and any other assigned duty. Several months later, he was shocked, but not especially surprised, when he later thought about it, to see Banning's corporal from Shanghai enrolled as a candidate for a commission as an officer. The man had no education beyond high school and was, literally, a murderer. Corporal Kenneth R. Killer McCoy was so called because he had stabbed 3 Italian Marines to death on the streets of Shanghai, and here he was, about to become a Marine officer. While he realized that he had no proof of any allegations he could make about McCoy, he was sure it was his obligation to the Corps to see that a man like that never became an officer. Macklin, therefore, had had a quiet word with several of the non-commissioned officers in the school. If McCoy could be terminated from the school for failure to meet its high standards, that would be the end of the matter. He would be no worse off than he had been. He would be assigned as a corporal. It was then that Macklin learned just how much the Corps was infiltrated and corrupted by secret alliances, and how much power they had. Corporal McCoy must have gotten the word out that he was in trouble, for the next thing Macklin knew, a master gunnery sergeant named Stecker, he was the senior enlisted man at Quantico, and presumably had more important things to do, was nosing around the rifle range. And the day after that, Ed Macklin was standing in front of his colonel, accused of improper interference with the officer candidate class. "Find yourself a new home, Macklin," the colonel told him then, "or I'll find one for you." It was at that point that Macklin volunteered for and was accepted in the Marine Corps parachute program. He and Lieutenant Colonel Franklin G. Neville saw eye to eye from the first, and after a period of time, he was able to tell Neville how unfairly he had been treated in Shanghai and at Quantico. Neville understood and was instantly sympathetic. "You do a good job with my parachute school," Neville said, "and I'll write you an efficiency report that will take care of any problems you had in Shanghai. You should be a captain, and if you do a good job for me, you will be." Macklin knew all about extended 3-day passes. He considered them an affront to his perception of good order and discipline. So armed, he concluded he had in PFC Koffler a fine opportunity to make his position on extended 3-day passes known to his new command. He announced to Koffler that he didn't believe a word of his story, that no Marine NCO worthy of the name would tell a PFC not to worry about the 72-hour limitation. He went on to explain that absence without leave was nearly as heinous an offense as cowardice in the face of the enemy, and that he really deserved to be brought before a court-martial. But since the former first sergeant and the sergeant of the guard had been transferred to Quantico, and since it would be inconvenient to bring them all the way back to Lakehurst to testify, and since Koffler was new to the Corps and probably didn't realize the seriousness of his offense, Macklin told Koffler he would graciously give him a second chance. He would thus be permitted to begin parachute training, but the first time he stepped half an inch out of line would prove he was unworthy of a second chance. In that event, the whole business would be brought up again, and he could expect a court-martial and confinement at the Portsmouth Naval Prison. If he managed to get through the course, there would be a clean slate. And of course, it went without saying that he could forget any liberty or other privileges while he was in parachute training. He would, in fact, consider himself confined to barracks when off duty. 3. Marine Air Station, Quantico, Virginia, 10:30 hours, 13 February 1942. First Lieutenant James G. Ward, USMCR, and First Lieutenant David F. Schneider, USMC, marched into the office of Colonel Robert T. Hirschberger and came to attention before his desk. "Sir," Lieutenant Ward barked, "Lieutenants Ward and Schneider reporting as ordered." Lieutenant Ward, a tall, brown-haired, loose-framed 22-year-old, had come into Marine aviation via Princeton, Officer Candidate School at Quantico, and Pensacola. Lieutenant Schneider, who was stocky, broad-shouldered, and wore his blond hair in a closely cropped crew cut, was also 22 and had received his commission upon graduation from the U.S. Naval Academy at Annapolis. With war on the horizon, and because he had the necessary credit hours, Lieutenant Ward had been permitted to graduate from Princeton, B.A., with a major in history, halfway through his senior year. He was graduated from Officer Candidate School at Quantico and commissioned 5 days before Lieutenant Schneider got to throw his midshipman's cap into the air at Annapolis. He had similarly been promoted to first lieutenant 5 days before Schneider was given that promotion. Although he was personally fond of Lieutenant Ward, Lieutenant Schneider regarded himself as a member of the Professional Officer Corps of the Naval Service of the United States. He did not like being outranked by a goddamned reservist from Princeton. There was an enlisted man sitting in Colonel Hirschberger's office. He stood up when the two lieutenants marched in. Colonel Hirschberger promptly introduced him. "This is Sergeant Galloway." Sergeant Galloway was wearing utilities. Both Ward and Schneider had seen him on the flight line working as a mechanic. They had also heard scuttlebutt that the sergeant had stolen an airplane somewhere and taken it for a joyride and had been sent to Quantico to await court-martial. Schneider nodded uncomfortably at the sergeant. Because Lieutenant Ward was a reservist and couldn't be expected to know the subtleties of dealing with an enlisted man over his ass in trouble, he graciously offered Galloway his hand. "You will be taking our R4D to Lakehurst tomorrow. Colonel Hirschberger said to them. Headquarters USMC has arranged for Life magazine to do a story on the Marine parachutists being trained there. This operation, I am reliably informed, has the approval of the highest authority within the Marine Corps. In other words, if you screw up, you will embarrass not only yourselves, but me, Brigadier General McInerney, Marine Aviation, and the Corps itself as well. I want you to understand that very clearly. Yes, sir, they parroted. Sergeant Galloway has kindly offered to go along on this little jaunt, Colonel Hirschberger said, smiling wryly, and I have accepted his offer. Both young officers looked between the colonel and the sergeant with mingled curiosity and surprise. Sergeant Galloway will function as pilot in command, Hirschberger said, startling them. And the reason I called you all in here is to make sure you know what that means. Sir, Lieutenant Schneider said, I'm a little confused. I thought you might be, Mr. Schneider, Hirschberger said. So I will explain it to you. What it means is that senior authority, in this case me, has reviewed the qualifications of the pilots available to fly this mission and has chosen the best qualified pilot, in this case Sergeant Galloway, to serve as pilot in command, and that means just what it says. He is in command of the aircraft and is responsible for the accomplishment of the mission. So long as it has to do with the airplane and the mission, he speaks with my authority. Clear? Yes, sir, Lieutenant Schneider replied. Colonel Hirschberger looked at Lieutenant Ward until it occurred to Ward that a response was expected from him. Yes, of course, he said. Hirschberger went on, apparently not concerned that Ward had not appended the expected sir to his answer. If, in Sergeant Galloway's judgment, there is time and opportunity on this mission, he can give you instruction in the operation of the aircraft and on dropping parachutists from it. Galloway is both an R4D-IP and a graduate of the Army Air Corps course on parachutist dropping. He has also been flying since you two were in high school. Any questions so far? No, sir. On the other hand, we all, of course, are in the Marine Corps and are therefore subject to all the rules and the customs of the service. Sergeant Galloway is required to treat you with the military courtesy to which your rank entitles you. The flip side of the coin is that as officers you are as responsible for Sergeant Galloway's well-being, his rations and quarters, so to speak, and his conduct as you would be for any enlisted man you found yourselves associated with on a mission. In other words, if it should come to my attention that Sergeant Galloway got drunk and punched out a shore patrolman while you are all off doing this public relations nonsense, it will be your ass as well as his. Questions? No, sir, Lieutenants Ward and Schneider said in unison. Charlie? Colonel, what I've been thinking of doing is shooting some touch-and-goes here. I haven't flown one of these for a while, and then fueling up and going up there this afternoon. Sure, why not? Just don't bend the goddamned bird. Sirs? Sergeant Galloway said, looking at Lieutenants Ward and Schneider. Would it be possible for you to pack your gear and meet me at base ops in an hour? Certainly, Lieutenant Schneider said. Yes, sir, Lieutenant Ward said, which earned him a look of amazed disgust from Lieutenant Schneider and a chuckle from Colonel Hirschberger. Charlie, Colonel Hirschberger said, am I going to have to remind you that you're on thin ice? No, sir, you don't, Sergeant Galloway said. That will be all, gentlemen. Thank you, Colonel Hirschberger said, dismissing them. While they packed their bags in the bachelor officers' quarters, and as they drove to base operations, Lieutenants Ward and Schneider discussed Sergeant Galloway and the situation they found themselves in. Lieutenant Schneider could not restrain himself from reminding Lieutenant Ward that officers should not say, "Yes, sir," to sergeants. After that, they considered all the possibilities of the scuttlebutt concerning Sergeant Galloway, the significance of Colonel Hirschberger's remarks about Sergeant Galloway being on thin ice, and the colonel's pronouncement that if Sergeant Galloway got drunk and punched out a shore patrolman, they would be held responsible. Once they arrived at base operations, however, Sergeant Galloway's behavior and appearance made them a little less nervous. He was wearing green trousers and a fur-collared leather flight jacket when they joined him. There were golden, somewhat wear-faded naval aviator's wings, just like their own, stamped on a leather patch on the breast of the flight jacket, and the real thing was pinned to the breast of his uniform blouse, which he carried on a hanger. The hash marks on the blouse cuff, signifying 8 years of Marine service, were also reassuring. And there was something about his calm competency as he laid out the flight plan, went through the weather briefing, and dealt with the crew chief and the pre-flight inspection of the aircraft that reminded them of their IPs at Pensacola. Since flight instructors, like drill sergeants, are always remembered by their former students as individuals of vast knowledge and awesome competence, both Ward and Schneider were able to tell themselves that whatever else Sergeant Galloway was, he was an extraordinarily qualified aviator, and this too was reassuring. They even found his little joke with the crew chief, himself a technical sergeant, somehow comforting. "Well, let's wind up the rubber bands and see if we can get this thing in the air." Galloway climbed up the door ladder and walked through the fuselage to the cockpit. Then he turned and found Lieutenant Ward behind him. He pointed to the co-pilot's seat. "Why don't you crawl in there, Lieutenant?" he suggested. But it was an order, and both lieutenants knew it. Sergeant Galloway was now functioning as pilot in command. Lieutenant Schneider stood between the seats and watched critically as Galloway went through the checklist and fired up the engines. He could find nothing to fault, even when he was summarily ordered to the cabin. "You can go strap yourself in now, Lieutenant." That was simply following established safety regulations, Schneider told himself, actually a little chagrined that he had to be told by a sergeant to do something he knew he should do and hadn't done. Galloway then took the R4D off, got in the pattern, and shot 4 touch-and-go landings. All of them, Schneider was forced to admit, were as smooth as glass. Then he shot another 5. The first of these was pretty rough and sloppy, Schneider was pleased to judge, until it occurred to him that Ward, not Sergeant Galloway, was now at the controls. And then Ward came into the cabin, sat down beside Schneider, and said, "Your turn." When Schneider went to the cockpit, Galloway was in the co-pilot's seat and obviously functioning as an IP. Schneider made 5 touch-and-goes, more than a little annoyed that not only was his performance being judged by this damned sergeant, but that he had found it wanting. "Go around again," Galloway ordered, shoving the throttles forward. "Try to set up your approach so that you touch down closer to the threshold." Dave Schneider's next landing was better, but still apparently not up to Sergeant Galloway's standard. He told him to go around again. They refueled then, rechecked the weather, and got back into the R4D. This time, Galloway told Dave Schneider to get into the co-pilot's seat. Schneider, chagrined, correctly interpreted this to mean that Galloway thought he required more of his instructional attention than Ward did. While they were climbing to their 10,000-foot cruising altitude, Galloway summoned Ward from the cabin and installed him on the jump seat in the cockpit. When Ward had his headset on, Galloway explained that they were going to fly the airways, first to the east of Washington, about 25 miles from Quantico, and then over Baltimore, and then Wilmington, Delaware, 120 miles and 45 minutes from their departure point. Galloway didn't touch the controls, letting Schneider fly and make the en route radio calls. When nothing was happening, he delivered, conversationally, what Lieutenant Ward genuinely believed was a truly learned discourse on the peculiarities of R4D aircraft and instrument flight techniques generally. The sun had come out, and the day was clear, and the flight very pleasant. And then Sergeant Galloway's voice came over the earphones.
"There's a little roughness in the port engine," he announced.
Neither Ward nor Schneider had detected any roughness in the port engine. Both quickly scanned the instrument panel for any signs of mechanical irregularity, but found none. Lieutenant Ward was perfectly willing to defer to Sergeant Galloway's expert judgment, but Lieutenant Schneider was not. "Sergeant," Lieutenant Schneider said, "I don't hear anything in either of the engines."
"You really don't have all that much time in one of these things, do you, Lieutenant?"
Galloway asked tolerantly. Schneider's face flushed.
"I think we better sit down and have a look at it," Galloway went on.
He picked up the microphone.
"Philadelphia, this is Marine 262. I am diverting to Willow Grove at this time. Estimate Willow Grove in 5 minutes. Please close me out to Willow Grove."
The Willow Grove Naval Air Station, just north of Philadelphia, was not far from Lieutenant Ward's home in Jenkintown, Pennsylvania, an affluent Philadelphia suburb. He looked out the cockpit window and saw that they were approaching South Philadelphia. He could see the Navy Yard.
"Marine 262, Philadelphia," the Philadelphia controller replied. "Understand, diverting to Willow Grove at this time, ETA 5 minutes."
"Roger, Philadelphia, thank you," Galloway said, and then switched to the Willow Grove Tower's radio frequency.
"Willow Grove, Marine 262, an R-4D aircraft 15 miles south of your station. Approach and landing, please."
Curiosity overwhelmed Lieutenant Dave Schneider.
"What's going on?"
"I told you the port engine sounds a little rough. I'm going to sit down and have a look at it."
"I don't hear anything wrong with the engine," Schneider said.
"I could be wrong, of course," Sergeant Galloway said. "But you can never be too careful, can you?"
"Willow Grove clears Marine 262 as number 1 to land on runway 19er. The winds are from the north at 5 miles. Visibility and ceiling unlimited. The time is 10 past the hour."
"Roger, Willow Grove, we have the field in sight," Galloway said, and then added to Schneider, "I've got it, Lieutenant." Schneider took his hands and feet off the controls, turning control over to Galloway, who began to make the descent.
"We probably could have made it into Lakehurst," Schneider said. "It's only 40 miles. Maybe not that far."
"That's very good, Lieutenant," Galloway said dryly. "A co-pilot should always be prepared to give the pilot their location and the location of an alternative airfield." Schneider had the feeling Galloway was making a fool of him, but he couldn't figure out exactly how.
"I really would like to know, why are we landing here?" Lieutenant Schneider said.
"Lieutenant, do you know what they have at Lakehurst in February?" Galloway asked. "One of the world's biggest buildings, maybe a dozen blimps, and a lot of snow. Period." Then he picked up the microphone and said,
"Willow Grove, Marine 262, turning on final,"
and began to line the airplane up with the runway. Lieutenant Schneider was now sure what Sergeant Galloway was up to. It fit in with everything he had heard. There was nothing wrong with the engine. Galloway did not want to go to Lakehurst because there was nothing, in his own words, at Lakehurst in February but one of the world's largest buildings, a dozen blimps, and a lot of snow. Period. What was outside of Willow Grove Naval Air Station was the city of Philadelphia. And in Philadelphia, there were a lot of bars where Galloway could get drunk and punch out a shore patrolman, for which Colonel Hirschberger had made it absolutely clear they would be held responsible. Schneider motioned to Ward to come close, covered his mouth with his hand, and said,
"We have to talk."
Galloway greased the R-4D onto the runway, then reached for the microphone again.
"Willow Grove 262. We'll need some gas, and I'd like a mechanic to check out one of my engines, please." 262, take taxiway C and taxi to the transient area by the tower. A fuel truck and a maintenance crew will meet you there."
"Thank you very much, Willow Grove."
"We flew right over my house," Lieutenant Ward said.
"We did?" Galloway said.
I live in Jenkintown, Lieutenant Ward said. Well, I guess that means you can go home for supper, huh? Galloway said. Sergeant Galloway, Lieutenant Schneider said, with what he hoped was the appropriate combination of courtesy and firmness. If the engine checks out all right, I think we should go on to Lakehurst. Jesus, Dave, why? Lieutenant Ward said. I don't live 15 minutes from here. Schneider gave him a look of mingled disgust and fury. In fact, Sergeant, Schneider said, I'm afraid I must insist that we do so. You don't have the right to insist on anything, Dave, Lieutenant Ward said furiously. You heard what Colonel Hirschberger said. So far as the airplane and the mission are concerned, Sergeant Galloway's in charge. God damn it! Can't you see what's going on? Schneider flared. He doesn't want to go to Lakehurst. You heard what he said about Lakehurst. What he wants is a night on the town. That's why he landed here. There's nothing wrong with that engine. Let's hope not, Sergeant Galloway said innocently. Then we're going to fly on to Lakehurst? Schneider snapped. If we could, and I say if, then Lieutenant Ward wouldn't get to go home, Galloway said reasonably. So what? Schneider snapped. That engine sounded a little rough to me, too, Lieutenant Ward said solemnly. I think we better have it checked out pretty carefully. The two Navy mechanics who came out to the R-4D were accompanied by a gold-stripe Chief Naval Aviation pilot. He saluted Lieutenants Ward and Schneider and shook hands cordially with Sergeant Galloway. What seems to be the trouble? The port engine sounded a little rough, Galloway said. I thought it best to sit down and have an expert look at it. Good thinking, the chief said. I'll have a look at it myself. That son of a bitch did everything but wink at Galloway, Dave Schneider thought furiously. He knows exactly what's going on. Two goddamn birds of a feather flocking together. The mechanics backed their pickup truck under the wing and started to remove nacelle panels. Schneider took Ward's arm and led him out of hearing. You know damned well what's going on here, Jim, he said. Galloway wants a night on the town. There's nothing wrong with that engine. I'd like to go home, Ward said. And let him go out on the town? You heard Hirschberger. We're responsible for his conduct. We can take him with us, Ward said. What do you mean? We all go to my house. We have dinner, a couple of drinks, and then we all come back here together. I'd like to see my girl, and I'm sure she has a friend. We can't go out in public with him? To a restaurant or a bar? You know that officers cannot socialize with enlisted men. So we don't go to a restaurant or a bar, Ward said. We go to my house. I repeat, we don't let him out of our sight. Dave Schneider grunted. The chief aviation pilot, surprising Lieutenant Dave Schneider not at all, returned from his mechanic's initial inspection of the port engine to report that they could find nothing wrong with it, but that in the interests of safety, he thought it would be a good idea if they drained the engine oil and had a look at it. That way they would know for sure. That would take an hour or an hour and a half. So why didn't they just RON here and take off first thing in the morning? The initials were short for Remain Overnight. The chief said he could put Sergeant Galloway up in the chief's quarters, and there was room in the transient BOQ for the officers. That's very kind of you, Chief, Lieutenant Schneider said. But Lieutenant Ward lives near here, and we'll just go to his house. We'll leave you the number, and when you find out about the engine, you call me. All right? The chief aviation pilot shrugged and said, Aye, aye, sir. Tough luck, Chief. You did your best for Sergeant Galloway, but I outsmarted you. 30 minutes later, a wooden-sided Mercury station wagon with a visitor placard stuck against the dashboard pulled up in front of base operations. That your mother? Dave Schneider asked. Ward looked. No, it's my Aunt Caroline, he said, and pushed open the door. Caroline Ward McNamara, who was 32, blonde, long-haired, long-legged, and 3 months divorced, kissed her nephew and shook hands with Lieutenant Schneider and Sergeant Galloway.
Charlie Galloway thought that Mrs. McNamara was as beautiful and elegant as a movie star, like Greer Garson, except with long blonde hair.
"I was at the house," she said. "Your mother wanted to go to the Acme to get steaks, so I volunteered to come get you." Any woman that beautiful has to be married, or engaged, and even if she wasn't, she's a lady. She wouldn't want to have anything to do with a Marine sergeant, Galloway thought.
Lieutenant Schneider and Sergeant Galloway got in the back seat of the Mercury, and Jim Ward got in front beside his aunt.
"Which airplane is yours?" she asked.
"The third one," Jim Ward said. "The one with Marines painted on the fuselage."
"I'm impressed," Aunt Caroline said. "I didn't know you were flying something that large."
"I'm just learning how, to tell you the truth," Jim Ward said.
"And you're the teacher, Lieutenant Schneider, is that it? Is Jim a good student?"
"Actually, Caroline," Jim Ward said, "Sergeant Galloway is the IP, instructor pilot." Aunt Caroline shifted her head so that she could see Sergeant Galloway in the rearview mirror. Their eyes met. Charlie Galloway felt his heart jump.
"Isn't that a little unusual?" she asked.
"No, ma'am," Charlie Galloway said.
"The hell it isn't," Aunt Caroline thought. "And that isn't all that's interesting about that young man." "Have you been flying airplanes like that long, Sergeant?"
"No, ma'am," Charlie Galloway said.
"What do you ordinarily fly? And stop calling me ma'am. It makes me feel ancient."
"Until recently, I was a fighter pilot," Charlie Galloway said. "I usually fly Wildcats."
"I didn't know that, Charlie,"
Jim Ward said, impressed. Aunt Caroline picked up on that, too.
"Why aren't you flying them now? And for that matter, what's a Wildcat?"
"The hottest fighter in the world," Jim Ward said firmly, almost with awe. "We lost all of our planes on December 7th, Charlie Galloway said. "At Pearl."
"You were at Pearl Harbor?"
"Yes, ma'am."
"If we're going to be friends, Charlie," Aunt Caroline said, "you're really going to have to stop calling me ma'am." How the hell could we possibly get to be friends?
Charlie saw in the rearview mirror that Aunt Caroline was smiling at him. He had a momentary, insane thought.
She's smiling at me the same way Ensign Mary Agnes O'Malley smiled at me just before she grabbed my joint in the fort on the way up to the cabin in the mountains.
Immediately, he had more sensible thoughts.
Jesus Christ, I'm letting my imagination run wild. Lieutenant Ward's Aunt Caroline is a lady, for Christ's sake. Probably a married one, not a slut in a Navy uniform. Ward's Aunt Caroline is not about to grab the joint of a Marine sergeant. And you better watch your fucking step, pal. You're out of your depth around these people. Schneider, that starchy little prick, would love to tell Hirschberger I got out of line here. And Hirschberger told me what General McInerney said would happen to me if I so much as farted and embarrassed Marine aviation. You know the rules. It's always been the same choice, fucking or flying. They're giving you a second chance to fly. Don't fuck it up. Charlie Galloway smiled politely at Ward's Aunt Caroline's reflection in the rearview mirror. "Yes, ma'am,"
he said. Lieutenant Ward laughed. Charlie took the chance. He winked at her reflection in the mirror. Aunt Caroline stuck her tongue out at Charlie's reflection in the rearview mirror. Charlie's heart jumped again. 4. 2307 Watterson Avenue, Jenkintown, Pennsylvania. 2140 hours, 13 February 1942. Because Lieutenant Jim Ward's mother and dad really went out of their way to make Sergeant Charlie Galloway feel welcome and comfortable, they severely undermined his determination to stay off the sauce in the process. Mr. Ward, who had been in the Army in World War I, made a pitcher of martinis soon after they came in the house. Charlie didn't like martinis, but he had two. The first, to be polite, and the second because he saw that Lieutenant Schneider didn't like to see him drinking at all. There was red wine during dinner to go with the steaks, and cognac after dinner, when they went down to the basement game room. Mr. Ward poured generously, and whenever Charlie lowered the level in his glass a quarter inch, he topped it off. Jim Ward's girlfriend and a friend of hers for Lieutenant Schneider were both good-looking, but Charlie thought that neither of them was as classy or as good-looking as Aunt Caroline. Wearing a soft, pale blue cashmere sweater and a pleated skirt, she was even more beautiful than he had thought the first moment he saw her. With absolute innocence, they had been sort of paired off as the only unattached people who would make up a couple. They sat beside each other at dinner, and several times their knees brushed under the table. Charlie didn't think it was his fault. He didn't have much room for his knees, squeezed as he was between Ward's mother and Aunt Caroline. Aunt Caroline was wearing a perfume he had never smelled before. He had a wild fantasy of burying his face between Aunt Caroline's breasts and inhaling to his heart's content. He smelled the perfume again in the basement game room when Aunt Caroline bent over, at Mr. Ward's order, to touch off his cognac snifter.
"No more for me, please, ma'am," Charlie said.
"I don't think you're having a very good time, Charlie Galloway," Aunt Caroline said.
"Well, I'm having a fine time. Thank you," Charlie said.
"Why don't you dance with Sergeant Galloway, Caroline?" Lieutenant Ward's mother said. "Would you like to dance with me, Charlie?" Aunt Caroline asked.
"I'd cut off my left nut for the chance to put my arms around you." "I'm not a very good dancer," he said. He saw Lieutenant Schneider looking at him uneasily. "He's afraid I'm going to grab her on the ass or say something dirty in her ear."
Aunt Caroline spread her arms for him, and Charlie stood up. He put his arms around her and felt the warmth of her back, and then the soft pressure of her breasts against his chest, and the smell of her filled his nostrils, and the primary indicator of his gender popped to attention the moment that Aunt Caroline elected to move a little closer to him. She was startled, but he was literally immobilized with humiliation. They stopped dancing. When he glanced nervously around to see if anyone was watching, he saw that they were alone in a small corner of the game room. He wondered how they had gotten here.
"I'm sorry,"
Charlie said.
"I'm not,"
Aunt Caroline said matter-of-factly, not withdrawing her midsection at all.
"I was beginning to think you were a faggot."
"Do I look like a faggot?" Charlie asked, shocked after a moment.
"Not at all. But neither did my husband, and he is as queer as a $3 bill," Aunt Caroline said.
"Your husband's queer?"
"My ex-husband is," she said.
Her hand had been brushing his neck. She dropped it, caught his hand, and led him back to the main area of the game room. She let go of his hand.
"Charlie's too polite to say so," Aunt Caroline said. "But he's bushed and wants to go back to the base."
Very quickly, Lieutenant Schneider said, "Galloway, we'll all be leaving shortly. We can leave together."
"Oh, I know how Charlie feels," Aunt Caroline said. "4 is company and 5 is a crowd, right, Charlie?" "Something like that," Charlie said. "And I've got a busy day tomorrow, too," Aunt Caroline said. "And I drive right past Willow Grove, so I'll take Charlie back to the base."
"That's very good of you, Caroline," Charlie's dad said. "Then I'll take the boys back later."
"Oh, I can drive them, Mr. Ward," Jim Ward's girlfriend said. "You won't have to."
They were almost at the gate to Willow Grove before Aunt Caroline spoke.
"I'm sorry you didn't have a good time tonight."
"I had a good time."
"You were uncomfortable," she argued, "because Jim and his friends are officers, and you're not."
"That didn't bother me," Charlie said.
"Then it was me," she said. It was not a question. "You don't have to be afraid of me, Charlie."
He didn't reply.
"How old are you, Charlie?"
25.
I'm 33, she said. Is that what's been bothering you? God, that never happened to me before. The older woman. I don't give a damn how old you are, Charlie blurted. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Startling him, she pulled the station wagon to the curb and slammed on the brakes. She switched the interior lights on and looked at him intently, into his eyes. After a long moment, her hand came up and lightly stroked his face. Then she turned from him, switched off the interior lights, and pulled away from the curb. When they reached the gate to the Willow Grove Naval Air Station, she drove right past. 5. Willow Grove Naval Air Station, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 0205 hours, 14 February 1942. When Lieutenants Schneider and Ward and their dates returned to Willow Grove Naval Air Station, Dave Schneider asked the MP at the gate how to find the Chief Petty Officer's quarters. He had the girls drop them off there. But then he wanted to be absolutely sure that Sergeant Galloway was there and not drunk in some saloon about to punch out a shore patrolman. After Colonel Hirschberger's little speech, Lieutenant Schneider regarded the likelihood of that happenstance as probable. Technical Sergeant Galloway was not in the Chief Petty Officer's quarters. A Chief Petty Officer, visibly annoyed to be wakened by a pair of damned jarhead lieutenants, gave Schneider directions to the transient enlisted quarters. Technical Sergeant Galloway was not there, either. The crew chief was. He reported that he had not seen Sergeant Galloway since he had driven off with you and that knockout blonde lady, and that he had no idea where he might be. He'll show up, Lieutenant Jim Ward said, without much real conviction. Sergeant Galloway had left the Ward home with Aunt Caroline Ward McNamara at about 10 minutes to 10. He goddamned well better, Dave Schneider replied angrily. I knew damned well we shouldn't have left him out of our sight. When Sergeant Galloway did not appear by 3:30, Schneider began preparing to make the flight to Lakehurst without Technical Sergeant Galloway. He checked the aircraft books. The red line engine roughness comment had been written off. Spark plug replaced, running smoothly. They made up the flight plan, which was pretty simple. Direct VFR off the airways. It was about 40 miles from Willow Grove to Lakehurst. They got a weather briefing and made sure that the aircraft had been fueled and that a ground auxiliary power unit and a fire extinguisher would be in place. And then they waited. Absence without leave, Lieutenant David Schneider declared 5 minutes later, is defined as failure to repair at the properly appointed time, at the proper place, in the properly appointed uniform. If Galloway's absence does not meet those criteria, I'd like to know why not. Come on, Dave, Jim Ward said uncomfortably. What's the properly appointed time? Did you tell him to be here at any specific time? I didn't. I think, Dave Schneider said, that the courts will hold that the properly appointed time in this case would be when Sergeant Galloway knew he had to be here in time to fly to Lakehurst in order to arrive there at the scheduled time. In other words, 0600, less the time to prepare to fly there and make the flight, 0430 hours. I'm going to give him until 0430, and then we're going, Jim, without him. And I will report him AWOL when we get there. It might also be called missing a scheduled military movement. The judge advocate will have to decide that. There was no reply from Jim Ward, and Dave Schneider, who was nearly as annoyed with Jim Ward as he was with Sergeant Galloway, looked at him angrily. Here he comes, I think, Jim Ward said, pointing out the door. A wooden-sided Mercury station wagon was pulling into the base operations parking lot. Technical Sergeant Galloway was driving. It looked to Dave Schneider as if he was driving with his arm around Aunt Caroline, but he couldn't be absolutely sure. But he was sure that they walked from the station wagon
almost to the door of base operations with their arms around each other. And then Sergeant Charlie Galloway came through the door, touched his hand to his forehead in a gesture that might just barely be considered a salute, smiled brightly, and said, "Good morning, gentlemen." "Where have you been, Galloway?" Dave Schneider demanded.
"With me," Aunt Caroline said. "Good morning. Jim, I wanted to talk to you about that."
"About what?"
"Well, on the way here from your house last night, it occurred to me that it was pretty late. And then I got to thinking about all the empty bedrooms in my house, just a few minutes away from here, and then that it hardly made sense for Charlie, Sergeant Galloway, to go through the bother of checking into a hotel or whatever you call it here on the base, so we went to my house."
"Oh," Jim Ward said lamely.
"So we sat around there for a while and had a cup of coffee and whatever, and then Charlie got a couple of hours' sleep in one of the bedrooms."
"Oh," Jim Ward repeated.
"But then it occurred to me that maybe your mother wouldn't understand," Aunt Caroline went on. "So maybe it would be better if you didn't mention it to her. Okay?"
"Sure," Jim Ward said. While Lieutenant Dave Schneider, in all modesty, did not regard himself as an infallible expert in sexual matters, he did have enough experience to recognize the signs on the female of having just had her bones jumped upon, almost certainly more than once, and the signs of sexual satiation, plus a hickey on the neck on the male. Either Jim Ward is too stupid to realize what happened, or he knows that this goddamn sergeant has been screwing his Aunt Caroline and doesn't give a damn. He realized that whatever he said would be likely to exacerbate the situation, so he said nothing. But at that moment, his fondness for the reserve and enlisted components of the U.S. Marine Corps was at a low ebb. The crew chief appeared. "They changed the plug on number 5 cylinder," he reported to Galloway, "and she's fueled."
"We filed a flight plan," Jim Ward said, "and weather says nothing significant until tonight, if then." "Let me see the flight plan," Galloway said, and Schneider handed it to him, aware that by so doing, Galloway had again put on the mantle and authority of pilot in command. Galloway read it carefully. "Okay," he said finally, handing it back to Schneider. "Then let's go. You want to drive, Lieutenant Ward?" "Yes," Ward replied, thrilled, stopping himself, it was clear to everyone, a split second before adding, "Sir." "Okay, then you do the pre-flight," Galloway said. He turned to Aunt Caroline. "Thanks for all the hospitality," he said. "Oh, don't be silly," she said. "It was my pleasure." "I'll bet it was," Dave Schneider thought bitterly. His sexual status was exactly the opposite of Charlie Galloway's. Jim Ward's girlfriend's girlfriend had roused him to exquisite heights of sexual anticipation, allowing him, among other things, to explore the soft wonders of her naked bosom. She had then made it clear that she was not the sort of girl who did that on the first date. His attitude was improved not at all when he noticed that Aunt Caroline was running her fingers between Charlie Galloway's legs while she kissed him chastely on the cheek. "Jimmy," she then said, "if I drove over to Lakehurst, could I watch you drop the paratroopers?" "I don't know," Jim Ward said. "What about it, Charlie?" "Why not?" Galloway replied. "Just tell the guard at the gate that you're there to meet the plane from Quantico." He set that up, too, Dave Schneider realized furiously. What has that son of a bitch got planned for tonight? As they were climbing out of Willow Grove on a due east course for Lakehurst, the crew chief, who was wearing a headset, got out of his seat and leaned over Dave Schneider. "He wants you up forward, sir," he said. Schneider walked through the cabin into the cockpit. Jim Ward was in the pilot's seat. Galloway mimed for Dave to put on a headset. You still plugged in back there, Nesbit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, since the weather isn't going to be a problem, we will discuss what is going to probably be the problem at Lakehurst. His name is Neville. He's a lieutenant colonel. Just made it. Starchy son of a bitch.
Dave Schneider was about to speak, to point out to Galloway that, aircraft commander or not, he was a sergeant, and sergeants did not refer to a Marine Corps lieutenant colonel as a starchy son of a bitch. But then Galloway went on.
Colonel Hirschberger warned me about him and gave me the game plan. If he proposes something idiotic for us to do, this is a public relations job and there's no telling what nutty ideas they'll come up with, I will take the heat for refusing to do it. All you have to say to him is that Hirschberger told you I'm the aircraft commander, and the only person who can change that is Hirschberger himself. Clear?
What makes you so sure, Sergeant Galloway, Schneider asked icily, that Colonel Neville will propose something idiotic, as you put it?
Well, for one thing, they call him fearless, Galloway said. What does that tell you? And for another, Colonel Hirschberger wouldn't have given me the game plan if he didn't think it would be necessary. He's dealt with this son of a bitch before. I am deeply offended, Galloway, by your repeated references to a senior officer as a son of a bitch, Dave Schneider said icily.
Oh, for Christ's sake, Dave, Jim Ward said, turning to look at Schneider in disgust. Galloway met Schneider's eyes.
Lieutenant, he said politely, you want to go back in the cabin now and strap yourself in? It's getting a little turbulent, and I wouldn't want you to bang your head on a bulkhead or anything.
This conversation is not over, Sergeant, Dave Schneider said, before he took off the headset and went back in the cabin. Chapter 7 1. Lakehurst Naval Air Station, Lakehurst, New Jersey, 05:15 hours, 14 February, 1942. Lieutenant Colonel Franklin G. Neville had driven up from Washington in his Auto Union Roadster the day before. He would have preferred to take the train, which was quicker and more comfortable, but he might need the car at Lakehurst because of the press people. It even entered his mind that the press people might want a photograph of him in his Auto Union. Fast sports cars and parachutists, that sort of thing. Actually, he had hoped to travel to Lakehurst in the R-4D from Quantico. It had even occurred to him that he might arrive at Lakehurst by jumping from the R-4D just before it landed, to give the press people a sample of what they could expect. But when he had asked Hirschberger whether the R-4D could pick him up at Anacostia, Hirschberger told him it was already en route to Lakehurst. When he got to Lakehurst, of course, the airplane wasn't there. And it was only after frantic telephone calls to Colonel Hirschberger and Willow Grove that he was able to put his worries about that to rest. Hirschberger told him the plane had made a precautionary landing at Willow Grove, and then Willow Grove told him there was nothing wrong with the airplane and that it was on the board for an 0430 takeoff. It was vital for the R-4D to arrive. It had to be a Marine airplane doing the dropping for the press people's cameras, not a Navy airplane. Neville would not lie about it, but he had no intention of volunteering the information to the press people that Navy pilots flying Navy R-4Ds actually had done all the dropping of Marine parachutists at Lakehurst so far. Colonel Neville was convinced that if things went well today, their future would be secure, presuming, of course, that it all resulted in Life magazine doing one of their spreads on Marine parachutists, and that the spread showed Marine parachutists in a good light. On the other hand, if things did not go well, it could be a fatal blow to vertical envelopment within the Marine Corps. Consequently, a lot of thought and planning and effort had gone into preparing everything and everybody for the visit of the Life photojournalists to Lakehurst. The public relations people at Marine Corps headquarters had been enthusiastic and cooperative, which was more than could be said for some other people in the head shed. The Deputy Chief of Public Relations, Headquarters USMC, a full colonel named Lenehan, had told him that he had assigned the task of publicizing the demonstration jump to Major Jake Dillon, who would head a team of 9 public relations specialists. "You've heard of Dillon, of course, haven't you, Neville?" Colonel Lenehan asked. Neville searched his mind but could come up with no recollection of a major or a captain named Dillon. "No, sir, I don't think so." "Metro Magnum Pictures," Colonel Lenehan said significantly. Metro Magnum Pictures was a major Hollywood studio. "Sir?" "Dillon was chief of publicity for Metro Magnum," Colonel Lenehan said. "He just came on active duty. Amazing fellow. Knows all the movie stars. He introduced me to Betty Davis at the Willard Hotel last night." "Is that so?" Neville replied. He wondered if this Major Dillon could arrange for a movie star to be present at Lakehurst. Bringing somebody like Betty Davis there, or even Lana Turner or Betty Grable, would get his paramarines in the newsreels. Major Dillon's public relations team had come to Lakehurst 2 days before. The team had 2 staff cars, 2 station wagons, and a jeep. The tiny vehicle, officially called a truck quarter-ton 4x4, had just entered the service. Neville had seen one in the newsreels. It was actually flying through the air, but this was the first one he had ever seen in person. The team also included 4 photographers, 2 still and 2 motion picture. When Colonel Neville mentioned his notion of asking some beauty like Lana Turner to the demonstration, Major Dillon, a stocky, crew-cut man in his middle 30s, explained that he didn't think that publicizing the Marine parachutists was the sort of job that required teats and thighs to get good coverage. "I really don't want to sound as if I'm trying to tell you your job," Colonel Neville began, convinced that the presence of a gorgeous star would ensure a public relations coup. "Then don't," Dillon interrupted. "I'm not sure I like your tone of voice, Major." "Colonel, I think you're going to have to trust me to do my job. If you don't like the way I'm doing things, you get on the horn and tell Colonel Lenehan. He's the only one I take orders from." Franklin G. Neville considered the situation quickly and forced a smile. "No offense, Major. I was just trying to be helpful." Later, Major Dillon explained to Neville that the still photographers would back up the life photographers. They'd make the pictures they took available to the magazine in case it missed something. After a 7-day embargo, the pictures Life didn't want would be made available to the press generally. The motion picture film would be taken to Washington, processed, reviewed, and after the same 7-day embargo to preserve Life's exclusivity, it would be made available to the various newsreel companies. Dillon brought with him 3 Marine correspondents, 2 corporals and a sergeant, supervised by a lieutenant. They had prepared a press background packet which included a history of parachuting generally and of Marine parachuting in some detail. There were short biographies of Lieutenant Colonel Neville and Lieutenant Macklin, together with 8x10-inch official glossy photographs of them. All of this served to impress Colonel Neville with Major Dillon's expertise. It even caused Neville to realize that he would best forget the little flare-up he'd had with the Major over inviting a Hollywood star to the demonstration. Besides, Colonel Neville was feeling pretty pleased with himself in general. Everything was going well, and everything at the school itself was shipshape. In a remarkably short time, the ex-Paris Island drill instructors had done marvels in establishing standards of discipline and dress that were appropriate for the men Neville considered the elite of the elite. In Neville's view, if Marines were by definition disciplined military men, Marine parachutists had to strive to reach even higher standards. The Major, of course, wanted to go a bit further in helping the press than Major Dillon was prepared to go, and the Major had to caution him that in his experience it was possible to direct the attention of the press, especially high-class places like Life, only so far. If they begin to feel they're getting a snowdrop, Major Dillon said, they start looking for what's hidden under the rocks. The best way to deal with them is to make yourself useful but not pushy, and to somehow convince them that what you want publicized is something they discovered themselves. Major Dillon, his lieutenant, and Lieutenant Macklin were going to meet the press people at the Lakehurst Gate when they drove over from New York City. Colonel Neville decided that it would be beneath his dignity as Director of Marine Corps Parachuting to be at the gate himself. The press people would then be taken to his office where coffee and donuts would be served. Following that, Lieutenant Macklin would brief them. Neville attended a rehearsal briefing, made a few small suggestions, and then approved it. The press would then be taken on a tour of the school's facilities. The tour would demonstrate how the school was turning Marines into para-Marines. Neville intended to use that term, even though he had specific directions not to do so. He thought it was honestly descriptive and had a certain flair to it, and he was convinced that once it had appeared in Life, it would become part of the language. Then there would be luncheon in the enlisted men's mess. Neville would have preferred to feed the press people in the officers' club, but Major Jake Dillon argued that the press liked to eat with the troops. In the event, that really posed no problems. Lieutenant Macklin directed the mess sergeant to move up the stuffed pork chop, mashed potato, and apple cobbler supper to the noon meal. The troops could eat the bologna sandwiches originally scheduled for the noon meal at supper after the press people had gone. At 12:45 hours, the press would be taken to the far side of the airfield to witness their first parachute drop. Chairs, a table, and a coffee thermos would be set up for their convenience. The Marine R4D from Quantico would have been dropping parachutists 4 times during the morning. It would probably have been better to show the press people a jump before they toured the school facilities, so that then they'd know the object of the whole thing. But Neville had insisted on scheduling the demonstration drop for 12:45, so that the R4D crew would have a chance to practice. The drop was all important. If that didn't go well, nothing else would matter. Actually, there was to be more than one drop for the press. At 12:45, the first drop would show them how it was done. Then the R4D would land, taxi up to the press people, and take on another load of parachutists there. That would give the press people the opportunity to see how quickly and efficiently that was done. Then the plane would take off, wait for the press people to move over to the actual drop zone, and then drop the second load of parachutists. This would give the press people a chance to see the parachutists landing. Neville had earlier persuaded the commanding officer of Willow Grove Naval Air Station to let him have a pair of SJ-6 Texans, which were low-winged, single-engined, 2-seat trainers. While the R4D landed to take on still another load of parachutists, one of the 2 Texans would have taxied to where it could take aboard a life photographer. The second Texan, carrying a marine photographer equipped with a motion picture camera, would by then already be in the air. He would capture on film the para-Marines exiting the door of the R4D. Individual prints made from that motion picture film would be offered to Life if they wanted them. After that, the film would be made available to the newsreel companies. So far as Lieutenant Colonel Neville could see, he and Lieutenant Macklin had covered all the bases. When, as he asked them to, the Lakehurst Control Tower telephoned to report that a Marine R4D out of Willow Grove had just requested landing permission, he felt the situation was well in hand. And then things, of course, promptly began to go wrong. He went out to watch the R4D land. He liked the sight of it, gleaming in the sun of the crisp winter day, with Marines littered along the fuselage. He wondered for the future. It was too late to do anything about it now, of course, if he could arrange to have an aircraft lettered Para-Marines. But then, as the aircraft turned off the runway and started to taxi toward the dirigible hangar, he saw that the port engine nacelle and the wing behind it were filthy. Absolutely filthy. He started walking toward the spot where Lieutenant Macklin had marked out the parking space for the aircraft. He reached it moments after the airplane arrived, and he waited while the pilot turned it around. In order to do that, the pilot had to gun the starboard engine. When he did so, the prop blast caught some snow in its path and blew it all over Neville. It wasn't clean snow. It was mixed with dirt and parking area debris, and it soiled Lieutenant Colonel Neville's fresh green uniform. He was not in a very good mood when he stood by the door of the aircraft, waiting for the door to open. A sergeant in coveralls looked at him curiously, and then dropped a ladder from holes in the bottom of the doorframe. Only then did he finally remember rudimentary military courtesy. Still not wearing suitable headgear, he saluted and said, "Good morning, Colonel." "Inform the pilot that I would like to see him. I'm Colonel Neville." "Aye, aye, sir," the crew chief said, and disappeared inside the aircraft. In a moment, a good-looking young man appeared. He was wearing a fur-collared jacket with naval aviator's wings. Hatless. But he at least looked like a Marine, Neville thought, and acted like one. "Good morning, sir," he said, saluting crisply. He held it until Neville returned it. Only then did he start climbing down the ladder. "Are you Colonel Neville, sir?" Neville nodded. "I was told to report to you, sir." "Your airplane is dirty," Colonel Neville said. "Sir?" "The port engine, nacelle, and wing, they're filthy." The pilot looked surprised and went to look. "Don't you have a uniform, Cap?" Neville called after him. "Yes, sir. Sorry, sir," the pilot said. He took a fore and aft cap from the pocket of his leather jacket and put it on. An enlisted man's cap? That goddamned Hirschberger knows how important a mission this is to me and to the Para-Marines, and he's sent me a goddamn flying sergeant? Neville walked to the wing. "Sir, they drained the oil at Willow Grove. I guess they spilled a little and it picked up crud from the taxiway and runway," Charlie Galloway said. "Well, have it cleaned up," Neville said. "We don't want life's readers to think the Marine Corps tolerates filthy aircraft, do we?" "Aye, aye, sir." "Tell me, Sergeant, does Colonel Hirschberger routinely send non-coms on missions of this importance?" "I don't think, sir, that the Colonel had any qualified officer pilots to send." "That's so much bullshit, and we both know it. God damn Hirschberger." "Colonel, I have 2 lieutenants on board," Galloway said, adding, "Pilots, I mean." "Then where are they? I told your crew chief I wanted to speak to the pilot." "Sir, I'm pilot in command." "How can that be, Sergeant?" Neville said, making what he recognized to be a valiant effort not to jump all over the sergeant. He was a sergeant. He was just doing what he was told. "With officer pilots, how can you be in command?" "Colonel Hirschberger set it up that way, sir." "Would you tell the officers I would like a word with them, Sergeant, please?" "Aye, aye, sir." Lieutenants Ward and Schneider were standing on the ground beside the rear door when Charlie Galloway went to fetch them. "Colonel Neville would like to see you, gentlemen," he said loudly, and added softly, "Watch yourselves. He's got his balls in an uproar about something." Lieutenant Schneider gave Galloway a withering look, and then saluted Colonel Neville as he appeared. "Which of you is senior?" Neville asked. "I believe I am, sir," Jim Ward said. "Jack," Galloway said to the crew chief, "will you get the crowd off the port nacelle and wing?" "What the hell for?" the crew chief replied. "The minute we start to taxi through this shit, it'll get dirty again." "Do me a favor, Jack," Galloway said, nodding his head toward Neville. "Do what you can to clean it up." Neville felt his temper rise. An order had been given. Instead of carrying it out, the recipient had replied, "What the hell for?" and instead of immediately correcting the man on the spot, the response was, "Do me a favor." And all of this with 2 commissioned officers watching and doing or saying nothing. These people, none of them are Marines. They're goddamn civilians wearing Marine uniforms. "Then, Lieutenant, may I presume you're in charge of this aircraft?"
No, sir.
"No, sir?" Neville echoed incredulously. "Are you qualified to fly this aircraft or not?"
I'm checked out in the R4D, sir. Yes, sir.
"Then according to the customs of the service, since you are the senior officer present," Neville pursued icily, "doesn't it then follow that you are in charge of this aircraft?"
Sir, Colonel Hirschberger, the Chief of Staff, 1st Marine Air Wing—
"I know who Colonel Hirschberger is, Mr. Ward," Neville interrupted him.
Sir, Colonel Hirschberger appointed Sergeant Galloway as pilot in command, Ward said uncomfortably.
"I never heard of such a thing," Neville exploded.
Sir, Galloway said, I've got more experience in the R4D than either of these officers. I believe, considering the importance of this mission, that that's what Colonel Hirschberger had in mind.
"Are you in the habit of offering your opinions before they're solicited, Sergeant?" Neville flared.
No, sir. Sorry, sir. There was the sound of aircraft engines. Charlie Galloway's eyes rose involuntarily toward the sky and confirmed what his ears had told him. Pratt & Whitney Wasp, probably the 600-horse R-1340-49. More than one. There were 2 North American Texans in the landing pattern.
"There are my other aircraft," Colonel Neville announced. "Mr. Ward, will you give my compliments to their pilots and ask them to join me in my office as soon as possible? And bring this officer and the sergeant with you?" 2.
The shit, thought Technical Sergeant Charles Galloway, is about to hit the fan. He rose, very reluctantly, to his feet. You have a question, Sergeant? Lieutenant Richard B. Macklin asked. He had just finished explaining, with the help of a blackboard and a pointer, where the Texans would fly relative to the R4D, so that the still and motion picture photographers could capture the paramarines jumping from the R4D's door. Sir, that would be dangerous, Charlie said. Would it now? Macklin asked, smiling but sarcastic. Sir, one aircraft flying close to the R4D is dangerous enough. 2 are too dangerous. Would you care to explain your position? Yes, sir. I'll be flying the R4D.
That hasn't been decided yet,
Lieutenant Colonel Neville said. Sir, whoever is flying the R4D will have enough trouble keeping his eye on one Texan. It would be impossible to keep an eye on both of them if they were flying close enough to take pictures. And? Macklin asked, now clearly sarcastic. Are you suggesting that they would fly into you, Sergeant? He looked at the 2 Texan pilots, both lieutenants junior grade, and smiled at them. I'm sure these officers are skilled enough not to do that. I'm more concerned about dropping the paratroops, paramarines, Colonel Neville said, into the flight path of one of the Texans, Charlie finished. That's our concern, Sergeant, isn't it? No, sir. With respect, it's mine, Charlie said. Galloway? One of the naval aviators said. Believe me, I intend to stay as far away from you as I can. Galloway smiled at him but didn't reply. I presume your concerns have been put to rest, Sergeant? Lieutenant Macklin said. No, sir, Charlie said. With respect, they haven't. What exactly are you saying, Sergeant? Colonel Neville asked. Sir, if you put 2 Texans near my aircraft at the same time, I won't drop your paratroops. Then we won't burden you with that responsibility, Sergeant. Lieutenant Schneider will pilot the R4D. I can see no necessity for you even to be aboard. Sir, Lieutenant Schneider is not qualified to drop parachutists. I won't authorize him to do so,
Well, we'll just see about that, Sergeant, Neville flared. We'll see who's authorized to give or refuse orders around here. Will you all wait outside, please? Macklin, get Colonel Hirschberger on the telephone. Make it a priority call. 4 minutes later, Lieutenant Macklin appeared in the door to Lieutenant Colonel Neville's office and beckoned for Galloway to come inside.
Colonel Hirschberger wishes to speak with you, Sergeant, he said.
Galloway picked up the telephone that was lying on its side on Neville's desk. As he did so, he saw Neville pick up an extension and cover the mouthpiece with his hand.
Sergeant Galloway, sir.
You didn't waste any time stirring things up, did you, Charlie?
I'm sorry about this, sir.
Tell me about the filthy airplane.
They drained the oil from the port engine at Willow Grove, sir. They spilled some. It got on the nacelle and wing and picked up crud when I moved the aircraft.
Tell me about Willow Grove, Hirschberger said. Was that necessary?
I was attempting to avoid a storm I had reason to think might be in the Lakehurst area, sir, Charlie said. He stole a quick look at Neville and saw that he hadn't picked up on that.
Okay, Colonel Hirschberger said, after a barely perceptible pause which told Charlie that Hirschberger had correctly interpreted his reply. So tell me about the Texans.
I don't want two of them off my tail when I'm dropping parachutists, Colonel.
Neville says you refuse to fly with any Texans around you.
No, sir. I can keep my eye on one of them. Two are too dangerous.
Anything else you want to say?
No, sir.
Get Colonel Neville back on the line, please, Charlie.
Sir?
Charlie heard his mouth run away with him.
The Colonel has been on an extension all the time.
Hang your phone up then, Charlie, Colonel Hirschberger said pleasantly enough after a moment. I want a private word with Colonel Neville. Charlie put the telephone back in its cradle and started to leave the office, but Lieutenant Macklin hissed at him that he had not been dismissed. So Charlie assumed the at-ease position facing Lieutenant Colonel Neville's desk, and was thus witness to the conversation between Hirschberger and Neville. Both sides were audible, because Colonel Hirschberger seemed to be talking considerably louder to Colonel Neville than he had to Charlie. Both Lieutenant Macklin and Sergeant Galloway pretended, however, not to hear what Colonel Hirschberger said. They both knew that it was an embarrassment for a senior officer to be referred to as a pompous asshole by an even more senior officer in the hearing of his subordinates. And it got worse. Colonel Hirschberger went on to say, actually shout, that Neville was not only unfit to wear a lieutenant colonel's silver leaf, but the Marine uniform, period. Any officer who calculatedly lied in order to get in trouble, a good Marine sergeant who was just obeying his orders, was worse than contemptible. Lieutenant Colonel Neville's replies to Colonel Hirschberger were a number of brief and muted yes, sirs. When Lieutenant Colonel Neville finally hung up, Charlie shifted from at ease to parade rest. Head erect, eyes looking 6 inches above Colonel Neville, hands folded smartly together in the small of the back, and stayed that way for a very long 60 seconds. Finally, Lieutenant Colonel Neville said, "That will be all, Sergeant." "Thank you." Charlie Galloway popped to attention, did a smart about face, and marched out of Neville's office. 3. PFC Stephen M. Koffler, USMC, participated in 3 parachute jumps on the day everybody involved was to remember for a very long time as the day it happened. They were his 8th, 9th, and 10th parachute jumps. His first 5 jumps had been performed as a student. 4 of these had been during daylight, and the 5th at night, all onto what Lieutenant Colonel Franklin G. Neville had named Drop Zone Wake, in memory of the heroic Marine defense of Wake Island. Drop Zone Wake was in fact an area between the runways in the center of the Lakehurst airfield. It was marked out with white tape and little flags on stakes. According to what he had been told when he began the course, He would be rated as a Marine parachutist after he had successfully completed his 5th jump, a night drop. That hadn't happened. Lieutenant R.B. Macklin, who was the deputy commandant of the Marine Parachute School, had announced that Colonel Neville had decided to postpone the ceremony during which parachutists' wings would be awarded until 14 February. On that day, a team of civilian, from Life magazine, and Marine Corps journalists would be at Lakehurst, Lieutenant Macklin told them. Colonel Neville thought the journalists might want to photograph the ceremony. Meanwhile, PFC Steve Koffler had changed his mind about wanting to be a para-marine. He was now convinced that volunteering for parachute duty was about the dumbest thing he had ever done in his life. Really dumb. There was a very good chance that he was going to get killed long before he got near a Japanese soldier. He had begun to form that opinion long before he made his first jump. For starters, the physical training the trainees had gone through made the physical training at Parris Island look like a walk through a park. Beginning right after Reveille, the trainees had been led on a run around the airfield fence. Somebody said that the distance was 5.2 miles, and he believed it. And they made you run until you literally dropped. As often as Steve Koffler had run around the fence, he had never made it all the way without collapsing, and usually throwing up, too. The running, he had been told, was to develop the muscles of the lower body. The muscles of the upper body were developed in several ways, primarily by doing push-ups. Steve Koffler had come out of Parris Island proud that he could do 40 push-ups. During parachute training, he had once made it to 86 before his arms gave out and he collapsed on his face onto the frozen ground. But there were other upper-body conditioning exercises. 10 trainees at once picked up a log, about 10 inches in diameter, and performed various exercises with it. Most of these involved holding the log at arm's length above the head. And there was a device that consisted of pipes inserted through large pieces of wood, sort of a ladder, mounted parallel to the ground. One moved along this like Tarzan, swinging by hand from one end to the other. The difference being that all Tarzan wore was sort of a little skirt over sort of a jockstrap, but the para-marine trainees wore all their field gear, including helmets, full canteens, and Springfield rifles. There had also been a lot of classroom work. Steve and the others had a good deal of trouble staying awake in classes. Not only were they pretty worn out from all the upper and lower body developing exercises, but the lesson material was pretty dull, too. When you fell asleep, the penalty was for one of the sergeants to kick the folding chair out from under you. Then, you had to run around the building with your Springfield held at arm's length over your head and shout at the top of your lungs, "I will not sleep in class!" You did that until the sergeant finally decided you had enough, or you crashed to the frozen earth, unconscious or nauseated. Steve Koffler would thus remember for the rest of his life a large amount of esoteric military data. For example, he now knew that his parachutes were manufactured by the Switlik Company of the finest silk that money could buy, that his main chute was 35 feet in diameter and had 28 panels, each of which was made up of a number of smaller pieces, so that if a rip developed, it would spread no farther than the piece where it started, and that his main chute would cause him to fall through the air at a speed of approximately 20 feet per second. This meant he would strike the ground at approximately 13.5 miles per hour. The main chute was worn on the back. It was opened upon exiting the airplane by a static line connected to the airplane. This pulled the canopy from its container and then ripped free. The canopy would then fill with air, with the parachutist suspended beneath it. If something happened and the main chute did not deploy, there was a second parachute worn on the chest. This chute, which had 24 panels of the best silk money could buy, was approximately 24 feet in diameter. it would slow the descent of a falling body to approximately 25 feet per second, which worked out to approximately 17 miles per hour. This emergency chute was deployed by pulling a D-ring on the front of the emergency chute pack. If both chutes failed, the sergeants told them, there was no problem. Just bring them to the supply sergeant, and he would exchange them for new chutes. Since the human body was not designed to encounter the Earth in a sudden stop at 13.5 miles per hour, or 17 if the emergency chute was utilized, the Marine Corps, ever mindful of the welfare of its men, had developed special techniques which permitted the human body to survive under such circumstances. These were demonstrated, and then, until the correct procedures were automatic, the trainees were permitted to practice them. First, they jumped from the back of a moving truck, and later from tall towers, from which they were permitted to leap wearing a parachute harness connected to a cable. A parachutist's troubles didn't stop once he touched the ground. Once he touched down, he might encounter another hazard. The parachute canopy, which had safely floated him onto the Earth at 13.5 or 17 miles per hour, had an unhappy tendency to fill up again if a sudden gust of wind took hold of it. The chute would then drag the parachutist along the ground, often on his face, until the gust died down, or the parachutist encountered an immovable object, such as a truck, or possibly a tree. Because of that hazard, the techniques of spilling the air from the canopy had been demonstrated to the trainees, who were then permitted to practice them. This was accomplished by placing the trainee on his back behind the engine of a Navy R-4D aircraft. He was strapped into a parachute harness with the parachute canopy stretched out on the ground behind him. The engine of the R-4D was then revved up so that prop blast could fill the canopy, held up by an obliging sergeant to facilitate filling. The prop blast dragged the canopy and the paramarine trainee across the ground until he managed to spill the air from it by pulling on the risers that connected the harness to the canopy. Inasmuch as every paramarine trainee was a volunteer, it was theoretically possible to unvolunteer, to quit. But PFC Steve Koffler believed that option had been taken away from him as a result of the extended 3-day pass that had already gotten him in so much trouble with Lieutenant Macklin. If he quit, he would be brought before a court-martial and sentenced to the naval prison at Portsmouth. Several times during his training, he had actually wondered if Portsmouth, as bad as everybody said it was, could really be worse than jump school. In fact, on several occasions he'd come close to standing up and screaming at one instructor or another, "Fuck it! I quit! Send me to Portsmouth!" But for several reasons he had not done that. He believed, for instance, all the horrible things he'd heard about Portsmouth. It was logical that Portsmouth had to be worse than Paris Island and the jump school. Otherwise, it would be full of refugees from both places. The most important reason, however, was Mrs. Diane Marshall Norman. He went to bed every night thinking of Diane and all they had done to each other in his bed and on the living room couch and even on the kitchen table. And he woke up thinking of very much the same thing. He even called her to mind in the R-4D just before he made his first jump. He credited thinking about Diane not only with keeping him from getting sick to his stomach, but from quitting the Paramarines right there. He was in love with Diane. He could not bear the thought of having her learn that he was a craven coward who had not only quit jump school, but had been sentenced to the naval prison at Portsmouth. He would rather die, say from a cigarette roll. That was what they called it when your chute canopy failed to fill with air, and instead twisted around itself until it looked like a cigarette instead of a big mushroom. When that happened, the parachute hardly slowed you down at all, and you went down like a rock, ultimately hitting the ground at something like 125 miles per hour. And furthermore, once he had won his wings as a paramarine, that AWOL business would be forgotten, if he could believe Lieutenant Macklin, and he would have a clean slate. When that happened, he would be eligible for another pass, and maybe even the leave he never got when he graduated from Paris Island, and he could go and be with her. He had managed to establish communication with her only once since he had started jump school. On his fourth attempt to call her, he'd gotten her on the phone. The first 3 times, Bernice or her mother had answered the phone, and he had just hung up. Diane seemed glad enough to hear from him, but she told him that her parents and Bernice would not understand his calling her having her Leonard and being older and everything, so it would be better if he waited until he got home again, and then maybe they could get together and talk or something, if it could be arranged without making anybody suspicious. He didn't want to say it on the telephone, but in addition to all those things that went through his mind the last thing at night and the first thing in the morning, he did want to just talk to her. He would tell her that he wasn't just an ordinary PFC anymore, but a paramarine, which meant that with his jump pay, he was making almost twice as much money as a regular PFC. And it also meant that he stood a better chance of making corporal and maybe even sergeant. And then there was an allowance called an allotment or something that he could get if he was married. And he intended to tell her that he would be honored to raise little Joey just as if he was really his kid. So a great deal hinged on his getting through jump school and having his slate wiped clean and getting at least a pass so that he could go see her. But then they didn't hold the graduation ceremony because of the people coming from Life magazine, and when he went to the first sergeant and reminded him about what Lieutenant Macklin had said about getting the slate wiped clean if he kept his nose clean and got through jump school, the first sergeant told him that so far as he was concerned, his slate was wiped clean. But when Steve asked about a pass, the first sergeant said that would have to wait until the Life magazine people had come and gone. In the meantime, there would be no free time. Over the days before they arrived, there were several pre-inspections, and then the last inspection itself, conducted by Lieutenant Macklin, to make sure everything would be shipshape. On the morning of 14 February, they were marched out to a Marine R4D. It was the first one Steve had ever seen. He didn't even know the Marines had R4Ds. Then they shooted up and took off just as usual. But this time, instead of just making a swing around the field and then dropping the parachutists, the pilot flew the airplane out to the ocean, and then over the beach from Asbury Park down to Point Pleasant, and then back and forth several times, until he apparently got the word on the radio and flew back to Lakehurst. Then they jumped. That was Jump 6. The Marine R4D landed while Steve was still folding up his parachute, and he watched it take on another load of paramarines while he was walking back to the staging area after the truck had come and taken up the chutes. As he and the others were shooting up again, he saw that stick of paramarines jump. The R4D landed immediately, and they loaded aboard and jumped almost immediately. Steve decided that what they were doing was showing the people from Life magazine how it was done. That was Jump 7. It was just like Jump 6, except that the guy leading the stick, a corporal, sprained his ankle because he landed on the concrete runway instead of on the grassy area. So he was not going to be able to jump again for a while. That made Steve lead man in the stick for Jump 8. He wasn't sure if he would have the balls to jump first. If you were anywhere but lead man in the stick, it was automatic, and you didn't have to think about it. But in the end, he decided that if he hesitated, the jump master would just shove him out the door. Another trainee was added to the stick at the end. He would jump last. And then, after the pilot had already restarted the left-hand engine on the R4D, something very unusual happened. A face in a helmet appeared at the door and ordered the crew chief to put the ladder down. And then Lieutenant Colonel Franklin G. Neville himself climbed into the airplane, wearing a set of coveralls, and his parachutes, and all of his field gear, except that he had a Thompson submachine gun instead of a Springfield rifle. And then they took off. Colonel Neville pulled Steve's head close to him and shouted in his ear. "I'm going to jump with you," he said. "You just carry on as usual." "Aye, aye, sir," Steve shouted back. This time, instead of just circling the field and jumping the para-marines, the R4D flew south. From where Steve was sitting, he couldn't see much, but he became aware that there was a little airplane out there, too, flying close to the R4D. During one of the brief glimpses he got of it, he saw that there was a man in the back seat with a camera. Colonel Neville apparently knew all about it. He was standing in the door, hanging on to the jamb, making what looked like "come closer" signs to the pilot. And then they were making their approach to landing zone wake. The commands now came quickly. "Stand up. Hook up. Check your equipment. Stand in the door." There were two little lights mounted on the aircraft bulkhead by the door. One was red and the other was green. The red one came on when you started getting ready to jump. The green one came on when the pilot told the jump master to start the jumping. Steve stood by the door, watching the red light. "1 minute!" the jump master shouted in his ear. Steve nodded his understanding. He thought of Diane Marshall Norman's breasts and how their nipples stood up. The light turned green. Somebody pushed him out of the way and dove out the door. Steve saw that the little airplane was really close, and that the man in the back seat had what looked like a movie camera in his hands. The jumpmaster shouted, "Go!" in his ear and pushed him out the door. It all happened pretty quickly, maybe in 2 seconds, no more. As Steve went out the door, he saw that something was bent around what he thought of as the little wing on the back of the R4D. And then, as he fell beneath it to the end of the static line, and he could hear the main chute slither out, and as he steeled himself for the opening shock, he realized that what he had seen wrapped around the little wing on the back of the R4D was a man. And then, as his canopy filled and the harness knocked the breath out of him, he realized that the man must be Lieutenant Colonel Neville. And then he looked below him and saw a man's body falling, just falling toward the earth. There was no main chute and no emergency chest chute. The body just fell to the ground and seemed to bounce a little, and then just lay there. PFC Stephen M. Koffler, USMC, lost control of his bowels. And then the ground was there, and he prepared to land as he had been taught, and he landed and rolled as he had been taught, and then he got to his feet. He was immediately knocked onto his face as the canopy filled with a gust of wind and dragged him across the hard, snow-encrusted earth. He had been taught how to deal with the situation and dealt with it. He spilled the air from the canopy by manipulating the risers, and then he slipped out of the harness. He stood up and rather numbly began to gather the parachute to him. He knew the truck would appear to pick it up. And then he saw the body of Lieutenant Colonel Franklin G. Neville not 15 feet away. It looked distorted, like a half-melted wax doll. He was drawn to it. Still clutching his parachute harness to his chest, he walked over to it and looked down at it. A photographer, one of the civilians, came running up and a flashbulb went off. "Oh, shit," PFC Steve Koffler thought. "What are they going to do to me when they find out I've shit my pants?" Another flashbulb went off, and Steve gave the photographer a dirty look. It didn't seem to bother him. "What's your name, kid?" he asked. "Fuck you," Steve said. "That's PFC Koffler, Stephen M.," a familiar voice said.
Steve turned his head and saw that it was Lieutenant Macklin. "He is, understandably, I think, a little upset."
"I wonder why,"
the photographer said, and took Steve's picture again.
4. Lakehurst Naval Air Station, Lakehurst, New Jersey, 14:25 hours, 14 February, 1942. Major Jake Dillon had returned to active duty with the U.S. Marine Corps 60 days previously. The last time he had worn a Marine uniform was in Shanghai, China, with the 4th Marines in 1934. Major Dillon had then been a sergeant. In 1933, while watching an adapted from a novel adventure motion picture in Shanghai, it had occurred to Sergeant Dillon that it was a bullshit story and that he could easily write a better one. Blissfully unaware of the difficulties facing a first-time novelist, he set out to do so. It was a melodrama. Its hero, a Marine sergeant, rescued a lovely Chinese maiden from a fate worse than death in a Shanghai brothel. Dillon had no trouble calling forth from memory the description of that establishment. Next, Dillon's hero slaughtered Chinese evildoers left and right. There was a chase sequence on horseback, and the book ended with the sergeant turning the girl back over to her grateful family and then returning to his Marine duties. Dillon wrote the novel at night on the company clerk's typewriter. It took him 2 months. He mailed it off and was not at all surprised 2 months after that when a contract offering an advance of $500 arrived in Shanghai. The book was published, and it sold less than 2,000 copies, but it was optioned and then purchased by a major motion picture studio in Los Angeles. The studio saw in it a vehicle for a very handsome but none too bright actor they had under contract. With all the fight and chase scenes, plus a lot of attention devoted to the Chinese girl having her clothing ripped off, it was believed they could get the handsome actor through the production without him appearing to be as dull-witted as he was. It was necessary to find a suitable vehicle for the handsome young man because he was a very close friend of a very successful producer. More precisely, he was sharing the producer's bed in an antebellum-style mansion in Holmby Hills. Sergeant Dillon was paid $5,000 for the motion picture rights to his novel, an enormous sum in 1934, and he had, he thought, discovered the goose that laid the golden eggs. If he could write one novel in 2 months, he could write 6 novels a year, and at $5,500 per, that was as much money as the Major General Commandant of the Marine Corps made. He did not ship over when his enlistment ran out. Instead, he was returned to the United States aboard the naval transport USS Chaumont and honorably discharged in San Diego. Since he was so close to Los Angeles, and his film was in production there, he went to Hollywood. When he visited the set, the handsome young actor greeted him warmly, expressed great admiration for his literary talent, and invited him for dinner at his little place in Malibu. That night, in the beachfront cottage, as Dillon was wondering if he could gracefully reject the pansy's advances, and if he could not, how that might affect his literary career, the producer appeared. Words were exchanged between the producer and the handsome young actor, primarily allegations of infidelity. The exchange quickly accelerated out of control, ending when the producer slapped the handsome young actor, and the handsome young actor shoved the producer through a plate glass door opening on a balcony over the beach. A shard of heavy plate glass fell from the top of the door frame, severely cutting the producer's right arm. Dillon noted with horror the pulsing flow of arterial blood, and then he saw the handsome young actor, his face contorted with rage, advancing on the fallen, bleeding producer with a fireplace poker in his hand, showing every intention of finishing him off with it. Without really thinking about it, Dillon took the handsome young actor out of action by kicking him repeatedly in the testicles. The story, when it later inevitably made the rounds in Hollywood, was that ex-Marine Dillon had floored him with a single well-placed blow of his fist. Then he put a tourniquet on the producer's arm and announced that they needed an ambulance. The producer told him they couldn't do that. The police would become involved, the story would get out, he would lose his job. Dillon was even then not unaccustomed to developing credible storylines to explain awkward or even illegal circumstances on short notice, prior to the imminent arrival of the authorities. "We were fixing the door. It was out of the track, and it slipped," he said. "But what was I doing here with him?" the producer asked somewhat hysterically, obviously more concerned with his public image than with losing his arm, or even his life. "You brought me out here to introduce me to the star of my movie," Dillon replied, reaching for the telephone. "Where do I tell the cops we are?" 2 days later, at the producer's request, Dillon called upon him at Cedars of Lebanon Hospital. The producer was no longer hysterical, and he was grateful. His doctor had told him that if Dillon hadn't applied the tourniquet when he did, he would almost certainly have bled to death before the police arrived. "I am very grateful to you, Mr. Dillon," the producer said. "Call me Jake," Dillon said. "That's my middle name, Jacob." "Jake, then? And I want to repay you in some small way." "Forget it. Please, hear me out." "Shoot. What are your plans, now that you've left the Marine Corps, do you mind my asking?" "Well, I thought I'd do another couple of quick novels, put a little money in the bank for a rainy day. And if you can't sell your next novel?" The producer had had a copy of Malloy and the Maiden by H.J. Dillon sent to his hospital room. It was arguably the worst novel he had ever read, and as a major film producer, he had more experience with really bad novels than most people. He couldn't imagine why a publisher had ever acquired it, except possibly that it had been bought by an editor who knew he was about to be fired and wanted to stick it to his employers. Dillon had not considered that possibility, but looking at the producer now, he saw that it was not just possible, but probable. "I don't know. Are you open to suggestion?" "Shoot. You obviously have a way with words, and you have proven your ability to deal with potentially awkward situations. In my mind, that adds up to public relations." "Excuse me?" "Public relations," the producer explained. "Making the studio, and our actors, and our films look as good to the public as they possibly can." "Oh. The man who runs our studio public relations is a friend of mine. I'm sure that he would be interested in having someone of your demonstrated talents." Dillon thought it over for a moment. "How much would something like that pay?" "About $500 to start, I'd say. And there would be time, I'm sure, for you to continue with your writing." Everything seems so expensive here. After China, I mean. Can you make do around here on $500 a month?" "Well, you can, but I'm talking about $500 a week, Jake." Jake Dillon then looked at the producer very carefully. "No strings?" The producer, after a moment, caught Jake's meaning. "No, Jake, no strings. I would really much rather have you as a friend than a lover." Jake Dillon found his natural home in motion picture public relations. He quickly became known as the only man who was ever able to get the world's most famous actor out of the teenaged Mexican girls on his sailboat, and then off the sailboat and back to Hollywood sober, and to get him there on time to start shooting, and in a relatively cooperative mood. A half-dozen of his more experienced peers had tried to do all of that, and had failed to pull him off even one of the Chiquitas. Actresses trusted him. If Jake showed up at some party and told you there was an early call tomorrow and it was time to drink up and tuck it in, you knew he had your interests at heart and not just the fucking studios. So you went home. Sometimes with Jake. and the producer, who found that Jake offered a comforting shoulder to weep on when his romances went sour, made it known among those of similar persuasion, a powerful group in Hollywood, that Jake was his best straight friend. And he gradually came to be known as a man with a rare insight into how a motion picture or an actor should be publicized. In other words, his nerve endings told him what he could get printed in newspapers or broadcast over the radio and what would be thrown away. Within 2 years, his pay tripled, and he began to run around not only with stuntmen and grips, but also with a small group of the big-time actors. He fished with Duke Wayne, hunted with Clark Gable, played poker with David Niven, and with all three of them, he drank and jumped on the bones of an astonishing number of ladies. And he could often be found, puffing on his cigar and sipping at a cool beer, in screening rooms when daily rushes and rough cuts were screened. The stars of these opera invited him there, and they solicited his opinions, and he gave them. Sometimes his judgments were not flattering. But as the head of the studio said, "Jake is a walking public opinion poll. He knows what the ticket buyers will like and what they won't." Jake Dillon's opinions of a story, a treatment, a screenplay, rushes, rough cuts, and final cuts were solicited and respected. The only thing he failed to do, because he refused to do it, was talk some sense to David Niven. Niven was clearly on the way to superstardom, which meant that very few people in Hollywood could understand why he was about to throw his career down the toilet. He was returning to England and again putting on the uniform of an officer of His Britannic Majesty's Royal Army. "You guys don't understand," Dillon told the head of Niven's studio. "David went to Sandhurst. That's like our West Point. He's an old soldier and somebody blew the fucking bugle. He had to go." With Europe at war, Hollywood's attention turned to making war movies. One of them dealt with the United States Marine Corps, specifically with Marine fighter pilots. Headquarters USMC sent a full colonel to Los Angeles to serve as technical advisor. Ex-Marine Dillon was charged with keeping the colonel happy. Their relationship was a little awkward at first, for both of them were aware that the last time they had met, Jake Dillon had been in Shanghai wearing sergeant's stripes and standing at attention for the colonel's inspection. But the relationship quickly grew into a genuine friendship. This was based in large part on the colonel's realization that Jake was as determined as he was that the motion picture would reflect well on the Corps. There was an element of masculine camaraderie in it, too. The colonel took aboard a load one night at Jake's house in Malibu and confessed that he couldn't get it up anymore, not after his wife of 22 years had left him for a doctor at Johns Hopkins. Dillon was more than sympathetic. He arranged for the colonel to meet a lady the colonel had previously seen only on the silver screen. The lady owed Jake Dillon a great, big favor, and she was more than happy to discharge it the way Dillon had in mind. She did wonders vis-a-vis restoring the colonel's lost virility. And Jake took a load aboard and confessed to the colonel that he'd felt like a feather merchant when he had put David Niven on the Broadway Limited on his way to England. He was as much a Marine as Niven was a soldier, and Niven had gone back in, and here he was, sitting with his thumb up his ass in Malibu with the country about to go to war. When the colonel returned to Washington, he wrote a memorandum for the record to the Director of Personnel, stating his belief that in the event of war, the Corps was going to require the services of highly qualified public relations officers, that he had recently, in the course of his duties, encountered a man who more than met the highest criteria for such service, that he could be induced to accept a reserve commission as a captain, and that he believed a commission as a reserve captain should be offered to him, notwithstanding the fact that the man did not meet the standard educational and other criteria for such a commission. The colonel was 2 weeks later summoned to the office of the Deputy Commandant USMC, who tossed his memorandum for the record at him. "I know you and Colonel Lamel don't get along," the Deputy Commandant said. "I think that's why he sent this to me, to make you look like a fool. Can you really justify giving this ex-sergeant a captain's commission, or did you lose your marbles out in Hollywood?" The colonel made his points. Though he wasn't sure how well they were being received, he did see the Deputy Commandant's eyes widen when he told him how much money Jake Dillon was paid. It was more than twice as much as the Major General Commandant got, and he took some small comfort that he was neither interrupted nor dismissed. When he was finished, the Deputy Commandant looked at the colonel thoughtfully for a very long 30 seconds. Then he grunted and reached for his telephone. "Colonel Lamel, about this Hollywood press agent, the one who was a sergeant with the 4th Marines? Offer him a majority." Then, surprising the colonel yet again, Jake Dillon was not overwhelmed with gratitude when he was offered a Marine majority. "I'm not qualified to be a major. Jesus Christ. I was thinking about maybe a staff sergeant, maybe even a gunnery sergeant, but a major? No way." The colonel argued unsuccessfully for 30 minutes that the greatest contribution Jake Dillon could make to the Corps was as a public relations officer, and that to do that well, he had to carry the rank of a field grade officer on his collar points. The best he was able to do was to get Jake to agree to come to Washington and talk it over. "I'll put you up, Jake." "Well, that's nice, but we keep a suite in the Willard," Jake said. "I'll stay there. I'll catch a plane this afternoon and call you when I get there." Jake called 2 days later, at 3 in the afternoon, as soon as he got into the studio's suite in the Willard. The colonel, who had a certain sense of public relations himself, immediately called the Deputy Commandant. "Sir, Mr. Dillon is in Washington." "That's the press agent, Sergeant?" "Yes, sir." "I want to talk to him." "Yes, sir, I thought you might want to." "Sir, I understand you're taking the retreat ceremony at 8th and I today?" "Splendid," the Deputy Commandant said, taking the colonel's meaning. "I'll have my aide arrange 2 seats for you in the reviewing stand." The formal retreat ceremony, the lowering of the colors at sunset, is held at the Marine Barracks at 8th and I Street, Southeast, in the District of Columbia. The Marine Band, in dress blues, plays the Marine hymn, while impeccably uniformed Marines march with incredible precision past the reviewing stand. The ceremony has brought tears to the eyes of thousands of pacifists and cynics. Its effect on a former 4th Marine sergeant was predictable. When the color guard marched past, Jake Dillon was standing at attention with his hand on his heart, and tears formed in his eyes. When the ceremony was over, and the Marine Band was marching off the field to the tick-tick of drumsticks on drum rims, a first lieutenant in dress blues walked up to him. "Sir, the Deputy Commandant would like a word with you." "Dillon," the Deputy Commandant of the U.S. Marine Corps in his dress blues said to former Sergeant Dillon, offering him his hand. "Yes, sir. Once a Marine, always a Marine. Welcome back aboard, Major." "Thank you, sir. When you get settled, call my aide. I want a long talk with you." "Aye, aye, sir." Jake Dillon never again raised the question of his lack of qualifications to be a major. If the Deputy Commandant of the Corps thought he could hack it, who was he to ask questions? In the Corps, you say aye, aye, sir, and do what you're told to the best of your ability. When Major Dillon reported 2 weeks later for duty at Headquarters USMC, he was assigned as Officer in Charge, Special Projects, Public Affairs Office. The visit of the team of life photojournalists to the parachute school at Lakehurst Naval Air Station was a special project. And from the moment Major Jake Dillon met Lieutenant Colonel Franklin G. Neville, he knew in his bones that something or someone was going to fuck it up. He couldn't understand the feeling, but he trusted it. He anticipated no trouble with the people from Life. He knew a couple of them, and more important, he knew their bosses. And the story itself looked like a natural. Marines were always good copy, and parachutists were always good copy, and here he had both. The confirmation of that came when he called a guy he knew at Life and learned that unless something else came along of greater importance, and providing that the pictures worked out, they were scheduling the Para-Marines as the cover story, 2 issues down the pike. Bill, do me a favor. Forget you ever heard the phrase Para-Marines. I don't know why, but it pisses off a lot of the important brass. The managing editor of Life chuckled. Okay, so what do I call them? Marine parachutists, please. Marine parachutists it is. You going to be at Lakehurst? Sure. What I sort of have in mind, Jake, is a nice, clean-cut kid hanging from a parachute. For the cover, I mean. You got him. I'll have a dozen for you to choose from. Excuse me, Major, Lieutenant R.B. Macklin said to Major Homer J. Dillon. May I have a word with you, sir? Jake Dillon gave Lieutenant Macklin an impatient look, shrugged his shoulders, and jerked his thumb toward the door. God only knows what this horse's ass wants. This is far enough, Major Jake Dillon said to Lieutenant R.B. Macklin, once they were out of earshot of the people from Life. What's on your mind? Sir, I thought I had best bring you up to date on PFC Koffler. Okay, what about him? I have confined him to barracks. My adjutant is drawing up the court-martial charges. He believes that conduct prejudicial to good order and discipline is the appropriate charge. What the hell are you talking about? The Major is aware that Koffler said, "Fuck you," to the gentleman from Life when he asked him what his name was? I wasn't, but so what? Right there, on the landing zone, as he stood over Colonel Neville's body. I was there, sir. I repeat, so what? Well, sir, we just can't let something like that pass. Jesus H. Christ, Jake Dillon flared. Now listen to me, Macklin. What you're going to do, Lieutenant, is tell your adjutant to take his goddamned court-martial charges out of his goddamned typewriter and put in a fresh sheet of paper. And on that sheet of paper, backdated to day before yesterday, he will type out an order promoting PFC Koffler to corporal. Sir, I don't understand. That doesn't surprise me at all, Lieutenant. Just do it. I want to see that kid here in 30 minutes, showered and shaved in a fresh uniform with his parachute wings on his chest and corporal's stripes on his sleeves. Those parachutist boots, too. I just talked to AP. They saw the picture of him that Life took and they're coming down here to interview him. And that flying sergeant who was flying the airplane, if AP's coming, UP and INS won't be far behind. Get the picture? Sir, technically, Macklin said, uneasily but doggedly, he's not entitled to wear either boots or wings. We haven't had the graduation ceremony. Colonel Neville delayed it for the Life people, and after what happened, I postponed it indefinitely. Parachute boots, wings, and corporal stripes, Lieutenant, Jake Dillon said icily. Here, in 30 minutes. Aye, aye, sir, Lieutenant Macklin said. 5. I think that's about enough, fellas, Major Jake Dillon said, rising to his feet. Sergeant Galloway and Corporal Koffler have had a rough day. I think we ought to let them go. There were the expected mumbles of discontent from the press, but they started to fold up their notebooks and get to their feet. The interview was over. Jake Dillon was pleased that he had thought about putting Sergeant Galloway in the press conference. Galloway had handled himself well, even better than Dillon had hoped for. And Corporal Koffler, bless his little heart, was dumber than dog shit. If Galloway hadn't been there, that would have come out. And the press seemed to have bought the storyline that it was a tragic accident, something that just happened to a fine officer who was undergoing training with his men. But Jake Dillon knew that when 2 or 3 are gathered together in the name of honest journalism, one of them will be a son of a bitch determined to find the maggots under the rock, even if he has to put them there himself. In this case, he wouldn't have to look far. Jake Dillon had formed his own unvarnished version of the truth vis-a-vis the tragic death of Lieutenant Colonel Franklin G. Neville, USMC, based on what he had heard from the jump master, from Corporal Steve Koffler, and on his own previous observations of Lieutenant Colonel Franklin G. Neville. Neville had been bitten by the publicity bug. When the guys from Life had shown very little interest in Neville himself, preferring instead to devote their attention to young enlisted men, it had really gotten to him. The whole thing was his idea, and nobody gave a damn. And so he flipped. He was determined to have his picture in Life, and that meant he had to put himself in a position where the photographers could not ignore him. And he figured out that would be when they were shooting the parachutists exiting the aircraft. If he was first man out the door, they would have to take his picture, and they couldn't edit him out. So he pushed out of the way the kid Koffler, who was supposed to be first man out, and jumped. And something went wrong. Instead of being in center frame, he found himself wrapped around the horizontal stabilizer. That either killed him straight off, or it left him unconscious. Either way, he couldn't pull the D-ring on his emergency chute. Jake Dillon didn't want that story to come out. It would hurt the widow, and would hurt the Corps. "I would like a word with you, Sergeant, please," Jake Dillon called after Galloway as Galloway and Koffler left the room. "You and Corporal Koffler." When he had them alone and out of earshot, he said, "Okay, where are you two headed?"
"Sir," Sergeant Galloway said, "I understand that General McInerney's coming up here in the morning. I've been told to make myself available to him for that."
"I mean now, tonight. I know about the General."
"Well, sir, I thought I would like to get off the base. Find a room somewhere."
"Good. Go now and take Corporal Koffler with you. The one thing I don't want you to do is talk to the press. Period. Under any circumstances. Consider that an order."
"Aye, aye, sir," Charlie Galloway said.
A split second later, Steve parroted him. "I've talked to General McInerney," Major Dillon went on. "Here's what's happening. Colonel Neville's body is to be taken to the Brooklyn Navy Yard for an autopsy. Then it will be put in a casket and brought back here. After the inquiry tomorrow morning, you and Koffler will take it to Washington. You will travel with General McInerney and an honor guard of the parachutists. Colonel Neville will be buried in Arlington. You and Koffler will be pallbearers."
"Yes, sir," Sergeant Galloway said.
Jake Dillon thought he could bleed the story for a little more, with pictures of the honor guard and the flag-draped casket. And if they were still burying people in Arlington with the horse-drawn artillery case on, maybe a shot of that, and the firing squad, too. With a little bit of luck, he could get a 2-3-minute film sequence tied together for the newsreels. But that was none of Galloway's or Koffler's business, so he didn't mention it. "I don't care where you guys go or what you do, but I will have your ass if you either talk to the press or get shit-faced and make asses of yourselves. Do I have to make it plainer than that?" "No, sir," they said together. Jake Dillon put his hand in his pocket. "You need some money, either of you?" "No, sir," they replied. "Okay. I want you back here at 7 in the morning."
"Get in the back seat,"
Technical Sergeant Charles Galloway ordered Corporal Stephen Koffler as they approached the Mercury station wagon. Galloway got in the front, beside Mrs. Caroline Ward McNamara.
"Now what?"
Aunt Caroline said, touching Charlie's hand.
"I'm sorry you had to wait like this,
Charlie said. Caroline, this is Corporal Steve Koffler. Koffler, this is Mrs. McNamara.
Hello,
Aunt Caroline said, looking at Steve.
I repeat, now what?
I have been ordered to keep an eye on Corporal Koffler overnight and to bring him back here at 0700 in the morning.
Oh,
Aunt Caroline said. We are going to find a hotel room. Rooms, someplace, Charlie said. I wondered how that would fit in with your plans.
Well, it's already dark, and I hate to drive at night, with the snow and all. Maybe I should think about getting a hotel room myself. Where's Jim and the other lieutenant?
I understand Major Dillon sent for them. Maybe it would be better if we got off the base before he's finished with them. I'm a little afraid that Major Dillon will tell one of them to keep an eye on me and Koffler.
Oh, I see what you mean,
Aunt Caroline said. She started the engine and headed for the gate.
Just how close an eye do you have to keep on the corporal?
Aunt Caroline asked. I think an adjacent room would be close enough.
Adjacent, but not adjoining, you mean?
Aunt Caroline said. Exactly. Excuse me, Sergeant? Corporal Koffler said.
What, Koffler?
Sergeant, I live in East Orange. Do you suppose it would be all right if I went home? You live where? East Orange. It's right next to Newark.
Oh, really?
Aunt Caroline said. Maybe you could find a hotel in Newark for yourself, and Corporal Koffler could spend the night with his family.
The Essex House Hotel's in Newark, Steve offered helpfully. I never stayed here, but I hear it's real nice. You both probably could get rooms there.
Now there's a thought,
Aunt Caroline said innocently.
But I'm supposed to keep an eye on him, Charlie Galloway said. If he went home alone, and Major Dillon or Lieutenant Ward or Lieutenant Schneider ever heard about it, we'd all be in trouble.
Well, we don't have to tell them, do we?
Steve asked shrewdly.
No, I guess we wouldn't really have to, Charlie Galloway said. Could I trust you to stay out of trouble, Koffler, and be waiting for me at, say, 0530 outside your house in the morning?
It's an apartment house,
Steve said. Sure, you could trust me, Sergeant. I'd really like to see my girl, Sergeant. You'd better be careful about that, Koffler. Women have been known to suffer uncontrollable sexual frenzies at the mere sight of a Marine in uniform. That could lead to trouble. Aunt Caroline giggled, and Charlie Galloway yelped in pain, as if someone had dug fingernails into the soft flesh of his upper thigh.
My girl won't get me in trouble, Sergeant,
Steve said. Okay, then we'll do it. You give Mrs. McNamara directions to your house. On the outskirts of Newark, Aunt Caroline pulled into a gasoline station. As the attendant filled the tank and she visited the restroom, Charlie Galloway saw a rack of newspapers. I'll be damned, he said, and went to the rack and bought 2 copies of the Newark Evening News. He walked back to the station wagon and handed one to Steve Koffler. You're a famous man now, Koffler, he said. Try not to let it go to your head. There was a 3-column picture in the center of the front page. It showed Steve Koffler holding the risers and shroud lines of his parachute against his chest. He was looking down at the body of Lieutenant Colonel Franklin G. Neville. Tears were visible on his cheeks. Over the picture was a headline, "Even the tough can weep," and below it was a caption, Corporal Stephen Koffler of East Orange, a member of the elite U.S. Marine Corps Parachute Force, weeps as he looks at the body of his commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel F.G. Neville, who fell to his death moments before when his parachute failed to open during training exercises at the Lakehurst Naval Air Station this morning. Koffler was second man in the stick, jumping from the Marine airplane behind Colonel Neville. Associated Press photograph from Life.
On the way from the gasoline station to 121 Park Avenue, East Orange, Corporal Stephen Koffler of the Elite U.S. Marine Corps Parachute Force,
Jesus Christ, that sounds great,
ran over several times in his mind the sequence of events that would occur once he got home. Diane would have seen the Newark Evening News. Everybody read it. She would see his picture. She would wonder, naturally, when she would see him again. And she would more than likely realize that the reason he had been unable to come see her was that he was busy with his duties with the elite Marine Corps Parachute Force. He would appear at her door. She would answer it. Her family would be gone somewhere. She would look into his eyes. They would embrace. Her tongue would slip into his mouth. She would break away.
I saw your picture in the paper,
she would say.
Was it just awful?
And he would say,
Nah, not really. You have to expect that sort of thing.
And they would kiss again, and she would slip her tongue in his mouth again, and this time he would put his hand up under her sweater, or maybe down the back of her skirt, and she would say,
Not here.
But she wouldn't mean it, and he would take her into her living room and do it to her on the couch, or maybe even into her bedroom and do it to her in her own bed, just by way of saying hello.
Let's get out of here,
he would say, where we can really be alone.
But where could we go?
She would ask.
How about the Essex house?
And she would say,
The Essex house? Could we get a room in the Essex house?
And he would say,
Sure we can. I'm a corporal on jump pay.
He wasn't born yesterday. Sergeant Galloway and the blonde lady in the station wagon were going to shack up in the Essex house. That was just so much bullshit about getting 2 rooms. And if Sergeant Galloway was going to screw this blonde lady in the Essex house, why shouldn't he screw Diane there? And Diane would say,
But what about Leonard?
And he would say,
Fuck Leonard. You're through with that candy-ass civilian.
No. He didn't want to talk like that around Diane. He would say,
To hell with Leonard. You're through with that civilian.
And once he got her into the Essex house, and they had done it a couple of times more, he would tell her that it didn't matter that she was a couple of years older than he was. He was psychologically older than the age on his birth certificate. He was a Marine, for Christ's sake, a member of the elite Marine Corps Parachute Force. What he had done and what he had seen made him at least as old as Leonard, psychologically speaking. It did not work out quite the way Steve envisioned it. The first thing that went wrong was that his mother was not only home, but looking out the window when Sergeant Galloway stopped to let him out of the blonde lady's station wagon. By the time he got to the foyer, she had run downstairs and was waiting for him. She threw her arms around him and started crying, for Christ's sake. Steve hadn't even thought of his mother. As she gave him the weepy bear hug, he was conscious that if she hadn't been looking out the window, he could have gone straight to Diane's and started things off the way he planned. But he was caught now. He was only too aware that he would have to spend a little time with her before going to see Diane. His mother's husband appeared and shook his hand, and for the first time ever seemed glad to see him. The son of a bitch even worked up a smile and said, "Come on up. I'll make us a little 7 and 7. As they were going up the stairs, Diane came down them. Diane and Leonard.
Hi,
Steve said. Hey, kid, Leonard said. I saw your picture in the paper.
Hello, Steve,
Diane said. Nice to see you.
Great to see you.
That was it. The next second, Diane and Leonard were down the stairs and gone. The phone was ringing when they got in the apartment. It was Mrs. Daniele. She had probably seen his picture in the Newark Evening News because his mother said to her,
Yeah, sure, we seen it. He's here, Anna. He just this minute walked in the door. And then Mrs. Daniele must have told Vinny that he was home, because his mother handed him the telephone and said, "Say hello to Vinny, Stevie. Ask them if they want to go out with us and get some spaghetti or something, why don't you?" Steve's mother's husband chimed in. Steve pretended not to hear him. If he got involved with the Danieles, he would never get loose to go look for Diane. His mother jerked the phone out of his hand. "Vinny, tell your mother Stanley asked, do you and your mother and father want to go out with us and get some spaghetti?" It was agreed they would meet the Danieles at the Naples restaurant on Orange Street by Branch Brook Park in half an hour. His mother hung up the telephone and turned to him. "What were you so nice to that tramp about?" "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about Diane Marshall. Whatever her married name is what tramp I'm talking about. The one whose husband threw her out because she was fooling around." "You don't know what you're talking about." "Don't you ever dare talk to me like that." "You don't know what the hell you're talking about, Ma." She slapped him. "Don't think you're a big shot, Mr. Big Shot, who can swear at his mother." "What the hell is going on out there?" his mother's husband called from the kitchen. "Nothing, dear." They had to wait for a table at the Naples restaurant. The Danieles, Mr. and Mrs. and Maria and Beryl, Vinny's little sisters, and Vinny, showed up just before they finally got one. When they got inside, Diane and Leonard were there, sitting at a table for two with a candle in a Chianti bottle. The table was over against the wall-sized mural of what was supposed to be, Steve guessed, Naples and some volcano with smoke coming out of it. They were just finishing up their meal. Leonard hadn't seen them, and Steve wasn't sure whether Diane had or not. She wasn't looking in their direction anyhow, and then she got up to go to the John. "She saw me. She pretended she didn't see me. She must know what my mother thinks about her, so she wanted to avoid trouble. And she doesn't really have to go to the toilet. She knows I'll see her go in there and we'll meet her outside in that little corridor or whatever the hell it is. Excuse me, please. I have to visit the little boy's room." "Again?" his mother said. "You just went before we left the apartment." He prayed his mother had not seen Diane. He had to wait a long time in the little corridor between the door that said restrooms and the doors to the men's and ladies' Johns, but finally Diane came out. "Hi. What the hell are you doing here?" "Waiting for you." "You crazy or what? Christ." Steve tried to kiss her. She averted her face. When he tried harder and started putting his arms around her, she kneed him in the balls. "Jesus Christ," Diane said as he leaned against the wall, faint and in agony. "Can't you take the hint? Stay the hell away from me. You come near me again, I'll tell my father and he'll beat the shit out of you."
Chapter 8 1. The Foster Lafayette Hotel, Washington, D.C., 17 February 1942. Captain Fleming Pickering, USNR, got out from behind the wheel of the black Buick Roadmaster two-door sedan and tiptoed through the slush to the marquee. He had purchased the Buick, used, 3 days before, from a classified advertisement in the Washington Post. "You should have slid out the driver's side, Captain Pickering," the doorman said, chuckling. "But that would have been the intelligent thing to do," Pickering said. "I won't need it any more today, but presuming you can make it run, can you have it out here at 7:30 in the morning?" "It'll start. The garage told me all it needed was a battery." "We'll see," Pickering said. "I would be very surprised." "Senator Fowler came in a couple of minutes ago, Captain," the doorman said, Asked if I'd seen you. As soon as I thaw my frozen feet, I'll call him, Pickering said. Thank you. He checked at the desk for mail, but his slot was empty. Then he remembered that it would, of course, be empty. If they hadn't sent it up with a bellboy, the ever-efficient Mrs. Ellen Feller would have picked it up when she came to the apartment. Pickering and Mrs. Feller had been assigned office space in the Navy Department. He thought of it as the closet, but it was just outside Secretary Knox's suite. Since there was really no reason for him to spend much time there, he had Max Telford, the hotel manager, install a desk and a typewriter in his suite for Mrs. Feller. She brought whatever papers needed his attention to the hotel, and he went to his official office as seldom as possible. Am I getting old, or am I just tired? The junior United States Senator from California, the Honorable Richardson S. Fowler, was in the sitting room of Pickering's suite when Pickering let himself in. Senator, finding a politician sitting in my chair tossing down my booze is not an entirely unexpected cap to an all-around lousy day, Pickering greeted him. Fowler swung his feet off the footstool of a high-backed, leather-overstuffed chair and started to get up. Oh, for Christ's sake, stay there. I was only kidding. I never know with you. Whenever I call you Senator, I'm kidding, Pickering said. Okay? He took off his uniform overcoat, tossed it on the back of one of the two couches facing a coffee table before the fireplace, laid his gold-encrusted uniform cap on top, sat down on the left couch, and started taking off his shoes and socks. My God, Ellen Feller said, coming into the room from the small bedroom that was now more or less converted into an office for her. You're all wet. She wore a dark green silk dress with an unbuttoned cardigan over it. Her hair was combed upward from the base of her neck. I've noticed, he said. You look frozen. Can I get you a cup of coffee? She asked. Or a drink? I don't suppose that's in your official job description, Ellen. But yes, thank you. Both. Sir? Put a generous hooker of cognac in a cup of black coffee, please. Where the hell have you been? Senator Fowler asked. At Arlington, at a funeral, standing in a snowdrift. You'd better change your trousers, too, Ellen said as she poured coffee into a cup. A funeral? Anybody I know? Senator Fowler asked. The last time I counted, I owned 3 pairs of trousers. I refuse to believe that the other 2 are already back from the cleaners. Count again, Ellen chuckled. There was an enormous package from Brooks Brothers. I counted 3 blue jackets and 6 pairs of blue trousers when I hung it all up. Thank God, finally, Pickering said, and picked up his shoes and socks and went into the master bedroom. Senator Fowler went to Mrs. Feller, took the brandy-laced coffee from her with a smile, and carried it into the bedroom. Pickering was in his shorts, buttoning braces to a pair of uniform trousers. He took the coffee, nodded his thanks, and took a sip. Thank you, he said. Who were you burying? A Marine lieutenant colonel, fellow named Neville. His parachute didn't open. I saw that in the paper, Fowler said. You knew him? I was there representing Frank Knox. Frank knew him. He said he would have preferred to go himself, but if he did, it would be setting a precedent. He would be expected to show up every time they buried a lieutenant colonel or a commander. You didn't seem grief-stricken, Fowler said dryly. From what I hear, he did it to himself, Pickering said. Suicide? Jake Dillon told me he got so carried away with his role that he got run over by the camera, Pickering said, chuckling. Jake Dillon? The press agent? Yeah, he's a major in the Corps. I didn't know. And I didn't know you knew him. Oh, sure. Jake shoots skeet with Bob Stack. That's how I met him. Interesting man. He stayed at the house in '39, he and the Stacks, when we had the state championships in San Francisco. Anyway, Jake was sort of running the burial ceremony. Newsreel cameras, 3 buglers, an honor guard of Marine parachutists, a firing squad, and a cast of thousands. Look for me at your local movie. I will be the handsome naval person saluting solemnly as I stand there up to my ass in snow. I thought you said this man committed suicide. No, not the way that sounded. What Jake said was that when he found out life wasn't going to take his picture, he flipped. He figured if he was the first man out of the airplane when they jumped, they'd have to take his picture. So he pushed the kid who was supposed to be first out of the way and jumped himself. The wind or the prop blast caught him the wrong way and threw him into the horizontal stabilizer. The autopsy showed that hitting the horizontal stabilizer killed him, not the sudden stop when he hit the ground. You sound pretty goddamn cold-blooded, Flem. Do you realize that? Senator Fowler said. Pickering, who was pulling on his trousers, didn't reply until he had the braces in place, the shirt tail tucked in, and the zipper closed. Before I went out to Arlington, he said in an even voice, I was reading a pretty reliable report that the Japs just executed 200-odd American civilians. The labor force we took out to Wake Island to fortify it, and then permitted to get captured when we didn't reinforce Wake. They shot them out of hand. I find it a trifle difficult to get worked up over a light colonel here who did it to himself. Jesus Christ, Fowler said, shocked. And an hour before that, Pickering went on dryly, I had a telephone call from my wife, who was finding it difficult to understand why I didn't telephone her when I was on the West Coast. I was seen having lunch at the Coronado Beach Hotel, but I didn't have time for her. Tell me about the civilians on Wake. No, I shouldn't have said that much. Why not? Senator, you just don't have the right to know, Pickering said. The operative word in that sentence, Flem, is senator, Fowler said flatly. Pickering looked at him with his eyebrows raised. As in United States Senator, representing the people, Fowler went on. If a United States Senator doesn't have the right to know, who does? Interesting point, Pickering said. Fortunately, I am not at what is known as the policy-making level and don't have to make judgments like that. I just do what I'm told.